The man was furious. He grabbed the young girl by the hair and threw her against the wall. He shouted to her that they had paid for the other children a long time ago, and they had finally stopped bothering him. But they never took her, even though she was already 15 years old. He shouted at her to sit in the room and under no circumstances come into his sight. The young girl looked at the crack in the door through which light was pouring. She thought that the beautiful dream she had was a reality. She looked at the spider who was next to her and asked if he wanted to hear what the dream was like. She said that what she saw then really was like a dream. And in that dream, one nobleman decided to take her away. After the nobleman took her, they went together to a large and wonderful house. She sincerely hoped now that this was no longer just her dream. One day ago, she was leisurely riding in a carriage. She was riding in a carriage and trembling with fear. She still felt like there was something really wrong here. The young girl was surprised and did not understand why she was traveling in the same carriage with a high-ranking person. The man looked closely at her companion and asked her if something was wrong. The man looked at the girl and told her to sit down more comfortably. He said that she didn't need to be so nervous. But still, the young girl didn't know how not to be nervous. She was very nervous because she had to leave the shelter very abruptly, and now she was riding in a carriage with such a high-ranking person. When the young girl was 15 years old, no one wanted to take her in to raise her. But now, for unknown reasons, she was picked up by such a noble person. The young girl looked intently at the man and asked in a trembling voice whether he would really be her parent now. The man said in a calm voice that everything is right, she says. He looked at her and said that she would receive full support, because now she was his adopted daughter. The young girl was surprised. The man said that she would now take their family surname, Elkadonia. She was confused. The man looked at her and asked if she really didn't know about the Elsidonia family. The young lady was in shock. She did not understand how she could find out about the family, since she lived in an orphanage and could not go beyond it. She asked him for forgiveness for her ignorance. He looked at her and asked if she knew there was a war. The young lady said that she didn't know, since it was a war of empires against a pseudo-religious organization called Collagio. She said that she also heard that your organization had an incredibly dangerous villain who headed it, and the battle with them was simply incredibly difficult. He looked at her and asked if she knew how the war ended. The young lady smiled and said that she knew, since a very strong imperial knight had bravely defeated the villain. The girl said that the knight had blonde hair and eyes the color of gold. But despite his good looks, he was a formidable knight who mercilessly destroyed his enemies. The young lady looked at the man intently after her words. She was shocked because she understood that he was that knight. The man looked at her and said that they had arrived, and he also said that she said everything correctly. The man looked at the young lady and said that he was that knight, and his name was Julius Exedonia. Julius offered the young lady his hand. She looked at him closely because she was scared. He looked at her and told her not to be afraid and to take his hand. Julius looked at her and then turned his gaze to the estate. He said with a smile on his face that now she will live here, and this is her new home. The young lady saw the Archduchy Elkadonia. Roel, the family butler, was shocked. He looked at his master and asked if he had really decided to take custody of the child. He also asked if the gentleman really decided to become a foster parent and not show it off. Julius looked at him and told him to stop shouting. Julius looked at the butler and said that everything would be fine, and especially since he took the girl because he had no children of his own. The maids whispered to each other. They did not believe whether it was true that he decided to adopt the girl. They thought that, most likely, he decided to do this to show what a kind aristocrat he was. After the war, the number of orphans increased greatly, after which the nobles began to actively take these orphans into their homes. Of course, they raised and taught and fed these children, but in reality, they were on par with pets. But in secular society, it looked like a noble act of a good aristocrat. The butler shouted to his master to quickly take responsibility for what the aristocrats were doing and put an end to it. The butler walked closer to the young girl and asked her name. The young girl was very frightened. She said in a trembling voice that her name was Mint. The butler looked at the young lady and asked if she had any previous connection with the Duke. He also asked if she might know why the Duke decided to support her. Mint stood and trembled with fear. The butler looked at her intently and said that she seemed to know nothing. He looked at her and said that she should take a bath first, and then we could continue the conversation. A moment later, a maid came to the young girl. This was also her personal maid, Kyrian. Kirian greeted Mint with a smile on her face, and she said that she would help her swim. Mint said in a trembling voice that she would do everything herself, as she was quite big. She knew she smelled very bad. But still, the maid with a smile told the girl to turn to her, and she would help her take off her clothes. Mint still agreed. The young lady was very uncomfortable as she felt the maid's gaze. She didn't know what to do because she realized that the maid smelled an unpleasant odor. Mint, in a trembling voice, asked the maid for forgiveness, and also asked her if she could be left alone. She said she could take a bath herself. The maid looked intently at the poor girl. The maid was very surprised, since there was no living space on the girl's body. Her entire back was covered in bruises. The maid smiled and said that everything was fine, and she would wash her very carefully. She asked with a smile if it hurt the girls when she rubbed her. The maid smiled and brought the young lady hot chocolate. Mint looked surprised, because she had never seen anything like this before. The maid smiled and told the girl to be careful, as the chocolate was very hot. Kirian looked at the young mistress and said with a smile that she could now rest. Mint agreed with her in surprise. Mint looked at the hot chocolate in surprise. The girl decided to try chocolate. She was very surprised because the chocolate was very tasty. She felt like her tongue was going to melt. Peppermint stared at the cup of hot chocolate. She never thought she would be able to taste something so delicious. She didn't know if it was really true. Mint wanted this to be reality, and not just another dream she had at the orphanage. She thought that if it was a dream, she wouldn't want to wake up. She wanted to drink as much hot chocolate as possible before she woke up. Julius entered her room. He looked angrily at the maid and asked if the girl had bruises on her body. Mint was very scared from the unexpected arrival of Julia. Her cup even flew out of her hands. She threw herself to the ground with the speed of lightning and frantically asked for forgiveness. Mint said that she had made a big mistake and would wash everything honestly. She did not earnestly beg him to forgive her. Mint didn't understand why she was so stupid, that even in her dreams she managed to make a mistake. Peppermint knew she needed to apologize to him properly. Julius looked at her and told her to raise her head and stand up. He told her never to do that again. Mint once again asked the gentleman for forgiveness. Julius looked at her and asked if she had heard what he just said. He looked at her and said that she had taken his family's last name, so she doesn't have to apologize now, even if she stained the carpet. He looked at her intently and asked again if she understood. Mint looked at him in surprise. "Because I didn't expect this," she said in a trembling voice that she didn't know. She also asked if he might have been mistaken with what he had just told her. She knew that whether it was a dream or reality, she would have responded the same way. Mint said in a trembling voice that she could not really join such a wonderful family and also have the right to stay here. She said that when she was at the shelter, no one even looked in her direction. She thought that he would most likely throw her away when he was disappointed. She didn't want to talk about it, but she still had to face the truth. She knew she was good for nothing. And since she was worthless, she hardly deserved a good attitude towards herself, much less love. She knew that he would simply throw her away the first time she made a mistake. And yet, she did not know why she was born so worthless. Several years ago, on the battlefield, a little girl appeared in front of a young knight, floating in the air. He looked at her in surprise, as if he did not understand what was happening. The knight looked at the girl puzzled and asked why she didn't kill him. The young lady looked at him intently. The man looked at the young girl and told the man that the girl had dry skin and was unlikely to be able to sell her profitably. The woman said the girl grew up in terrible conditions. She said that even if she wanted to, she would hardly be able to use the girl, because it was believed that it was useless. In turn, the man looked closely at the girl and said that the color of her hair was simply disgusting. He said that even if he takes this child, then with such hair everyone will laugh at her and at him too. The man laughed at the girl and asked her to show him someone other than this squalor. They all stared at the children and asked if there was one child who would look normal. The man looked intently at all the children. He wondered if among them was the child he needed. Among all the children present, he saw a plain-looking girl. He looked at the man and told him to bring that child closer to him. The man looked closely at the young girl and said that he would take her to him. Julius looked at the girl and asked if she thought he made the wrong choice towards her. The young girl bowed deeply and said that he would never make a wrong choice. She didn't know what to do to keep him from getting angry. The butler looked at his master and said that he was reacting too harshly. because his reaction may make the child even more scared. But he said to his master that he would prepare all the necessary documents. Mint bowed low. She said she hadn't thought about it. She hardly deserved to be here, but she still desperately wanted him not to send her back. Mint said she wanted to stay here at the estate. Mint said that she is very good at cleaning the floor. She can also wash dishes. Julius looked at her in surprise and asked what she could do. He said her body was too fragile to work. Julius said he didn't think she'd be able to even hold a mop, let alone clean. Mint knew that she could do everything the way she used to clean the corridors of the orphanage. She wanted to show that she could be useful. Peppermint was very nervous and trembling, but she still knew that she needed to calm down. She knew that she could be useful to him, and she just had to say it. Her heart couldn't stop beating wildly. It sounded too loud, and she felt as if it would soon jump out of her chest. She trembled and said that she could do anything. Julius sat down to her and said that if she wants to say something to her interlocutor, then she should always look him straight in the eyes. We festered later. Mint raised her eyes and looked at Julia. She said she could do anything. A moment later, she firmly said that she would do whatever he said. Mint said that she would under no circumstances cause him any trouble. She firmly said that she would definitely be able to do whatever he ordered. Julius looked at her and said with a smile that she said everything well. He said that unfortunately, she wouldn't be able to do the work even if she wanted to, because she didn't have to do it. Julius called the maid. The maid came closer to the girl and told her not to move and to turn her back to her for a while. Mint was in shock and did not understand what they wanted from her. Mint was very scared, but she still hoped that after the bath, that terrible smell would no longer exist. She didn't understand why Julius wanted to look at her. She thought that most likely it was not because of the smell, but that she had something strange on her back. Peppermint wondered, puzzled, if it was because she had an ugly, dirty face, unlike other people's children. She thought that he probably thought that her back was just as ugly and dirty. Julius, in turn, looked intently at her back, which was covered in bruises. Julius looked closely at the maid and asked if she was talking about these bruises. The maid said everything was correct. Julius calmly looked at the girl and asked who left these bruises on her body. Mint, in turn, only trembled and did not answer him. Julius, in turn, sighed heavily and said that they would return to this issue later. He looked at the young girl and said that she could rest. Julius said that, just in case, he would again repeat to her his words that she did not need to work on the estate at all. He said with a smile on his face that it was her responsibility to just be a little princess and grow up healthy and happy. Mint was in shock because she understood that what she felt yesterday was as if in a dream. So she thought that if she opened her little eyes and woke up, then everything would stop and she would be in the shelter again. The maid looked at her mistress and said that the butler had completed the entire adoption process, and in the future, the estate will officially be her home. Mint was surprised and didn't know if this was really true. She thought that at best she would live like a street dog. The maid looked at her and said with a smile that her hair color was very beautiful. Carrion said that the young girl's hair color is very beautiful, as it is emerald in color, and she was very lucky because her hair was beautiful and thick. Mint smiled puzzledly and said that this was not so, since she was always scolded every now and then for her hair color, which seemed very strange to everyone. The maid smiled and said that they were saying this because they were jealous of her. She looked at her mistress and said that she had a product that would carefully help care for her hair. The maid smiled and asked how she liked the end result. Mint was very surprised, because before that she had never seen her hair so beautiful. Mint looked intently into the mirror. She really liked the result. Mint was surprised as she looked completely different. It seemed to her that when she looked in the mirror, she saw a completely different person. She was very happy, because now she had the opportunity to smell very good every day. She could wear clean and neat clothes. The maid looked at the girl and said with a smile that there was a dining room behind the door. She said that now the lady will eat with the master. The maid with a smile told the girl to eat a lot and grow up healthy. Mint entered the room. She was very surprised because she smelled a pleasant smell. She wondered if she could finally live happily in this place. Entering the room, she saw a man. Mint was very surprised and puzzled, but at the same time she was very scared. The man, in turn, was no less surprised, because I didn't expect to see her. The man looked closely at the gentleman. He said, puzzled, that this is now the little princess of the family. Julius looked at the Mint and said that he could quickly sit down at the table. The man looked closely at the girl and told Yuli that thanks to his care, the girl became like a sweet little lady. He said that thanks to his care, she would be able to shine brighter in the future, and it will even become popular among young men. She was shaking with fear. She was afraid of the man, but still, she knew that as long as Mr. Julius was nearby, the man from the shelter would not do anything bad to her. She thought that since she was in the mansion, she would never see him here again, but she still trembled and wondered why he still came to them. The man smiled and said that Peppermint was still as shy as before. When that Mint heard out of the corner of her ear that the man should come to sign the adoption papers. Julius looked at the man and said that he called him because he had been taking care of the young girl for a long time, and he would like to hear more about her from him. The man looked at the girl puzzled and said that he knew her very well. The man said that the young girl was very shy and had no friends at all. He said she was a woman of few words. Peppermint was puzzled because she knew it was all because he hit her when she talked too much. Mint knew that she had no friends, since they were taken to other families a long time ago, and she had to be left alone because there were simply no children her age left. The man looked at her and said that he was again worried about her, since she was only 15 years old. The man said that he hoped that the girl would have time to learn everything and get used to aristocratic societies. Julius was surprised, since he heard that the girl was 15 years old. Mint was surprised. She didn't understand why Yuli had such a reaction to her age. The man, in turn, hoped that the gentleman would not refuse the girl because of her age. But still, he understood that he needed to quickly get out of this situation. Julius looked at the girl and said that he thought she looked about 11 years old. The man asked the gentleman if he was interested in why she was in the orphanage, although she was no longer 11, but 15 years old. He said that when she turned 15, none of the aristocrats wanted to take her. The man said that if the gentleman is not satisfied with her age, then he can visit the shelter again. He said that he would definitely be given the choice of another child with the right age. Mint was very upset, because she understood that if the conversation had not turned to age, he would not have driven her away. She didn't know whether she should tearfully beg for forgiveness and ask to stay in the estate. Julius said he thought Mint was small because of his skinny body. But after they talked with the man, he understood a lot. Julius looked contemptuously at the men. Julius said that this was enough for him, and he also said that he would like to hear what the situation was like in the shelter. Julius looked at the man and asked if he would tell him how things were going at the shelter. After all, it was for this reason that he decided to invite the man to his estate. Mint, in turn, was very scared. No matter how she looked, the food looked very appetizing, but she couldn't taste it at all. Julius looked at the girl and said that if she didn't want to eat at all, then she didn't need to force herself. Mint said in a trembling voice that everything was not like that and the food was very tasty. Julius said he thought it would be better if she ate a little later. Julius looked at her and told her that she could go to her room as he needed to talk to the owner of the orphanage alone. The young lady agreed and left their company. Mint knew that she could say again that she would work hard and would definitely be useful to him. But she was very puzzled that age mattered to him. She understood that it was precisely because of this that she would not be able to convince him. Julius looked at the man and said he thought they should pick up where they left off. He said that they seemed to settle on the point where the man said that the young girl was only 15 years old. The man looked at the gentleman with a puzzled expression and asked for forgiveness for not immediately telling the young lady's age. He said that he was afraid that the master would refuse her. After all, you are a shelter. A lot of people came, and everyone refused the girl. Julius looked at the man and asked why he thought he would refuse her. Julius said that he was a little surprised, because the girl is only 7 years younger than him, but she looks very fragile for her age. The man was very surprised. Julius said that if he had initially known about her age, he would have behaved appropriately with her. The man realized that the gentleman didn't care about her age. He even wanted to sell her brothel when she turned 16. The man thought that the gentleman wanted to sell the girl at a higher price, but still he left her as he changed his mind. Julius looked at the man and said that the girl had a lot of bruises on her body. The man looked at the gentleman puzzled and said that the girl had no friends at all. He said that it must have been when she quarreled with the children that they decided to teach her in a similar way. The owner of the orphanage told the doctor not to forget that this girl and the bruises on her would not just heal. The doctor, in turn, said that, unfortunately, he was unlikely to get off, but he could help. The man looked at the gentleman puzzled and said that the girl had fallen from the stairs, but he immediately took her to the doctor. Julius looked at the man and asked if he had forgotten who he really was. Julius said that even though he looks so young, he is one of the 5 sword masters. The man looked at the gentleman puzzled and said that he could not forget at all. Who really is this gentleman? Julius looked at the man with contempt and anger and asked why he was now saying such nonsense. Julius looked at the man and asked if he really thought that he was so stupid that he would not be able to distinguish bruises received by accident from beatings. The man looked at the gentleman puzzled and said that the bruises were probably left by children. Julius looked at the man and said that such bruises could not have been caused by children, and this was a beating from an adult. The man looked at the gentleman, puzzled and frightened, and said that he was telling the truth, and the gentleman, in turn, can call the doctor and find out from him. Julius said that this was not necessary. He said that he had met him before, and he turned out to be the same as the owner of the orphanage. Julius told the man that as the owner of the orphanage, he had to protect the children and take care of them, but instead, he decided to beat them in every possible way. Julius looked at the owner of the shelter and said that there were witnesses to his violence. The man looked at the gentleman, puzzled and frightened. A moment later, Master Julius called his knights so that they would detain the owner of the shelter. Julius looked at the man with contempt and said that he was detained for numerous violations of the laws of the empire. The man, in turn, shouted that he was innocent because he didn't sincerely care about the children. Julius looked at the man and asked if he thought his words would make a big difference. Julius said the man would go to prison to rot after his actions. The owner of the orphanage was in shock. He was trembling and shouted to the gentleman to ask the young girl how she lived in the orphanage. But still, Julius knew that the girl was scared and trembled from looking at the man. Julius, in turn, told the man that he didn't even need to ask Mint, because when she saw him, she was shaking violently to such an extent that it was even difficult for her to hold the cutlery in her hands. The young girl was trembling very much with fear, and Julius saw everything perfectly. Julius looked at the man and said that they needed to stop this idle chatter. Julius said that as long as he lived, no one could harm her anymore. The man shouted that he would appeal, because he claimed to be innocent. The maid looked at the mistress and told her with a smile on her face that the master was calling her. The date looked at the maid and said that she was already on her way. Mint was a little puzzled, since at least she managed to eat such a delicious steak for the first time. But she, in turn, didn't even remember what it tasted like. But she still knew that she had managed to taste and feel what hot chocolate tasted like. She didn't want to eat the disgusting food that was in the shelter again. Julius looked at her and said that she came faster than he expected. He looked at her and said that she hadn't really eaten anything, so she should eat now. Mint looked at the gentleman and asked if he really wanted to give up on her. Julius looked at her and said that he did not intend to do this at all. The young girl said that she did not want to go back at all, because the owner of the orphanage was a bad person and he treated her very badly. Julius looked at her and asked if she really had no friends at all at the orphanage. Mint said that she had no friends, as the children were quickly taken to different families, and in the end, she was left completely alone. After all, no one wanted to take her into the family, since no one needed her. Julius looked at her and showed her the document. He said that this document says that she officially becomes his guardianship. Mint looked at him and asked in a trembling voice if she could now stay in the estate. Julius looked at her and asked if he had ever said that he was going to abandon her. Mint, in turn, said that he did not say that at all. Julius looked at her and asked if she didn't want him to be her guardian. The young lady remembered that the gentleman once told her that if she wants to say something to her interlocutor, then she should always look him in the eyes. Julius looked at the girl and said that, in fact, he could refuse guardianship. Mint looked at him and said that she really wanted him to be her guardian, because she really wants to stay in the mansion. The gentleman looked at her and asked if she promised that she would behave well. She looked at him and firmly said that she would behave. He also asked her if she would study well. Mint smiled and firmly said that she would study well. Julius looked at her and stroked her head affectionately. He said that even though she was trembling, she still tried to speak up. Julius looked at her and praised her with a smile. He told her to behave this way in the future. He looked at the girl and said that guardianship over her had already been approved, and the only thing left was to get her signature. Julius looked at the girl and said that while she didn't have a signature, she could just leave a handprint. The young lady, as fast as lightning, dipped her hand into the paint and made an imprint on the paper. Julius looked at Mint and said with a smile that now guardianship can be considered fully approved. Julius looked at her and said with a smile that he would like to fully introduce himself again. Julius fully introduced himself and said with a smile that he was now her guardian. The young lady woke up terrified from a nightmare. She frantically begged to be left alone. The butler approached the young lady and told her to try to breathe as deeply as possible, and after that, she would feel better. Mint looked at the butler and thanked him. She said that she already felt much better. The butler looked at her and said that dreams would forever remain only with them. He said she shouldn't worry so much. He looked at her and handed her a cup of hot milk and honey. Mint thanked him. 2 months have passed, but she still cannot recover from such a nightmare of life in the shelter. Royal looked at his mistress and said that she had classes today, so she needed to get out of bed quickly. Mint stopped dreaming about remaining forever in a wonderful dream, because now her life has become wonderful, just like in a fairy tale. That girl who was bullied in every possible way at the orphanage is a thing of the past. After all, only a bright future awaits the current Mint, who has become a little princess. Mint began to learn the basics of the language, as well as the basics of etiquette and writing. She studied hard for 2 months without a break. Because she really wanted to stay on the estate, and for this, you need to study hard. Tutor Letna looked at the girl and said that she had finished her classes today and would stop there for now. She looked at Mint and said that she thought that very soon, if she tried, she would be able to master writing, reading, and etiquette well. Mint smiled and thanked the tutor. Mint knew that in order to bear her new surname with dignity, she needed to study very hard. After all, now she has become a member of this family. The woman looked at her student and said that she had a proposal. She said she thought it would be much better if Mint worked out with someone her own age. After all, this way she will not only be able to consolidate the material she has covered, but will also be able to make friends. Letna told Mint that she could introduce her to another lady from the family. She said it was the little princess, and Mint could make friends with her. Mint has already imagined what her new friend will look like. She was very happy that she could find a true friend, and especially his age. Mint looked at the tutor puzzled and said that she would first need to ask permission from the Archduke. Letna looked at the girl and said that she could ask now. As the gentleman entered the room with him, Julius looked at the young girl and asked what she wanted to ask him. Mint was a little puzzled, because she knew that the gentleman was always busy, so she was not able to meet with him. It had been a long time since their last meeting, but it seemed to her that the gentleman had become much more handsome. Mint looked at the gentleman and said that the tutor had offered to introduce her to a lady so that she could study more effectively and make a friend. Julius looked puzzled and thoughtfully at Mint. Julius looked at the girl and said that the choice was hers, since he did not forbid her. Mint was shocked, but she was also very happy. Julius said that if the girl needs anything, then she can safely contact the butler. Julius was about to leave her company. Suddenly, Mint ran up to him and asked if they could have dinner together today. The last time they ate together, Mint couldn't eat much and had to quickly stop eating. The Archduke looked at the Mint and said that, unfortunately, he was very busy today. Mint looked at him and, puzzled, asked for forgiveness. She said she shouldn't have asked him something like that. The Archduke looked at her and said that she did not need to apologize, and she did not need to ask for his forgiveness. He looked at her and said he would pretend he didn't hear that apology. A moment later, he said it was time for him to go. The maid looked at her mistress and said that she had not looked well all day. The maid looked at the mistress and asked if something had really happened to her. Mint told the maid that Mr. Julius refused to dine with her. The maid smiled and said that the Archduke was simply used to eating alone, and he doesn't at all hate the thought of eating with her. The maid looked at her mistress and said with a smile that she would prepare the most delicious thing in the world for her. After all, Mint tries very hard in her studies. Mint thanked her maid. Mint knew that her dream had come true, and now she lives in a beautiful house. She wondered if she could not fall on her face and become as great a person as the master. But still, he did not tell her why he brought her to his home, and this made her very worried. Mint knew that the most important thing now was to study as hard as possible. Her thoughts disappeared after the butler came into her room. The butler looked at his mistress and said that it was time to take her medicine. The young lady was shocked because she understood that she needed to take medicine today. The maid smiled at the butler and told him not to worry, since the lady was already taking her medicine well. The butler smiled and said that this was very good news. The butler looked at the lady and asked if she had received the news. Mint looked at him, puzzled. The butler said that due to the fact that the lady was seriously undernourished, she would need to take medicine specially formulated for her. Mint thanked him. The butler looked at her and said that even if the medicine did not taste good, she still needed to drink half of it. Mint could not restrain herself and spat out the contents. The young girl was very embarrassed. She looked at the butler and asked him for forgiveness. She said she would clean everything up immediately. The butler looked at her and told her that she didn't need to do anything. He told her not to forget that she was a mistress, not a servant. Some time later, the young lady drank all the medicine. Mr. Julius told her that if she needed anything, she could ask the butler. But the butler scared her a little, even though Mint knew that the butler was a good person. But after everything she had experienced, all men began to frighten her. The young lady was a little puzzled, since Mr. Julius did not frighten her at all, and it was very strange for her. The butler looked at the lady and said that he had come to visit her. She was surprised because she did not expect to see a guest. Roll looked at her and said that before she met the guest, she needed to remember something strictly. Tibeliana arrived to Mayata. Acela Tibelian smiled and said that she was very pleased to meet Mint. Mint looked intently at the girl, as it seemed to her that she was as beautiful as a rose. Roll looked at the young lady and said that her guest would be the first person from a noble family that she would meet, so she should be on her guard. Roll shouted to the young lady not to be timid, because she shouldn't show fear. He said that the way she presented herself would reflect on the Archduke. The young lady was a little puzzled, as the butlers looked very intimidating. He looked at her and told her that under no circumstances should she allow bad things to be said about her, and most importantly, she needs to be careful. Mint was a little puzzled by everything that was happening. She looked closely at her new friend. Mint knew that the girl was a child just like her. Mint understood that the girl would hardly spread rumors. A moment later, Mint introduced herself to her new acquaintance. Mint knew that Mr. Yuli's reputation should not suffer because of her. Mint smiled and thanked the girl for coming to her. Mint knew that this was the best thing she could do for the one who saved her. Acela looked at Mint and thanked her for Mint accepting her, even though she arrived quite late. Acela said that when she first heard about Mint from her tutor, she immediately decided to meet her. Mint was surprised, because I didn't expect that anyone would want to meet her. Acela said she thought it would be cool to have a friend her own age. She looked at her and asked if she could just call her Mint, if she didn't mind, of course. Mint looked intently at her new acquaintance. She was very happy because she had a real friend. Mint looked intently at the girl. She was as beautiful as a flower, and with a pleasant smile. Mint was happy that she finally had a friend. So is her age. Acela looked at Mint and said that she is now the most famous person in the empire. Acela said that she thought that if others knew that she had met Mint, everyone would be jealous of her. Acela said that everyone is interested in looking at Mint, since Archduke Julius himself decided to adopt her. Mint was shocked, as she did not expect to hear something like this. She said that she was daydreaming too much and relaxed after realizing that she had a friend. Acela looked at the Mint and said that she was very interested in something. She asked Mint where she came from and where she lived before. Mint understood that she needed to quickly change the topic. Peppermint looked at her new friend and said that she was actually worried from the very beginning. Who is this man who came with her? Mint was a little surprised, since the boy had been standing all this time, and Acela had not introduced him at all. Acela looked sideways at the young man and said that this was her bodyguard. Acela said that the boy was of rather low rank to be eligible to become a servant. She said that was why she decided to make him a bodyguard and take him with her everywhere. Acela said that it is considered fashionable among young girls to have a personal bodyguard. Acela looked at the young man and said that he had been a slave before. But after she saw his beautiful scarlet eyes, she immediately wanted him. But because of the beautiful eyes, the price was quite high. Mint was very surprised, since the girl spoke about a person as if he were some kind of thing. Acela looked at Mint and said that when she saw her, she immediately noticed her unusually beautiful eyes. Acela looked at Mint with a grin and said that if she were a slave, then Mint could be sold at a very high price. She smiled and said that she thought she would even buy it herself. Mint was shocked by this statement. Acela, in turn, smiled and said that it was a joke. The young lady said that Mint is not a commoner, so she won't be in danger. And even more so, the Archduke would not take a child, a commoner, into his care. Acela said that there are rumors in secular society that the Archduke adopted a commoner girl from an orphanage. She said people like to spread rumors without any basis. She smiled and said that it was good that she decided to personally check the veracity of these rumors. After all, they turned out to be pathetic lies. Acela looked at Peppermint and said that she would like to continue the conversation further. She smiled and asked where Mint used to live, as she would really like to hear everything in detail. Mint was a little scared, as she realized that the girl already knew everything about her. Acela said that she would like to get to know Mint better. Mint was at a loss, and didn't know if she could show her character at the moment. Since she did not want the Archduke to drown in rumors, she didn't know if she could show her anger now. Mint didn't know whether she should hold back or show everything she was capable of. She didn't know what would be the right thing to do in this situation. Acela looked at Peppermint and said with a grin that she would like to know from her the answer to the question she had received. She said that soon all she would hear were rumors, since she was sure that Mint could not be a commoner from the orphanage. Acela said with a grin that a person like Mint could not become a member of the Elkadonia family. Peppermint looked at the young lady and said with a smile that she would like to talk about it after they became closer to each other. She knew she had done everything right, and she shouldn't have gotten emotional. After all, the master's reputation will depend on how she presents herself. Acela looked at Mint and told her to promise her that she would definitely tell her everything later. The young lady looked at Peppermint and said that they have actually become friends, and she can lend her his bodyguard for a week. She looked at Mint and told her to take a closer look at him, and if she likes it, then she can sell it to her. Acela told Peppermint with a grin that they looked good together, and she even thought for a second that they were both commoners. A moment later, the butler came in. He smiled and asked forgiveness for coming to them so late. Acela was surprised, as she did not expect to see Sir Roel. She looked at him and asked what his job was at the estate. Roel looked at her and bowed deeply. He said that he currently works at the estate as a butler. Roel looked at his watch and said that he didn't even notice how quickly time flew by and it was already dark. Roel told the lady that the Marquis must be very worried about her. He said that she needed to go home as soon as possible and he would see her off. Acela agreed with him and said that they would meet Peppermint next week. Mint was very surprised, but she was also glad that thanks to the butler she managed to restrain herself. However, she understood that she would not be able to restrain herself next time. Mint looked sideways at the young man and said that he was probably tired of standing. She looked at him and asked if he wanted to sit down. The young man looked at her intently, but did not answer. Mint looked at him and asked with a smile if he would like to eat together. She said there was cake and hot chocolate. The young man looked at her intently and said that only small children eat this. Mint looked closely at the young man, because by his appearance you couldn't tell that he had grown up. She looked at him and asked if he was already an adult. The young man said that he was only 15 years old. He looked at the Mint and timidly said that it was simply what Mrs. Acela always said. Mint looked at him and said that her name was Mint Elsidonia. The young man said that he had heard this before. Mint smiled timidly and said that she understood, since Mrs. Acela had previously told her what her name was. She smiled and said that now it was his turn to introduce himself. The young man looked at her and said that she could continue to blow him up just as a bodyguard. Mint looked at him and asked if he really didn't have a name. A moment later, she said that she would come up with it herself. She began to wonder out loud which name would suit him best. The young man looked at her and said that his name was Urion. A moment later, the butler returned to their room. He looked at his mistress and asked if she wanted to meet Miss Acela later. Mint looked at him and said that she would like to meet her, and she also asked why he was asking such a question. Roel looked at the young mistress and said that if suddenly she did not want to meet with her again, then Mint could refuse. Mint realized that it seemed like he had arrived on time for a reason. He had heard the entire conversation from the very beginning. Mint looked at the butler and said with a smile that everything was fine, and she didn't mind meeting her and continuing their friendship. Mint understood that if she refused this, then the words of the owner of the shelter that she had no friends would again become true. And there may also be rumors that she is a strange loner, after which she will be avoided. Mint understood that she had become part of a new family, so she should not miss this opportunity and should make friends. Peppermint looked at her new friend and asked if he would like to eat cookies with her. Urian confronted his mistress and said that the bodyguard should not eat the same food that his mistress eats. Mint looked at him, puzzled. She said that she took more on purpose so that they could eat together. She looked at him, puzzled, and said that she couldn't possibly eat all the cookies alone. A moment later, they were eating cookies together. Mint noticed a beautiful petal. She noticed that it was not at all like the other petals, which had already lost their beauty. She thought it was as if he had just stepped out of a photograph. She looked at her friend, and with a smile told him to extend his hand. The young man was at a loss. Mint smiled and told him to look at the petal that had just fallen. Mint smiled and said that the petal fell and was not damaged at all. Urian, in turn, took the petal to the trash can. Mint was surprised. The young man looked at the lady and said that if she had said it right away, he would have picked it up and thrown it in the trash. He said she didn't have to pick it up at all. Mint was puzzled. She looked at the young man and said that she actually wanted to give the petal not so that he would throw it away, but because I wanted to give him a gift. The young man was surprised and puzzled. He realized that he had made a mistake. A moment later, he ran to the trash can and began his search. Mint was in shock. She shouted that there was no need to get him, and everything was fine. She said that the petal was already dirty, and later she will find him another petal and will definitely give it to him. The young man looked at her and said that this was her gift, and there was no way he could leave it in the trash. A moment later, he approached her with a petal in his hands. Urian looked at her and thanked her with a smile. He also said that he would treasure the petal. Mint looked intently at the young boy. At first glance, she thought he was very rude and cold, but she knew that if you got to know him better, you would understand that he was a very warm and kind person. She knew that if they both met at the orphanage, they could become friends. Urian looked at Mint and asked her not to do the work of a servant in the future. After all, she was an aristocrat, which means she should enjoy the comforts and give orders. Mint understood that her friend did not know that just a month ago, she was a person who was not worthy of even eating dog food. Mint looked at her friend and said with a smile that in this case he should be comfortable too. He looked at her and said that she was wrong, since he was just a bodyguard and nothing more. Mint was puzzled because she realized that she would now have to look for friends among the aristocrats. She wished she had a choice of who to be friends with, since she understood that in this case she chose Urian as a friend, not Acela. Peppermint looked at him and asked if they became friends. He would be able to relax and enjoy the comforts. The young man said that he could not become her friend. Mint looked at him and asked what he did while in the Tibelian family. Mint realized a moment later that she had asked the wrong question, since she brought up that Acela, whom she knew, was dressing badly with the young man. Urian timidly averted his eyes and said that he served his mistress around the clock, day and night. Mint was surprised. She asked if she understood correctly that he served even at night. Mint quickly jumped up and asked him if his mistress had beaten him. She asked him if he really hadn't slept at all. Urian said that therefore he does not know what hobby he could occupy himself with outside of working hours. A moment later, the young man told his mistress to forget everything he had just told her, because he understood that they were talking about completely different things. Mint looked at him and asked if he wanted to tell her anything else. Mint looked at him and said that it was good that everything was fine with him, and no one beat him. The Archduke moved closer to them, and the atmosphere between them became very tense. She looked at Julia and greeted him. She looked at him and said that she would like to introduce the bodyguard that her friend Lady Acela left her. The Archduke looked sideways at the young man and said that he knew about it. Mint understood that the Archduke was always very busy. She didn't understand why he came in work clothes. She thought that most likely something had happened. The Archduke looked at her and asked if she had eaten yet. Mint was surprised, as she did not expect such a question. Last time she was selfish and asked him to eat with her. She understood that he was very busy now, and she could not make the same mistake as before. Mint looked at him and said that she had already eaten with Urian. She said with a smile that they had a great conversation and it was a lot of fun. Peppermint looked at the Archduke and said that he must have been very worried about this. She thanked him for his excitement. Mint understood that she needed to stress him less if she wanted to stay in the estate. Mint did not at all want to disturb the Archduke over trifles, because I understood that he was always very busy. Mint looked at him closely, as she was surprised, and did not understand why his mood suddenly changed. Mint was a little puzzled, and did not understand what had happened. She thought that she most likely said something was wrong. Mint looked at the Archduke and said that she had already had lunch, and therefore the master need not worry about her. The Archduke was shocked. He looked away, puzzled, and asked if he really shouldn't worry. Mint noticed that the gentleman had a strange expression on his face. She didn't know if she said something wrong. Urian looked at the Archduke and said that he would serve the princess sincerely and would do everything to make her comfortable. The Archduke looked at the youth and said that he noticed that he had been properly trained. The Archduke said that in that case he would leave them. Mint thought that everything seemed to be back to normal. Mint wished him a good working day with a smile. Finally, the Archduke told the girl not to wait for the next opportunity. Mint was surprised and did not understand what was going on. She watched intently as he left. Mint did not understand what he meant and what possibility he was talking about. Urian looked at his mistress and asked if she really did not want to dine with the Archduke. Mint looked at him, puzzled, and said that it was all a misunderstanding. She said she recently asked him to eat with her, but he was busy, and now she didn't want him to worry about her. Mint said that she wanted to show him that she could handle it herself. She looked at her friend and asked if this was not what princesses were supposed to do. The young man was puzzled. He said that she was already a princess. Mint looked at him and said that they would now go to lunch. Mint couldn't tell the young man that she wanted them to be friends, and in fact she was not a princess at all, but she couldn't tell him this. But still she really wanted to tell him everything. Mint wanted him to wait a little until she becomes a real princess, and then she is obligated, you told him everything. Mint knew that then she would invite him to become real friends. Acela met with Peppermint a week later. She looked at Mint and said that she was very glad Mint would come to her mansion. Acela said that everyone has been preparing hard and is looking forward to Mint. Mint thanked the young lady with a smile for inviting her to the tea party. Acela looked at Peppermint and said that everything would be wonderful and everyone would change their minds when they met Peppermint. Acela knew that there were rumors about Mint that she was an orphan, like their commoner. Acela looked at Peppermint with a grin. Mint, in turn, no longer wanted such aristocrats as Acela to meet on her way. But in turn, Mint knew that everything was not so bad. Mint knew that she had to be very careful so as not to inconvenience her master. The butler looked at the young lady and said that regarding the tea party, Mr. Julius said that she could do what she wanted. Mint looked at the butler and said with a smile that she would accept the invitation to tea. She knew that if Mr. Julius had told her not to go, she would not have gone. She was sure that if she stayed, there would be even more rumors about her. The butler looked at her and with a smile told her not to worry, as their knights would protect her. Sometimes the butler role frightened Mint, but she was very glad that he was on their side. Peppermint knew that this was all like a test of becoming a princess anyway. Mint hoped that in this case the master would recognize her as a princess. Her friend was always by her side. He looked at her intently. Mint knew that if their knights were so strong, then she must be strong too. The young man looked closely at his mistress, without taking his eyes off her. Acela glared at her former bodyguard. She knew they were birds of a feather. The lady looked at Peppermint and said with a grin that she seemed to get along very well with the bodyguard. She said they were more like friends. Mint looked at Acela and said with a smile that she had a lot of fun with the bodyguard, and also Mint thanked the young lady for such a chance. Urian smiled and said that he was very glad that the princess liked everything, since it was a great honor for him. Acela was a little puzzled as she realized that they both didn't understand her sarcasm. She realized that they were really suitable for each other. Acela looked intently at the young people. She didn't understand why it irritated her so much. She hated to see how they got along with each other. In an instant, the young lady stood up and looked at the Mint. She said that she would like to go to Ebel Street. Mint was a little surprised, as she did not expect this. Mint looked at her in surprise, because she didn't know about such a street. The young lady smiled and asked if it was true, Mint. I don't know who the street is. She said it was a slum and full of beggars. Acela said with a grin that they nobles need to help such people. Acela shouted to the coachman to take them to Ebel Street. The young man was surprised. He looked sideways at the lady and asked if they were not going to the mansion. Damage was a little puzzled. he said in a trembling voice that the princess should not be in such a place. Acella was very angry and did not understand how they could talk to her like that. One of the knights came closer to the Mint and asked if she really wanted to go there. Mint was a little puzzled, but still agreed to go outside. Mint thought that when they arrived on the street, the young lady would simply say that this was the place and they would leave. She didn't think it would harm her. But Mint was a little puzzled, as she was very tired. The man looked at the carriage with a grin and asked what such aristocrats were doing in such a place. He looked at them and asked if they had come to give them alms. He said with a grin that in that case they would take everything. Mint was shocked because she did not expect this. She was very scared. Mint looked sideways at her friend. Acella said that she herself did not know what this place was. Acella said that they need not worry, as the knights who accompanied them are the best knights in the empire. Mint was a little surprised, but at the same time happy, since the knights were simply incredible. Acella looked at the knights and said that they had dealt with everyone. Acella said that she was right and they needed to hurry up and leave. The knights noticed another man whom they had not dealt with earlier. The man struck the horse with a knife as fast as lightning. The horse, in turn, became furious, and thereby the carriage overturned. Urian, with the speed of lightning, reached for the Mint and grabbed it. They both fell. The horse became nervous and began to run away. One of the knights reported the situation to the master. He said they immediately went after them. But, unfortunately, here the tracks ended abruptly. Julius looked at the carriage and said that there should be at least some traces left. Julius looked at everyone present with a fierce look and said that there must be traces. He ordered to find at least some trace with lightning speed, otherwise everyone would die by his hand. Mint was very scared. She didn't know where she was. Through the veil of fear, she saw a man. She was furiously afraid of him and asked him not to hit her. Mint woke up from someone calling her. Urian called her name several more times. She was surprised when she saw him. In a trembling voice, Mint asked where she was now. Urian looked at her and asked if she was okay. He also asked if she had any pain. Mint pulled herself up to sit down. She said that she was fine and also thanked him for his concern. Mint vaguely remembered what happened. She remembered that the carriage shook violently and then the carriage suddenly stopped, and a bunch of suspicious people rushed in. Urian looked at the lady and said that they had been kidnapped. They were probably illegal slave traders. Mint was surprised. She didn't understand whether it was true or not. She looked closely at the children. She was surprised because she understood that these were the most ordinary children. She knew that slave traders sold commoners at the market. Mint knew that judging by the way they were kidnapped, it looked like they were kidnapped too. Urian looked at the lady and said that, surprisingly, she was very calm. He said Acella cried a lot and was taken to another place. Mint looked at the young man and asked why he was so calm in this situation. The young man timidly said that he was a bodyguard and was being sold at such a market. Mint looked at him, puzzled, and asked for forgiveness. Urian said that's not how the legal slave market works. By law, they must enter into an Arab contract by personal agreement. And if something goes wrong, the government can intervene. Mint was a little puzzled, since she had never seen the slave market, because she lived in an orphanage. She knew that it would be nice to live among the aristocrats and serve them. Still, she was waiting for the moment when one of the aristocrats would adopt her. Mint thought that she was about to become happy. But, unfortunately, she passed test after test. Mint looked at the wall and saw an incomprehensible symbol. She saw the pagan coat of arms of the religion of Kalaism. Urian, puzzled, said that it seems this is the place where the remnants of Kalaism gathered. The Kalists are pagans who have been fighting the empire for over 10 years. Not many people died in that one, and Mr. Julius personally destroyed them and put an end to the war. Peppermint knew it was true because she had heard it in class. She didn't understand why something like this reminded her of an ominous landscape and made her heart flutter. A man rushed towards them. He looked at Peppermint with a smirk, and he called her. Urian blocked the young lady with his body and looked at the man angrily. He told the man to stop and not come closer. The young man looked contemptuously at the man and asked if he knew whose daughter she was. Urian told the man that he would not be forgiven for his antics. The man said with contempt that it was difficult for him to deal with aristocrats. He said that they were very surprised to find a carriage of nobles in such a place. The man, with the speed of lightning, struck the young man with a strong blow. With a grin, he said that when the aristocrats find out about the loss, the girl will already be sold far from here. Mint was in shock. She screamed to her friend. The man grabbed the young lady's hand. He said with a grin that he heard from the girl in the other room that Mint was from the Elkadonia family. The man said with a grin that this is very good, and this is quite enough for blackmail. The man grabbed the young lady by the hand and began to lead her out, since everyone was already waiting. Urian stood up a little. He didn't want his mistress to be taken away. Urian said through clenched teeth that he should be taken instead of her. The man hit the boy again and asked if he wanted to die now. Mint was in shock. She screamed for the man to stop. Mint looked at the man and, in a trembling voice, said that she would go with him if only he would stop beating her friend. The man looked closely at the boy and said that, apparently, he had a lot of strength since he still resisted him. He said it was excellent and the boy could show himself to those who would buy him. The man looked at Peppermint and told her to go forward and not stop. Mint looked sideways at her friend who was lying on the ground. Mint was in shock. She didn't understand why Urian was doing this for someone like her. It's not enough why he fought so desperately for her. Mint and the man walked slowly along the corridor. Peppermint knew she needed to thank her friend. She understood that if she now went with the man to the place where he told her to go, then she would never meet her friend again. Entering the room, she saw many people screaming very loudly. Mint was surprised and frightened and looked at everyone present. The man shouted for people to calm down. He said it seems the rumor spread sooner than he thought. The man hugged Mint. He said with a grin that today's product is the Elkadonian girl, the arch-enemy of Caliasum. He said that there were rumors that the girl was the princess of Elsidonia. The man said with a smirk that considering the blood they had shed as believers, they deserved it. He said it would be perfect to get even with them. The man said with a grin that he would like to start bidding in that case. Mint was shocked by everything that was happening. She understood that she would most likely die. Mint looked intently at everyone present. She knew that she had to do everything right, but she still knew that soon she would die. She knew she shouldn't act like a crab. She knew she didn't have to show any trembling or fear. Mint understood that her actions could affect the reputation of the Archduchy. Mint understood that this was all terribly scary, but she had to do just that. Everyone present shouted for the Mint to be sacrificed to the gods. They wanted to take all her blood. They frantically wanted to punish the Archduke for all his sins. Mint was very scared, and she was very scared. She thought that most likely her life would end now. This endless nightmare now confirmed this to her. However, contrary to what she was prepared for, her body was shaking. But still she understood why. Mint mentally thanked Mr. Yuli for making all her dreams come true. She was glad that she knew many kind people who gave her warm memories. But she was still very sorry that she could not repay them. Mint looked at the man and called him. A moment later, Peppermint asked if she could have her last word. Someone in the crowd said that now was not the time to ask for salvation. She remembered the master's words. He told her that if you have something to say, you should always look your opponent in the eyes and speak. Mint looked at them, and in a trembling voice said that they were idiots. Everyone present was shocked. They did not expect this. She looked at them and said that they were pathetic idiots who were taking revenge through a child. Instead of dying like a fool, Peppermint wanted to die like a true princess. Mint knew that at least this way she would not harm the master's reputation. The men were shocked. They did not understand what she was saying. They wanted her to die now. They were furious because they knew that nothing else could be expected from her family. They screamed in rage for her to die now. Mint looked at them and thanked them for these words. Mint knew that she was doing well. For a moment, she thought she heard the master's voice. The man shouted in rage that he himself would cut off her head right now. Mint looked closely at the man and closed her eyes. But a moment later, she opened her eyes and saw the Archduke who had killed the man. Mint was in shock. She didn't understand whether she died or was still alive. A moment later, she noticed that the gentleman had severed her rope. The Archduke looked at her sideways and told her to close her eyes. Looking sideways at the girl, he said that it would be better for her not to see this. The Archduke dealt with everyone with lightning speed. Peppermint knew that the Archduke told her to close her eyes, but somehow she felt that she would regret it if she closed her eyes. Suddenly, someone grabbed her hand. The man shouted for Julius to stop now. The man was furious. He shouted that if Julius was not identified, he would kill the girl. The man put a dagger to Mint's throat. The man shouted at the Archduke to stop. The man looked at the Archduke and asked if Julius thought he was joking. Julius looked at Mint and told her to close her eyes this time. A moment later, he told her to cover her ears too. A few minutes later, Julius held Mint in his hands. He looked at her and gently told her to remove her hands. Since everything is already over, he looked at her and told her to grab her shoulder or neck. Mint looked at him puzzled and agreed. Mint was shocked and very happy. She realized that Mr. Julius had come for her in order to save her. The Archduke looked at the young lady and said with a smile that she was smart. He said that she really said everything she wanted. Mint was a little puzzled. She said that she thought these were her last words. Julius looked at her and said that, nevertheless, she held up well here. He said with a smile that she surprised him. Mint was surprised and did not understand what was going on. The Archduke looked at her and said that it was a sight that would make her peers swoon. Mint was surprised. She looked closely at everyone present who was lying dead on the floor. Julius looked at her and told her not to look. Mint, puzzled, apologized and said that she didn't know. Mint understood that this was a very bloody scene, but for some reason it seemed to her that she had already seen something like this somewhere. She was a little puzzled as her stomach was in pain. Julius looked at her and told her not to remember what she had just seen. He told her to close her eyes and forget everything, because now she was safe. Mint was surprised, but she also knew that she suddenly felt very good. She desperately wanted to sleep. But she still knew that before she fell asleep, she had to say something. Mint quietly asked the gentleman to take care of her friend. The Archduke in turn did not answer. Mint woke up from the noise, but she was also very hot. The maid looked at her and said that she still had a fever. In a trembling voice, she told Mint to hold on, and she would now bring her more water. The butler looked at the young lady and said that the fever had completely subsided. But she still can't get up yet, since her body has not yet gained enough strength. Roll said in a trembling voice that it was his fault, and he also asked for her forgiveness. He said he should have gone with her. Peppermint knew it wasn't his fault at all. She wanted to tell him this, but couldn't. She was puzzled as she felt that her body was very heavy, and she couldn't say anything. Mint was very surprised, as she was taken care of. Mint was also surprised because the butler was very kind to her. She didn't understand why she was always afraid of him. Mint suddenly remembered the director of the orphanage. He told her that it was all because of her, and she didn't know her place. He told her that she was a useless thing. Mint was at the task, since she again had a dream about the orphanage. She didn't know when she would stop dreaming about them. She heard someone asking her why she was blaming the director again. The girl, who was very similar to Mint, said that she was dreaming about him because Mint wanted it. Mint was very puzzled and did not understand what the girl was saying. Mint said that she did not want to see this dream at all. The girl smiled and said that Mint herself knows where her place is. That's why she has this dream. The girl smiled and said that the food was delicious, the bed was warm, and there were no pains in the body. Such happiness did not suit Mint. The girl said that Mint knows herself that this is too good for her. The girl said that he is Mint. She doesn't want to admit it, so she continues to assure the butler and the nobles. She looked at Mint and asked who is to blame for this, that Mint fires everyone and doesn't trust anyone. Mint shouted with rage that this was not true, and she was happy here. The girl came closer to Mint and asked why Mint feels so good when she dreams in the closet. Mint was puzzled and didn't know what to answer. The girl said angrily that Mint doesn't want to be happy at all, and she can't even admit it. Mint woke up screaming. She didn't understand where she was. Mint was in shock. She did not raise this reality or dream. She felt dizzy, but still knew she had to get up. Her body was very heavy. A moment later, she saw a gentleman sitting next to her. Julius looked at her and asked if everything was okay. Mint was in shock. She did not understand why the Archduke was next to her. Julius looked at her and said that her hands were still hot. He asked her if she didn't need to lie down some more. The Archduke looked at Mint and said that her fever had already subsided, but it was still too early to get up. Mint was surprised because she realized that Yuli took care of her. The Archduke looked at her and said that the carriage hit everything very hard when it was traveling. He said she probably doesn't know, but she has a lot of bruises all over her body. Mint was surprised. When she calmed down, she felt all this pain. He looked at her and said that she had not recovered yet, but he was very glad that she had not broken anything. She looked at him and asked for forgiveness. But a moment later, she thanked him for saving her. Julius looked at her and said that she was preparing to die. He asked her why she didn't think about him saving her either. He looked at her and asked why she thought her family would abandon her. Mint was at a loss. She didn't know what to answer. She felt darkness envelop her. She was told that nothing could be done about it. And no matter how good the Archduke is, this makes no sense, and it doesn't suit her to be a princess at all. The Archduke looked at her and asked if she did not trust him. The darkness whispered to her. She said that being a princess is hard and scary, and happiness does not suit her. Mint trembled and asked the darkness to stop saying such things to her. The darkness said that it was better for her to be in the closet, and she would be more comfortable there. Mint said that this is not so. Mint thought she was talking to the gentleman, but she was very scared, and only bad thoughts entered her head. Mint saw a gentleman in the darkness who said that nothing could be done. He looked at her and said that it was only his fault, that he didn't deserve her trust. Julius looked at her and said that she was sweating a lot. He said he would bring her another towel. Mint, with a trembling voice, thanked him. Julius looked at Mint and said that, as she understands, Elsidonia is not a small family. He said that he was strong enough to save her. He looked at her and said that of course he should not have allowed her to be kidnapped. Mint said that everything was fine, and in the end, it was her fault that she agreed to Acella's request. The Archduke looked at her and asked if she was now going to apologize for her kidnapping. Mint said, puzzled, that she was not going to apologize. Mint noticed that the gentleman had a very scary expression on his face. Julius looked at her and said that he didn't know how she lived before you came to the estate, but he said that he wanted her to remember one thing. He told her to always trust him, since he will always come to his person, no matter where he is. Mint was puzzled. She didn't understand why he was doing this to her. He looked at her and said that, besides, she was still a child and very small, and it is natural for an adult to protect a child. Julius said that it seemed to him that she did not understand this at all. Mint was upset, as she realized that for the master, she was just a small child. He realized that she did not understand his words at all. He looked at her and told her to rest. He said she had plenty of time to sleep. She looked at him and asked him to wait. Mint looked at the gentleman and asked in a trembling voice if he could stay until she fell asleep. Mint realized that she was acting like a little child again. But for some reason, when she heard his words, she felt that she might be a little capricious. The Archduke looked at the young lady and said that he would sit with her. Mint was surprised because she didn't expect him to agree. The Archduke looked at her and said with a smile that he would not sing a lullaby. Mint looked at him, puzzled. The gentleman said that he was not confident in his singing. After hearing about the lullaby, Mint wanted to hear him sing. The Archduke looked at her and said that it seemed she was not going to sleep, judging by her open eyes. Mint said that she was already falling asleep. Julius smiled and said that was good. He said that she needed to get some sleep and not forget to eat well, since she didn't eat at all while she was sick. Julius said he felt how light it was when he picked it up. He looked at her and asked if she was taking medication. Mint said that of course she always drinks it, and he drinks the whole bottle in one gulp. He looked at her and said that if she wanted to eat, she could tell the maid or butler about it at any time, and if there is something else, then she can always tell him. Julius looked at her and, puzzled, told her not to do what she didn't want. When she was a little puzzled, because she knew that if she did all this, she would become as angry and capricious as Acella. Mint said that she is now a princess, and that doesn't mean she doesn't like it. Mint didn't know how to correctly convey what she was thinking. Julius looked intently at Mint. He remembered the past, and these memories made him feel uneasy. Julius looked at her and told her to think about what she didn't like, and she could say so. Mint, puzzled, said that she understood everything, but nothing came to her mind. Julius said it could be anything. Julius said it was because he brought her here. Mint, puzzled, asked what he was talking about. He looked at her and said that it was nothing special. He told her to go to sleep and not talk until dawn. She knew that this was impossible, and said with a smile that she was already falling asleep. Mint knew she had to ask again later about their conversation. She felt a warm hand. Usually, when it became quiet, she heard the cry of an owl from afar. This sound used to frighten her, when she was driven away and she had to sleep on the hill. But now, to her surprise, she could hear herself breathing. Mint was surprised, as she had never heard such a quiet sound before, and the cry of the owl no longer bothered her. Mint walked along the corridor. Peppermint was a little puzzled because she thought something happened before she fell asleep, but she couldn't remember anything. A moment later, she saw the door and knew she had arrived. Mint knocked and asked if she could come in. She also asked her friend if he was awake. Jurien was surprised, as he did not expect to see the lady. Peppermint said she heard he was very badly hurt. Urian greeted the lady and said that he was fine. Peppermint was shocked as she saw his face. Mint ran up to him with the speed of lightning. She said it was not okay and asked for his forgiveness. She said he suffered because of her. The young man said that this is not so. Mint looked at him, puzzled, and told him not to get up, but rather to lie down. Mint, puzzled, asked for his forgiveness and thanked him for the kidnapping and for the prison, because he helped her a lot. Jurian said he was fine and she shouldn't worry about him. Urian looked at her and said that it was not he who saved her husband, but the Archduke. Mint said that this is so, since they are just children. She said that it is not surprising that they are weaker than adults like Mr. Urian said, puzzled, that he was still a child, but he already wanted to become an adult as soon as possible. He said that he would like to be able to save his mistress, even if the Archduke was not around. Mint was a little surprised. She said that he still had to protect Acella. Mint was a little puzzled as her friend abandoned the mistress to save her. She knew Acella wouldn't like it, as he rushed to help Mint. Urian looked at Mint and said that he didn't care about Miss Acella. He said he just wanted to protect Peppermint. Mint was surprised and asked why he would want to protect her. Urian looked away from Mint and said that it was all because Mint was kind to him. Mint smiled and said that it was because she wanted to be friends with him. Urian looked at the Mint and said, puzzled, that he could not be friends with the young missus. Peppermint smiled and said that he had said that before. Mint understood that she could not be friends with him, as it would burden him. She knew that when the treatment was over, he would return to his mistress, and then they probably won't have the opportunity to meet in the future. The young man looked at her and said with a smile that he was very glad that Mint considered him a friend. He thanked her for this with a smile. A moment later, he said with a smile that he was sincerely glad about it. A moment later, Peppermint grabbed her friend's hand as she wanted to tell him something. Urian looked at her in surprise. Mint looked at her friend and asked with a smile if he didn't mind, if he wanted to stay with her. Urian looked at her and said that he wouldn't mind staying with her. Mint looked at him and asked if he wanted to live here with her. She was glad that she was finally able to show him her feelings. She didn't want to say goodbye to him at all. She didn't want to let him go to the lady who convinces him. Urian looked at Mint in surprise and intently. Mint looked at him and said with a smile that she would make sure he stayed on the estate. She remembered the words of Mr. Julius, who told her not to do anything that she did not like. The Archduke sat in his office and carefully examined the documents. He was a little puzzled, as it became more difficult for him to concentrate on his work. The Archduke thought that he needed to rest. The Archduke realized from the sound of footsteps outside the door that it was already dinner time. He smiled, thoughtful. Because I remembered that I told Mint that she should eat whenever she wants. He didn't understand how she could hesitate over such little things, even though she was so brave in the face of death. The Archduke thought that Mint was a very interesting child. Mint looked at the Archduke and shouted to him that she wanted to live with Urian. The Archduke was shocked, as he did not expect this from a young girl. A moment later, Peppermint said, puzzled, that she wished he lived here. The gentleman smiled and said that he understood everything. He looked at her and told her to first sit down and eat. Mint thanked him. Mint was surprised that the gentleman also loved sweets. For her, it was surprising. The Archduke looked at her and asked if she loved Jurian. Mint was shocked, as she did not expect such a question. She said, puzzled, that she didn't love him at all. Mint said that she was simply grateful to the boy for what he did. She said that you were in a carriage and in prison. He always wanted to save her. The more she thought about it, the more grateful she was to him, and she desperately wanted to apologize to him. Mint said that she was in his debt, but if the boy returns to his previous family, he will be treated poorly. The Archduke looked at her and asked if it was only because of this. Mint looked at the Archduke in surprise. The Archduke looked at her and asked if she was asking him to let the boy live here because he would feel bad in his previous family. The Archduke looked at her and said with a warm smile that he had previously told her to say what she wanted. The Archduke said that she now reminded him of the day when she first came here. Mint looked at him, puzzled. She understood that everything was different then. She sincerely wanted this, but she didn't know if she could say that. Mint was puzzled. She didn't even want to think about the fact that the boy could go back to the family where he was being bullied. Mint looked at the Archduke and said that she would really like the boy to stay at the estate. Mint looked at the gentleman alone and said that she wanted to become friends with him. The Archduke looked at her and said that anyone who saw this would think he was making fun of the Mint. Mint looked at him in surprise and said that this was not true at all. The Archduke looked at her and said that he understood her. Mint was surprised, but also very glad that she told him everything. The Archduke looked at her and said that they could eat later. He looked very tired. Mint was surprised. The Archduke said that he wanted to sleep before dinner and then eat. Urian entered their office. The young man looked at the Archduke and asked if he had called him. The Archduke noticed that the boy did not look very well. The Archduke looked at the boy and asked if it would be okay if he touched his face. The boy obediently agreed. The Archduke looked at the boy closely and said that he had a strong body and could become big in the future. The Archduke looked at the young man and said that when the wound healed, he would be able to train with the immortal knights. Mint was a little surprised, since she had not heard of knights before. She realized that these were knights who protected the family. The Archduke looked at the young man and said that he would be sorry to make him just a service. Julius looked at him and said that if he did not want to, he could return to Tibelian. Urian said that he does not want to go back at all, and this is a great honor for him. He thanked the Archduke and said that he would do everything possible. Mint was very happy and also surprised that the young man could speak so loudly. The Archduke looked at Urian and said that even if Urian had not agreed, he still would not have let him go. The young man was surprised. Mint rushed to him and said with a smile that this was very wonderful. Mint thanked the Archduke with a smile. Julius knew that the boy saved Mint, and he will do as she wants. The Archduke looked intently at the young people. He knew that the young man's future depended on the purpose for which he came to El Sidonia. Roel looked at the man and said that it would be better if he answered. The man was scared. He said that he didn't know anything. He said he didn't know the princess was involved. And I just went there because there was an auction there. The man, puzzled, said that he knew that he could not participate in auctions. But still, he was sure that the Archduke had no right to tell him about morality. Roel was surprised that the Archduke came. He looked at the butler and told him to leave the room, and he would do everything himself. The man looked at the Archduke puzzled and said that he himself knew nothing. He said that he, like the princess, accidentally ended up at the auction. The Archduke calmly said that he knew about it. The man looked at the Archduke and, with a grin, said that he knew that the Archduke would understand him. The Archduke said that he could not understand one thing, how a noblewoman could go to the slums for the first time and accidentally meet a gang of thieves who turned out to be associated with Callism. The Archduke said there were too many coincidences. The man was scared. He shouted that he had said everything and knew nothing more. The Archduke looked at him and said that he could continue to remain silent. The man was furious. He shouted that the Archduke was a monster and it was all because of him. Julius looked at him and said that he brought him here because it would be difficult to kill him there. The Archduke looked at the butler and said that he would not let the man go until his life resembled a horror movie. The Archduke looked at the man and said that, depending on what he said, his life could be saved. Roel still knew that this would not save him. Roel was surprised because he realized that the man was very persistent. He wondered if they were already used to this sort of thing. The Archduke looked at the man with horror in his eyes. He was furious because he did not receive a proper answer. Roel watched everything that was happening intently. The Marquis arrived for an audience with the Archduke. They talked for some time. Some time later, a maid and a butler came to Mint. The maid smiled and said everything was fine. The butler smiled and said that the young man would now live in the Archduke's residence. Mint was very happy because she knew that she could now help her friend. The butler was surprised and did not know under what pretext the boy was left in the residence, but he knew there was nothing to worry about. The Marquis was very surprised. He looked at the Archduke and asked what he meant by replacing all the employees of their family. The Archduke looked at him and said that he had already said everything before. He said that the man who told Estella about the slums was calloused in disguise. The Archduke said that if the Marquis did not know who exactly it was, then it was better to replace everyone. The Marquis was surprised and asked if this was really necessary. Julius said he had no other choice. The Archduke looked at the Marquis and said that if the next time something like this happens again, the Marquis will take responsibility. In a trembling voice, the Marquis said that he would certainly replace all the servants. The butler knew that thanks to the gentleman, this problem would be solved instantly. But still, the butler was alarmed by something. The butler looked at the young mistress and said that Estella had come to see her. Acela came to Mint with a large bouquet of flowers. The butler was a little puzzled. He didn't know if the princess could talk to the young lady safely. The butler was very worried about this. Acela looked at the Mint and said that she came to apologize. Mint, in turn, calmly and with a smile greeted the young lady. The butler was surprised, as he did not expect such calmness from the young mistress. The butler saw that the young lady was very worried, but still she did not show it. Mint looked at the young lady and calmly said that she had been waiting for her. She remembered the words of Mr. Yuli. He told her not to do anything she didn't like. Peppermint knew that she was a princess and should act like it. Roll was very pleased, because he saw a real little mistress. Acela, in turn, looked at Mint with wariness. Acela looked at Peppermint and said that she didn't understand why she had to apologize. Since everyone suffered a little, but still returned home safely. Acela said that it was not her fault at all. Mint looked at her and said that it was her idea to go to the slums. Acela said that it was not her fault that the pagans led them there, and she doesn't understand why she should apologize for it. Mint had heard that sending nobles into the slums was a good idea, so she found out more. Acela said she was also injured, but still she did not understand why the Marquis had to apologize. Peppermint looked at her and said that she almost died because of this. Acela frowned at the Mint and did not answer. A moment later, the young lady looked at Peppermint and asked if she understood correctly that Peppermint was saying that it was entirely her fault. Acela was in shock and did not understand whether Mint was serious now. The young lady looked at Peppermint and said that she was deliberately trying to blame her. Mint was shocked because she didn't expect to hear something like this. The young lady looked at the Mint and said that she now understands why people from the lower classes go to the Archduke. Acela said angrily that Mint is very smart. Acela angrily asked Mint if this was not so. Acela asked her companion if Mint wanted to blame her for Mint taking her servant. Mint was shocked because she didn't expect this. Mint looked at her companion and asked what they were talking about. Acela angrily asked Mint if Mint wanted her to sit quietly and watch Mint take her servants. Acela said Mint is shameless. The young lady said that most likely Peppermint even said something about her to the Archduke. She said that all the servants had already left, and she did not intend to give up her bodyguard. Acela screamed in rage that the bodyguard was hers. Mint was shocked by such a statement. Mint firmly said that the young man was not some kind of thing. Mint looked at her companion and said that, as Acela had said earlier, she was innocent. But what she says about Urian are different things. Mint said that the young man was unhappy with Acelia, and Mint was just trying to protect him. When Mr. Yuli told Mint not to do anything that she didn't like, Peppermint knew that was what he meant. She knew that she shouldn't bend if she didn't think it was right. Mint looked at the young lady and said that all the cultists now know the young man's face, and therefore she will take care of him and his protection. Acela was very surprised that Mint answered her question. She said that Mint doesn't even know how to talk properly. Acela asked if they left this way. Mint shows its high position. Mint calmly said that she hadn't even thought about it. Mint looked at her companion and asked for forgiveness. She said that she felt like they were having a meaningless conversation right now. Mint asked her companion to return home. Acela was furious. She said it was just robbery and she would file a protest. Mint looked at her and said with a smile that she would wait for Acela to give up. Acela was furious. She didn't understand how Mint dared talk to her like that. A few months later, Mint and Urian were doing their routine. Urian looked at the document and said that this time there were no mistakes. Mint smiled and said that it was thanks to him. The young man smiled and said that it was all thanks to her efforts. Mint smiled and said that it was good that he stayed here. She smiled and said that for a bodyguard he was very smart, and she now understood his former mistress very well. The young man smiled and said that he was very glad that he was useful to Mint. Mint smiled and said that she felt that thanks to their correspondence, she became better at knowing the language. She thanked him. Mint looked at the young man and asked if his former mistress had written to him. The young man silently looked at Mint. Mint said that she heard that the young lady confessed her love for him and asked him to come back. And she said that she forgives him. Urian said that letters are coming, but he ignores them all. Urian looked at the Mint and said that the declaration of love is nothing more than words for reconciliation. And this is all just her cowardice. But still, he did not know that it would last so long. Peppermint looked at him and said that she thought Acela was being sincere to some extent. Peppermint smiled and said that it was because he was getting better every day. The young man was surprised, as he did not expect to hear such a thing. Mint said with a smile that he had grown a lot since their first meeting, and if she saw him now, her desire to take him away would increase significantly. The young man hesitated and did not know what to answer. A moment later, he said that he simply stood higher, since the knights regularly make him sleep and give him good food, and that's why he grew up so quickly. Mint smiled and said that she was jealous of him. She didn't know if she could grow up like him. Urian looked at her and said that she was taking medicine and could become bigger. He said she was healthier now than before. Mint smiled and said that everything was true, and now she feels less tired than before. The more Mint got to know her friend, the more she realized that he was a wonderful person. Although he didn't like her, she understood Acella's feelings. But she still noticed that his mood was getting worse, so she didn't want to mention the young lady in the future. The butler entered their room and called the princess. The butler looked at her and said that the Archduke was looking for her. Mint said that she is coming now. A moment later, she apologized to her friend. The young man was surprised. Peppermint said she thought she upset him by talking about Acella. The young man looked at her and said that this was not so at all. Mint hesitated a little and thanked him for reading her letter. She smiled and said that he could answer her at any time. She said with a smile that it was time for her to go. Urian was a little puzzled because he realized that he was conveying his feelings in letters because he had the strength to do so. Roel looked at the young lady and asked if he understood correctly what they were talking about Acella and the letters. Mint was surprised that even he knew about this. The butler said that the young lady is crossing all boundaries with her letters, and he knows it too. Mint said with a smile that it seemed to her that the young man was not interested in such things. The butler said he thought the young man was quite handsome. He said that for this reason, many in the castle want to meet him. Mint smiled and said it was very cool. The butler was surprised and asked if it was really great. Mint smiled and said that she thought it would be very good if the young man had many friends. She said that he doesn't get along well with other people, but she would be immensely happy. Make new friends for him. Roel smiled and said that it would be nice to have many friends. Mint looked at the butler and asked him to accept the letter. She said that now she has learned to write a little about it. I wrote a letter of gratitude to close people. The butler was shocked. He did not expect this. Mint smiled and said that he didn't have to write an answer, since she knew that he didn't have time for this. Roel said that he would definitely write a response, and she must accept it. Mint smiled and thanked him. Mint mentally apologized to the butler for thinking that he was a very scary person. Roel looked at the Mint and said it could go away. The Archduke looked closely at Mint. He said that since she had already arrived, she could sit down for a while. The Archduke said that he would soon finish his work and they would eat. Mint was shocked because she saw all his documents. Task analysis. She looked at him and asked if he wasn't busy. Julius said that he had time for them to have a meal together. Mint looked at him and asked with a smile if he needed her help. The Archduke was surprised. Mint smiled and said that she had learned to write. The Archduke agreed and said that she could sit down and sort the letters by content. Mint was very happy because she could finally help the master. Mint looked at him and said that she could sit down herself. The gentleman smiled and said that it seemed to him that the chair was very high for her. Mint was very glad that she could help the master. The butler knew that the gentleman was a great fellow, although he did not know why he had brought Mint. The butler knew that the Archduke was not interested in women, but many wanted to start a relationship with him, sending a mountain of letters. Mint was reading the letters and noticed that she came across a love letter again. The Archduke noticed that the young lady had fallen asleep. Mint was a little puzzled, since the love letters were very boring, and so she fell asleep. The Archduke looked at her intently and smiled. Mint was sleeping quietly, and the Archduke, in turn, was slowly working. Mint woke up and was very surprised. She didn't expect to fall asleep, and I didn't understand what time it was. The Duke looked at her and asked if she had slept well. Mint looked at him in fear and said that she had not slept. The Archduke smiled and said that she even slept and snored very well. Mint was shocked. She looked at the gentleman and asked if she really snored. The Archduke smiled and said that he was joking, but she still needs to sleep well. He said she needed to go to bed early. He didn't understand the point of studying late and sleeping during the day. Mint realized that he knew that she did not sleep at night and studied. When Mint sorted the letters, she clearly understood which were love letters and which were not. But she still found it difficult to deal with the rest. She realized that she needed to study more, since she did not understand letters. But the Archduke, in turn, was even glad that she would filter only love letters. Peppermint thought she understood love letters thanks to the book she read last night. Mint looked at the Archduke and asked with a smile how many children he would have. The Archduke was surprised, as he did not expect such a question. A moment later, the butler came in and said he had brought them tea. Roll looked at the gentleman and said that it looks like they are having a family meeting, and he is busy right now. He said that's not true. The butler looked at them and said that he thought they were busy with work, so he decided to bring them lunch. Mint asked for forgiveness because she suddenly fell asleep and forgot to go get food. The butler smiled and said that there was nothing wrong with it, and he also asked what they were doing now. Mint smiled and said that they were talking about the master's love letters. Mint folded a whole stack of letters. She said that a lot of them came, and soon the time will come for the master to grow up and marry, and he will have children. The Archduke looked at her and asked if she would marry when she received the love letters. Mint was a little puzzled. A moment later, she said that it all depends on the person who writes to her. The Archduke said that he agreed with this. He also said that he could not reciprocate every letter. Mint said that she understands this, but he has a lot of fans and admirers. She smiled and said that she was raising everything because the gentleman is a very good, warm person. The butlers and the Archduke looked at each other. Mint looked at the gentleman and asked whether it would be wonderful if he could fall in love after such a letter and start a family. Mint said, puzzled, that she seemed to be jealous of him because she had no family. The Archduke looked at Peppermint and said that the sender of this letter probably didn't think so. He said that the ruler only cares about power, money, and power, and nobles usually marry for convenience. He said that, of course, a family can appear after such a marriage, but this is not in his interests. Mint was very surprised. She was a little puzzled as she had never met his family. She thought that most likely the family lived separately from the Archduke. He said that it only takes one loss of someone from the family. Mint looked at the gentleman in surprise. They had already given me a maid burst in and asked for forgiveness. She said that the Emperor's envoy came to them again. Everyone was surprised. There was a commotion in the office. The Archduke looked at his subordinates and told them to let him in 10 minutes. The Archduke looked at Peppermint and told her to stay in the room and they would eat next time. Mint agreed with him, puzzled. He looked at Mint and told her to follow him. Mint was at a loss. Mint noticed that the Archduke had a very serious face. She realized that the messenger had come again, but she was still puzzled that she didn't know what he had done before at the estate. Mint didn't think everyone was happy with him. She realized that if she was told to sit in the room, it meant that a very scary person had come. Mint was very lost in her thoughts. She didn't notice the butler's back and bumped into him. A man entered the office. He greeted the butler and said that they had not seen him for a long time. Mint quietly hid behind the butler. Roll looked at Count Aboko with contempt. Roll told the Count that he was being very rude. The butler did not understand how the Count could leave without permission. Roll looked at the knights and asked what they were doing, that the Count just came in so easily. The knights asked for forgiveness and also said that the Count told them that he came on the orders of the Emperor and they could not establish him. The Count, with a grin, told the Dorian not to shout at the knights too much. The Count asked with a grin on his face if there was anyone on this earth who would refuse the orders of His Majesty. Roll told the Count to speak more simply to him, since now he is just the butler of this mansion. The Count looked at the butler with contempt and said with a grin that as it was convenient for him, so he would speak. He said that the butler would kneel down and ask for his forgiveness immediately. The Count looked at the maid and said that she had better apologize, because they treated him very rudely. Mint was shocked. She realized that the Count was some very strange person. Mint realized that for this reason they were hiding her. The Count said that he was very glad that he came today, since he was able to see the face of the young lady. The Count said that today, by order of the Emperor, he would take Miss Mint under his guardianship. The Count did not have time to finish speaking when the Archduke approached him. The Archduke looked at him with a cold gaze and asked who wanted to take custody of her. A moment later, the Archduke asked the Count who had given him permission to see the young lady. The Count slowly began to speak. The Archduke looked at him angrily and said that he had not given the Count his word. The butler and young lady left the office. Mint was very scared and excited. She asked the butler if the Archduke really wanted to kill the Emperor's envoy. Roll said that he would not kill this envoy. The Count looked at the Archduke and said that he had come by order of His Majesty the Emperor. The Archduke looked at the Count and said with contempt that he did not understand why he should rock the boat like that if the Emperor was giving him orders. The Archduke said with a grin that he wondered if he would be punished if he killed the Count now. Mint said, puzzled, that she was asking whether the Archduke could kill the envoy, because he made it clear. Roll said in a calm tone that this was a normal manipulation and she should not panic. Mint looked at the butler and said that it looked like the messenger had come to find her. She asked if she shouldn't meet him. The butler said she shouldn't date him, because the Imperial Majesty is eyeing her. Mint did not understand why the Emperor needed her. The butler said that the Imperial family were conquerors. They smoked the Western continents, and the great Emperor never knew defeat. Mint looked at the butler and asked why this man was looking for her. The butler said that this monster intends to make Peppermint the Empress. Mint was shocked, as she did not expect this at all. Mint said that His Majesty the Emperor is 40 years old. That was all she knew. Mint was a little surprised, since the Emperor looked like a woman. Mint said that she actually heard that the Emperor is a woman. Rowell said that everything was correct, and she would soon turn 40. Rowell said that for the Emperor, being underage did not matter at all, because this crazy monster Empress does whatever she pleases. Mint was shocked, because she didn't expect the butler to say something like that. Mint said in a trembling voice that it was disrespectful to address the Emperor in such a way. She said it was punishable by death. Rowell looked at her and said that everything was fine. Mint, puzzled, said that she didn't like it either. She did not understand why the Empress wanted to live with a man who had not even reached the required age. Mint looked closely at the butler. She said that in this case they were now accomplices in slandering the Empress. Rowell looked at Mint and said that the Empress actually had several children. He said that they were her children of a man who had no equal rivals, and for some unknown reason they died one after another. And now there are only 2 of them left. And when the Archduke was engaged, the Empress did not say anything to him. Mint was shocked because it was the first time she heard that the gentleman was engaged. The butler said that the engagement was later broken off by the Archduke. The Empress, in turn, wants to maintain good ties with the Archduke. And so she decided to take the young Mint, instead of the Archduke. Mint was surprised. She asked the butler, even if she became a wife, would it benefit the Empress? The butler said that His Excellency treasured the Mint, and the Empress will take Mint as a hostage. Mint was surprised and puzzled, but for some reason she was happy. The butler said that after these words, a thought came to his mind. The butler said that it was not the case that the Empress took away commoners. He said that maybe the Empress wants to make Mint a concubine for her son. Mint was surprised. Royal looked at the girl and said that the nobles would try to force her to give birth to the Empress, a granddaughter or grandson. Mint was in shock. She didn't understand anything, but she saw that the butler was very angry. She said that there are a lot of things that she doesn't understand. Mint looked at the butler and asked why the Empress was so attached to their family. Butler said there were several reasons. He said that the 2 main reasons are power and authority. Mint realized that her new family was larger than she had imagined. Mint looked at the butler and said that he had mentioned earlier that the gentleman was engaged and broke off his engagement. She asked if she also had the right to refuse the engagement. Kindness, conscience, morality, and innocence. Rowell knew that the Empress was very far from all these concepts. He didn't know what she was aiming for, but a war began on a peaceful continent. She destroyed many countries and brutally killed representatives of royal blood. She was like a hungry beast that devoured everyone in its path. Over time, it swallowed up the entire continent. The butler looked puzzled. He said that Mr. Julius and Mint are very different, and here such a conversation will not help. Mint looked intently at the butler. She remembered that the Count and Acella addressed the butler very respectfully. Mint realized that the butler was a difficult person. The butler looked closely at the flowers and walked towards them. Mint didn't understand what the reason was. Mint knew that yesterday it was a small begonia, and today it was a daffodil. Mint didn't understand what was wrong with the butler. She noticed that there was a strange atmosphere in the room. The butler grabbed the flowers with lightning speed. A moment later, he broke them. Mint was shocked because she didn't expect this. The butler looked sideways at the Mint and asked for forgiveness. He said he needed to go away for a while. He also asked her to wait for him in the room. Mint was in shock. I didn't understand what had happened, but still, the butler still frightened her very much. A knight came to Mint. Mint greeted him. The knight smiled and said that he was now the one who would accompany her. The knight looked at the young princess and said with a smile that his name was Carmine Rodita. Mint smiled and said that she was very glad to meet him. Carmine said she could call him by his name. Roll looked at the princess and said that his name was also simply Roll, and she can call him by his name instead of saying butler. Mint said, puzzled, that she would do so. Mint didn't know why, but she really liked calling Roll by his title. The child looked at the young lady and said that the knight was an order from the Archduke. Roll looked at the princess and asked if she had seen what he had brought. Mint said, puzzled, that she had seen it. The butler said that the flower was under magic. The butler said it was hypnotic magic. He said that if Peppermint inhales the scent of flowers in deep sleep, she will be hypnotized. The maid slowly entered the room. The Archduke looked at all the people present and said to call the next one. Mint knew that they were now doing spring cleaning. After the butler found the flowers, they decided to check if there was anything else suspicious in the estate, and it was decided to check all the servants, as was the case with Acella. Mint approached the man and asked if he had seen her friend. The man, puzzled, said that he had not seen him today. The man said that the young man could have gone to the basement. The knight looked at the young lady and asked if she wanted to go down to the basement. Mint said that there is no need for this, since Mr. Yulee is currently conducting an inspection there. She said he must be very busy, and she didn't want to disturb him. Mint said that in fact she thought that all the servants would be removed, as it was with Acella. Mint said that she was very scared by this. The knight thought for a moment and said that in Tbelion it was completely different. The knight said that the sectarians had already infiltrated there, so it was no longer possible to count them. How to burn insect nests that have already grown. However, their situation was completely different, so all they had to do was find the hole through which this insect crawled. Mint was a little puzzled. The knight said that the Empress wanted to bewitch her, and there is a high probability that the person who brought the flower was also intoxicated. He said they could look into it and analyze the type of magic that was used. Now Mint understood why they were checking, but still she did not understand why the Empress was so obsessed with Elsidonia. Mint said that the butler told her that it was all about power and money. The knight smiled and said that he saw that the butler introduced her to the matter very superficially. He said that he would explain everything to her now. The knight said that the first reason is power, because this duke is the only one of the 5 aura masters in the entire continent. Mint said that she knows what an aura master is, since he radiates energy through his sword. The knight said that she understood everything correctly, and the Archduke can do a lot thanks to his aura. And in fact, thanks to the strength he brought to bear in the war, the Empire won. The second reason is money. 70% of the spiritual stone mines on the western continent are in Elsidonia. Mint was surprised because she didn't know what spiritual stones were. The knight smiled and said that if we omit the details, we can simply say that this stone is very expensive. He said that since the stone is so rare, a couple of centimeters would be enough to buy a whole castle, and Elsidonia, with its enormous wealth from mining, is the family that pays all the taxes. The knight smiled and said that for this reason the family is very rich. Carmine smiled and said that be that as it may, the influence of the Archduke is so great that the imperial family wants to establish ties with him. Carmine and Mint were having a pleasant conversation. Suddenly, a maid approached him and called the knight. Carrion looked at Peppermint and asked if she could talk to the knight now. Mint smiled and said that of course she could talk. Elsidonia was a great place after all. She liked to think that she would be a special person. She knew that Mr. Yulee was a very kind person. Who raises an orphan? Mint knew she was very lucky. She always wanted to be special. And now that she understood her feelings, which made her feel a little ashamed, Mint noticed a letter near the door. She knew it was her friend's handwriting. She wanted to read the letter, but knew she couldn't go into the room yet. The knight looked at the young lady and said that she could only enter the room after he finished checking. Mint smiled and agreed with him. She wanted to read the letter later. The maid looked around the room with lightning speed. Mint smiled and looked at the maid. She wondered what if she was just an ordinary person after all. But still, she was glad that she lived with such good people, and this is already something unusual in her life. She knew that her task was to be grateful for the good fortune, giving maximum strength on her part. The maid smiled and said that the examination was already completed and she could go into the room. Mint thanked the maid. Mint knew that she had to become a princess for whom no one would ever be ashamed. She always felt sleepy after washing her face in warm water. She remembered that she had to read the letter. She noticed that the letter was very easy to read, and her friend's beautiful handwriting immediately caught my eye. Opening the letter, she was a little surprised. A moment later, she was enveloped in the light from the letter. A moment later, a woman appeared in front of her. The woman smiled and said that she was a very good child. Mint was very surprised. She didn't understand who this woman was. The woman looked closely at the girl and asked what her favorite flowers were. Mint looked at her in surprise. The woman said she probably didn't like the yellow daffodils. Long ago, it was said that in the empire there lived a heavenly dragon who worshipped Tamara, the goddess of light. The heavenly dragon shone silver. And it is this color that symbolizes the imperial family. A moment later, Mint realized who this person was. The woman looked closely at the Mint and said that if she didn't like the flowers, she could tell her. She also asked again what her favorite flower was. She said that she was inviting Mint to the imperial castle. The knight looked at the young lady intently and in surprise. He was very surprised because he did not expect her to come out at such a late time. He looked at her in surprise and asked if she could not sleep. He said that he needed to change his shift, but he can stay with her until she falls asleep. She looked at him and said with a bitch that everything was fine. She also asked to be taken to the Archduke's chambers. Peppermint was shocked. She wanted the knight not to do this, because her body was taken over by the Empress. The knight agreed, and the Empress, who took possession of the body, thanked him with a smile. Mint followed them. She was in shock as no one heard her, and she could not tell anyone that her body was taken by the Empress. She didn't understand what to do. The knight said that Mint came to the Archduke. The Archduke said to let Mint go. But the real Mint was shocked. She did not understand what to do, since no one heard her. Julius looked at the Mint and asked what happened. The Empress asked him for forgiveness. Mint was shocked. The young lady said that she was very worried and could not sleep. She looked at Julius and asked if the Empress didn't send her daffodils because she wanted to take her away. The young lady burst into tears and said that it was all because of her. Mint was in shock and did not understand what she was doing. Mint never cried in public and did not want the master to worry about her because she knew that this was wrong. The young lady looked at the Archduke and asked if it would not be better if she visited the Empress. So he said that it wouldn't get any better, because the Empress is scarier than she thinks. The young lady said in a trembling voice that she was not to blame for anything, and even more so, her guardian is the Archduke of the estate. She said that most likely the Empress should not be so harsh towards her. Mint was in shock and did not understand what the Empress was doing. The Archduke looked intently at the young lady. A moment later, he said that she was not Peppermint. The real Peppermint was shocked. She didn't understand how he could so quickly understand that it wasn't her in the body. But in turn, Mint was very glad that he realized that it was not she who was in the body. The young lady lay down on the Archduke's chest. She asked with a soft smile what he was talking about. She asked him if she is not Mint, then who is she really? The Archduke said that he felt the presence of the Empress in his gut. The young lady said that this could not happen. Mint was shocked. She knew that they had already discovered each other. She sincerely wanted the master to save her. The young lady asked the gentleman in a soft voice how long he would hide from the Empress. The Archduke calmly said that there was no point in seeing each other. He said that this was a pointless meeting and he could not accept her demands, because she wants to seize power over his family. The young lady asked if he knew why she needed it. She said that she wanted to destroy the temple and declare the power of the imperial family. She asked him, since he was also a man of the empire, if it would not be better if he was at one with her. Peppermint was shocked, but she still knew that she shouldn't listen to this. But Mint, in turn, screamed a lot because she wanted her body back. But the Empress only smiled. Mint was very angry and did not want her body to be played with. The young lady asked the Archduke if he really wanted to join my side of the temple. The Archduke said he was not on anyone's side. He said he no longer wanted to get involved in this dirty and unnecessary power struggle. Mint, in turn, was very glad that he rejected the Empress, because the Empress is waging a power struggle against the temple. For this victory, she needs Mr. Julius. But still, Mint didn't understand why she should try to get this out of the master. Mint was furious because the gentleman said that he didn't like it. She did not understand why the Empress behaved so persistently. The Empress looked at him and said that before he was a very small child who was up to her waist. The Empress looked at him and said that now he was acting like a grown-up archduke. Mint was a little puzzled as she realized that the Empress had heard everything she said. The Empress looked at him and said that, nevertheless, he was only 22 years old, and he was very arrogant. She said it wasn't cute at all. She looked at him and asked if that was why he broke off his engagement to the Crown Princess. She said that he specifically did not want to get involved with the Empress. The young lady looked at the Archduke and asked if the Empress was not famous for her beauty and intelligence. She said that she knew that they had known each other since the war. She said that at that moment there was already talk about their engagement, and everyone said that they were a wonderful couple. But she was very surprised that the Archduke broke off the engagement and soon turned to her for approval for adoption. The young lady came closer to him and asked if he liked younger girls. The real Mint was in shock. She did not understand what the Empress was doing. The Archduke looked at the young lady and asked the Empress to settle down. He said he couldn't continue this conversation anymore. Julius looked at her and said that no matter what she said, she would not succeed, and she would not receive anything from him. In turn, Mint was very happy. The Empress looked at the Archduke and asked whether he was pretending or whether he really did not understand. The Empress looked at him and asked if he really thought that she had just come to chat with him. The Archduke looked at her and told her to get out of Peppermint's body now. Mint was very surprised because she saw a bright light. The Empress looked at him and asked what he intended to do. She asked if he was planning to remove her using the aura of his ball. She said that he could even hurt part of her soul and drive her out of this body. This is a very good opportunity for him, because he doesn't love her. She knew that, of course, both she and the real owner of the body would feel pain. She looked at him and said that he better know if this girl's body can handle it. The Empress looked at him and said that she would speak directly. She said she agreed with the people, and he should marry Arabella again. The Archduke looked at the Empress and told her that this would mean that the Crown Princess would lose her honor. The Empress said she knew about this. The Archduke said that the girl would be unhappy. The Empress said that they need to gain the public's trust, so it doesn't matter whether they are happy or not. The Empress looked at him and said that, nevertheless, Arabella's concern meant that they did not part on bad terms. She asked then whether Arabella's happiness did not depend on him. The Empress wanted to conclude an agreement now in words. She looked at him and said that in exchange for breaking the contract, he was risking his life. Mint was in shock. She did not understand what they were talking about and what they were saying. The Empress looked at him and said that it did not matter that he broke off the engagement. She generously forgives him. She looked at him and said that it wasn't really that bad, so he needed to decide quickly. Mint was in shock. She did not understand how the Empress could threaten her master. She knew he would never agree. He looked at her and said that he agreed. Moments later, the Archduke said firmly that he agreed to all the conditions. Mint was in shock and did not understand why the gentleman needed all this. She knew that there was no need to interfere in the Empress's children's quarrels. A few minutes later, Mint found herself at the table. She was in shock and did not understand what had happened. The Empress looked at the girl and said that she would like to talk to her. The Empress looked at her and told her not to think that it was her fault, because this is not true at all. She said that this was the Archduke's fate. She said that a person with such power as the Archduke would not be able to live in peace. Because of this power, many want to use him for their own purposes. She said many families and people were killed by this force. She said that the war did not end with this one. The capture and uprising of war orphans like him does not change anything, and in any case, he needs to stick with the Empress in order to gain even more power against common enemies. The Empress said with a smile on her face, so that Peppermint would not think that it was only her fault. She said that Peppermint simply became the means by which she was able to get to the Archduke. Mint looked at the Empress, puzzled. Mint said that the Empress herself had said earlier that Mr. Julius was very young. Mint knew that the fate of people who have strength and power is very difficult, and these people take it for granted since childhood. But it was obvious that Mr. Julius did not want this. Peppermint remembered him saying that it was okay to interfere in this dirty and unnecessary power struggle. Mint remembered his cold expression when he said that he agreed. Mint looked at the Empress and said that the gentleman is a very kind person who values the life of a child like her. She looked closely at the Empress and said that if the gentleman does not want to get involved in a fight, you should not force him and use the word fate. The Empress looked at the Archduke and said that they needed to finish the contract as soon as possible. The Empress looked at the rod and said that Mint continued to cry and asked him to save her, and they need to finish the contract soon, so that he could help her. Mint was furious. She shouted at Yuli not to believe that she was crying. He looked at the Empress in surprise. A moment later, he quietly told her to say the right words. Mint was very angry with herself. She was very upset that she could not stop the sound she was hearing. Mint thought that it would be better if she just died. She knew that if she could save the master at the cost of her life, then she would do so. Peppermint was asked if she thought her life was worth it. Mint quietly said no. Peppermint said that this simply means that she must save him at any cost. She knew that she would regret her actions earlier, so she wanted to save the master. Mint shouted with rage from the Empress to leave her body. The Empress was in shock. She did not understand what was happening. And how is this possible? People were shocked. They ran and shouted that a monster was attacking them. She knew she was a monster, not a human. But still, she knew that all she needed was strength to save her master. Mint knew that she could protect the master. The Empress was shocked as she found herself in darkness. The Empress did not understand what was happening and was very scared and shocked. Mint couldn't move her fingers, but she was very glad that she was finally able to get her body back. The Archduke looked at her in surprise. Mint felt that the Empress was still inside her body. She didn't know what happened, but she knew that this was the only chance to drive the Empress out. The Empress was shocked. She did not understand how this could happen. The Archduke looked at the Mint in fear and surprise. A moment later, he called her. Mint realized that the Empress had left, but she was in a lot of pain. She collapsed on the bed, and the bed was covered in blood. Julius shouted to the knight to call the butler immediately. Mint was losing her mind. She didn't know if death awaited her. Mint was very puzzled because she was in pain. She knew that before she died, she had to say thank you to Mr. for delicious cocoa, thanks to which she slept well. Mint heard an incomprehensible voice. She didn't understand why she heard him, since she was supposed to die. She heard a voice that said that while she was alive, he would close her ears and eyes so that she would never see the light. Peppermint was furious, and she screamed at the voice to get out of her head. Mint opened her eyes a little. She saw a man shouting to her. A moment later, she saw the butler. He looked at her intently and fearfully and called to her. The butler looked at her and said she seemed fine. Mint looked at him, puzzled, and said that she was fine. A moment later, she touched her tongue. Peppermint thought it was torn off from being bitten too hard. But now she sees that everything is fine with him. Mint realized that she fainted due to severe pain. The butler looked at her and said what he meant was that when the Archduke first brought her, he was very worried. But despite her shyness, she tried very hard to work hard in everything, and she did it quite well. He looked at her and said that considering all this, he would serve her sincerely as the family's butler. The butler stood up from his chair and shouted that he would try very hard and protect her until his death. Mint was in shock. She didn't understand why he was behaving this way. Roll said she shouldn't apologize for making him angry. He looked at her and asked if he really needed to show her how to value herself. Mint, puzzled, said that there was no need for this, and it was really her fault. Roll looked at her and asked what she was talking about. Mint, puzzled, said that it was she who called the Empress. She said that she was walking with a letter that was in the crack of the door, and she didn't tell anyone about it because she thought it was written by her friend. Mint read the letter, after which the Empress appeared. In a trembling voice, she said again that it was she who called the Empress, and all because of her. Mint said that Kyrian and Carmine were diligent in caring for her. She said that because of her, the gentleman was in danger. Mint apologized for this. The butler said that the Empress's summons was just an accident. But Mint knew that this was not so. The butler told Mint softly that he was angry that she was apologizing. He said that it was not her fault that she could not stop the vile Empress who had conquered the continent. He said that he did not think it was her fault, since she simply got into an argument between adults. Mint said she bit her tongue and passed out. So she apologizes to him for causing him to worry. He looked at her and said that she didn't just bite her tongue, but cut it off. Mint was shocked, as she did not expect to hear something like this. Roll said he can't even imagine what could have happened if he had come a little later. He said they cured her with magic and put her tongue back on. The young lady was surprised. She had heard that only mages used healing magic, but she thought she had heard that mages could not leave the temple. Mint thought that most likely I, Mr. Julius, kidnapped the magician because of her. Mint looked at the butler and asked where the master was. The butler looked at her and said that the gentleman had gone to the Empress for an audience. The butler said that no matter how much he wanted to avoid the meeting, there was no other choice. The Archduke arrived for an audience with the Empress. The Archduke knocked down the door with all his fury. The knight, in a trembling voice, told the Empress that the Archduke had arrived to see her. The Empress looked at him and said that she was very glad to see him, but it would be better if he left the door intact. She said that the door was made of oak wood, given by the elves as a sign of friendship about 500 years ago. The Archduke looked at the Empress and said that she had a lot of nicknames. He looked at her and asked what happened to her last night. He said that she, fearing the pain of having her tongue cut out, ran away. The Archduke said with a grin that it was amusing to watch such a spectacle. The Empress looked at him and said with a grin that she was glad that she had amused the Archduke, who loved to make children cry. The Empress said that it was all natural, and the older she got, the more afraid she was of pain. The Empress said with a grin that together they destroyed the national treasure of the Capleton Kingdom. The Archduke, out of anger, destroyed the stone chair. He angrily told the Empress that she had crossed the line. The Empress smiled and said that she understood everything, but they had moved to a new level. The Archduke said that he saw that she had a lot of free time since she was making jokes. The Empress looked at the Archduke and said that it seemed that he had no intention of killing her, so this meant that the girl survived. She said with a grin that the Archduke's magician must have saved her. The Empress said that the magicians of Tamara's temple cannot use their power outside the temple. This is what they agreed upon to maintain the balance of their power, but it seems he has upset the balance. The Empress said she thought he would have big problems with the temple. Julius looked at her and asked if this was not what she wanted. The Empress said it was so. She said that if they strengthened the relationship and he was at one with her, then she would have the opportunity to win with the help of his power. The Empress looked at him and said that he definitely seemed to be using a magician, and it turns out the rumors were true that he loved little children. The Archduke looked at the Empress angrily and asked what she could lose. The Empress smiled sweetly at the Archduke. A moment later, she said with a grin that she didn't want to lose anything. A knight came to Mint and said that the Archduke had already returned to the estate, and he would like to meet with her. Mint said that she would go to him right away. Previously, Roll had told her not to blame herself, since she was simply caught up in an adult's quarrel. Although Roll said so, Mint remembered the conversation with the gentleman. She remembered the words he had spoken to her after he had saved her from slavery. Mint sat and basked in the sun thoughtfully, thinking about everything that was happening. Mint didn't know if the light had always been as bright as it was now. The Archduke looked at the Mint in surprise and intently. A moment later he said that she should not have come to him, since he himself was going to come to her room. Mint wanted to apologize to him, but the gentleman told her to say, "Eh?" Mint was surprised and did not understand what was going on. The Archduke came closer to her and opened her mouth because he wanted to look at her tongue. Mint, puzzled, said that everything was fine with her tongue. She knew she was fine, and he didn't have to worry about her. The Archduke looked at her and said that it was very good that she was feeling much better. The Archduke looked at her and asked if she knew that tongues are not cut out, even when people are tortured. He said the tongue is very sensitive and people may go into shock. The Archduke looked at the young lady and said that if it were not for the help of the magician, she might have died before his eyes. Mint was shocked, as she did not expect to hear such words from the gentleman. She didn't know it was that serious. The Archduke told her to sit down first, since there were cookies and she could eat. Mint looked at the Archduke with a puzzled expression and asked for his forgiveness. The Archduke looked at her and asked why she was asking for forgiveness. Mint said that she should not have read the letter and accidentally called the Empress. Mint didn't understand why it was so difficult for her to talk about this. She said that she had read the spell and the Empress came out. Mint said that because of her, the gentleman was also involved in this. Everyone looked at her intently. Mint was a little puzzled, and it was difficult for her to speak. She did not want to talk about this at all, but wanted to say something else. In fact, she wanted to apologize to the master. Mint remembered how the gentleman said that he would definitely save his man, no matter where he was. Sometime later, Mint looked timidly at the Archduke. A moment later, she asked his forgiveness for not trusting him. She said she thought she had put him in danger. The Archduke looked at her and said that he would not just sit and wait. The Duke said that a verbal contract is made by magic, and to make this a reality, the Empress had to come with her body, and just at this moment, her connection with Mint would weaken. He said that he had been waiting for this moment to pull the Empress out of the Mint's body. The Archduke said that if the Empress had failed this time, she would have tried again. He said that, on the contrary, It was fortunate that everything ended this way. The Archduke looked at the young lady and said that even if he made an agreement with her, it would be his choice. The Archduke came closer to her and asked how he could not trust her. He remembered the past. Mint looked at him and said that he was not to blame at all, but she just wanted to help him. Mint thought that she could be useful to at least someone. She looked at him and said that she was simply useless. Mint said that this time she did not help, but only interfered. She said she couldn't assess the situation, but just wanted to be acknowledged. She was ready to risk her life for the master's life. And in the end, she committed a rash act. Mint looked at the gentleman and said that she would like to be useful to him. And this is not his fault. The Archduke looked at her and said that he did not expect anything like that from her. He told her not to forget that he chose her, and not the other way around. The Archduke looked closely at her hands. He looked at her and said that no matter what she was, he did not want her to die at all. He said that whether she was cool or not cool, it didn't matter to him. He said he would never give up on her. Mint was surprised and did not understand why he said that. He looked at her and said that she wanted to stay here, and he accepted her. He said that this was enough, and there was no need to look for a reason anymore. The Archduke said that if she wanted to hear his opinion, then he would like her to remain alive. Mint remembered how someone told her that she should live. Mint didn't know if she had the right to stay alive. She could not stop her tears. They flowed like a river. The Archduke was surprised. He did not expect such behavior from her. The butler looked at the Archduke and motioned for him to place his hand on her shoulder. The Archduke hugged the young girl. The Archduke looked at her and said that before she gains faith in herself, he gives her the right. The Archduke gently told her to live. Mint thanked him. She didn't know how many times she had to hear that everything was okay for her to truly be okay. Mint, in a trembling voice, told the Archduke that she loved him. After she said these words, her soul felt lighter. She felt very warm. A few hours earlier, the Archduke showed his power and strength. The Empress looked at him and told him to stop. The Archduke had no intention of stopping. The Empress looked at them and told her shadow to stop. He looked at the Archduke and said that the Archduke was behaving badly in front of the Emperor. The Archduke said that he saw that he was serving the Emperor well. The Empress looked at Rurik and told him to lower his sword. She looked at them and said that they were both aura masters. She told them not to fight in such a place. She asked them if they really wanted to destroy her palace. The Empress asked the Archduke for forgiveness and asked where they stopped. The Empress said that the Archduke had previously said that Kretun's rights to mine the Spirit Stone had been revoked. She said she would not accept compensation for termination. The Archduke had earlier angrily told her that if she did not apologize properly, that Elsidonia family will become an independent principality and declare war on the royal family. The Archduke, in turn, quietly looked at the Empress. The Empress looked at him and said that she was not going to fight him. She said she didn't want to lose a warrior like him. The Archduke looked at her and told her to bring back the pain the young lady felt. In this case, he will accept her apology. The Archduke said that she cut out her own tongue. He asked her if she understood what unbearable pain it was. The knight looked at the Empress and said that the Archduke grew up to be a rude person, and this was his fault. The knight said that he could bring the head of the Archduke to the Empress. The Empress said that there was no need for this, and she was very glad that the Archduke did not riot in her castle. Rurik was shocked. He did not understand how the Archduke dared to behave like that. The Empress smiled and asked him to be quieter. The Empress looked at the knight and said with a grin that even if he was angry now and started a war, it would only lead to unnecessary casualties. She said that she would give him what he longed for. The Archduke looked at the Empress and said that Beta did not touch the mint again, since next time he would not forgive her. The Empress said that she was in so much pain that she shed tears. She said that it would be very nice if the Archduke were as nice as his teacher. She said that even if he behaves like this, they shouldn't let him go anyway. The Empress remembered the Archduke, who said that she, fearing the pain of having her tongue cut out, ran away. But still, the Empress knew that this was not the reason for her fear. The Empress was summoned by something greater, fear of being eaten and consumed. The Empress realized that the girl was an unusual orphan who remained after the war. The Empress looked at the knight and quickly said that they needed to find out more about the girl. The knight looked at the maid and told the Archduke that this was the same maid who took the letter to Mint's room. She tried not to catch anyone's eye. The knight said that she was obsessed with this thought. The Archduke looked at the maid and said that this was the Empress's magic. Recipe said that immediately after delivering the letter, the maid lost her memory and was found unconscious in the stables. Mint was shocked. The Archduke said that he was very sorry for the maid, but since she had harmed their family, he couldn't just leave it all like that. The knight said that they could pay her wages and send her home. I also had to write a letter of recommendation. Mint was surprised because she did not expect the maid to be fired. The Archduke looked at Mint and asked if she thought she would be fired because of her. Mint said she didn't think so at all. A moment later, she said that the Empress was to blame for everything. Julius looked at the little girl and said that this was so, and it was not her fault. Mint had a task, since she initially thought that everything was because of her. The Archduke said that she had a kind of habit of blaming herself for everything, but she will slowly wean herself off it. The Archduke said that if you put all the blame on yourself, then there is no need to quarrel with others. He said it uses less energy because she only pays attention to herself. But eventually, such people usually begin to think that they simply need to disappear so that there will be no problems. Mint looked at the Archduke in surprise. He looked at her and said that the more she saw, learned and thought, the more the world would become for her. He knew that then she could gain confidence in herself. Mint looked at him intently. She had a very strange feeling. The man returned to the house. He looked at the young girl and said with a grin that it was very cold outside, and alcohol would be just in time. The man, with lightning speed, approached the young girl and grabbed her by the clothes. Mint was very scared. The man looked at the girl with contempt and asked why she caught his eye every time he was in a good mood. Mint asked him for forgiveness in a trembling voice. The man grunted with rage and pushed the girl away. He told her to get out of sight. Mint knocked on the door intently and asked the master for forgiveness. Mint frantically begged him to open the door, while Mint was knocking on the door and asking the man to open it. The man, in turn, slept drunk at the table. Mint was in shock. She realized that she had been abandoned. She cried a lot because she was cold. Mint didn't know where to go or what to do. A moment later, Mint heard some strange noise. She turned around and saw a kitten. Mint came closer to the kitten and saw that he was trembling from the cold. The kitten trembled with fear and meowed. Mint looked at the kitten and realized that he too had been abandoned. When she looked at the kitten shivering from the cold and told him to come to her, and she hoped that he would feel warmer when she hugged him, Mint knew that at least he would not leave this world alone. Suddenly, a man approached the young girl. He looked at her and asked why she was sitting there. Mint wanted to say that it was all because she was useless, but she remained silent. The man looked at her again and asked why she was sitting there. It turned out that God had sent her not an angel, but a demon. The man looked at the kitten and then asked why she was hugging the dead kitten. She was shocked. She did not expect the kitten to die, but she still realized that most likely she would be next in line. The man looked at the girl and told her not to despair, since God had not abandoned her. He said that faith always exists as long as it warms in the hearts. The man smiled and said that their God would never abandon them. A moment later, the kitten came to life and purred happily. Mint opened her eyes, puzzled. She was a little surprised because she had had a strange dream for such a long time. She realized that it was all because it was snowing and she couldn't sleep. Mint was a little puzzled since everything hurt her. She realized that she needed to warm up a little by the fireplace. Mint was very surprised. She wondered if she had peed in the bed at that age. Looking under the blanket, she saw blood. Mint got very scared and started screaming. The maid was shocked. She realized that she heard her mistress scream. The maid looked at the young mistress and said that she was congratulating her because she had her first period. Mint was puzzled and very scared. She didn't understand why they were congratulating her. The maid looked at her and said that such an event should be celebrated, since they usually come earlier, but if the body is not healthy, then they may be late. She said it's great to know that Mint has recovered to some extent. Mint looked at the bed, puzzled, and said that since she was bleeding, it would most likely happen, just like with baby teeth, once in a lifetime. The maid smiled and asked what the Mint was talking about. The maid said that from now on, they would go to her every month. Mint was shocked by what she heard. The maid said that she would clean everything up and explain everything to Mint. After the maid told Mint everything, Mint was very puzzled and shocked by what she heard. She realized that in this way, she had become an adult and was now able to bear a child. The more Peppermint thought about everything, the more shocked she was. Mint was shocked because she understood that she needed to lie in this position for several days. Her back hurt very badly. The maid came to her mistress and said that she had brought her a medicine that worked in different ways. She suggested that the lady try the simplest one first. Mint was shocked because the medicine had no effect. Peppermint understood that she needed to wait a little for the effect to happen, but she didn't understand why she had such a strange feeling. Mint remembered that the maid told her that on such days she would have different moods. The maid spoke about her mistress so that she would not take these thoughts into account. She thought that if she were now next to the director of the orphanage, she could bite off his hand. Mint slowly fell asleep. The Archduke looked at the maid in surprise, since she said that she needed a flower in the middle of winter, which was therapeutic. The Duke looked at the maid in surprise and asked how bad the girl's condition was. The maid smiled and said that that was not the case, and on the contrary, she felt much better. The maid looked at the master and said that she would like to congratulate the young lady on her recovery and give her flowers. The Archduke said that flowers would be quite difficult to get at this time, and you need to ask a magician for help. The Archduke said that a man would arrive from the temple soon, and then he could ask for help. Suddenly, a knight came in and said that a man had come from the temple. The knight looked at the master puzzled, and said that he came because the rules of the magicians were broken last time. The Archduke, in turn, was very angry, since the Poppy decided to come to their estate. He angrily said that if they decided to sacrifice their lives, then their will must be fulfilled. Mint suddenly woke up from her nightmare. Mint woke up from a strange sound. The maid saw that her mistress had woken up and asked how she was feeling. Peppermint greeted the maid and said that she was feeling much better today. Mint looked at the maid and asked what that sound was. The maid looked at the Mint, puzzled, and said that was precisely why she came. The maid looked at the mistress and said that she was probably tired of being alone, so she brought her all sorts of goodies. She also said that a guest had just arrived. The maid asked if she would mind eating in the room. Mint looked at the maid and said that she didn't really care. But still, Mint was surprised and asked the maid who came and who made such a fuss. The man looked at everyone present and said with a smile that he was the Empress's representative. He said with a smile that he would definitely tell her everything that was said here. He looked at the Archduke with a grin and said that she would probably be very happy. The man looked at the gentleman and asked if he was wrong. The Archduke gazed at the drunken man. The man looked at the Archduke and said that it was very good that the knives were removed, because the smell of iron was disgusting to him. Mint looked at the maid and asked who this man was. Mint looked at the man and asked the maid if he really had a couple of lives left. She asked the maid why a man was not afraid to talk about knights like that in front of the Archduke. The maid said that the man looked like he thought that if he came to the Empress's place, he could behave very impudently. Mint knew that the estate was very amazing, since there were a lot of honorable people in it. The maid looked at the lady and said that she heard that a man came to the estate because of the past treatment of Mint. The maid said that originally there was a rule prohibiting the use of magic outside the sanctuary. Mint was surprised. Mint realized that it was because of her that the Archduke brought the magician to the estate. The Archduke looked at the man with contempt and asked him, since the smell of iron annoyed him, why he didn't cover his nose. The man, in turn, was furious. He didn't understand why the Archduke spoke to him so disrespectfully. The man said that recently a surge of magical energy was noticed in this place. He did not understand how the Archduke used magic for his own purposes without the permission of the sanctuary. The Archduke looked at him intently. The man was furious. He said that Julius did not need to lie to him, since it was useless. Mint and the maid ran out into the street. In a hurry, Mint screamed that it was all because of her. The Archduke was surprised. He didn't expect to find Mint at all. Mint, in turn, thanked the maid for helping her down. The maid asked her master for forgiveness. She said Mint wanted to say it personally. Mint looked at the Duke's father and said that the man had come because of her. The Archduke looked at the Mint and said that she did not have to come down. The Archduke looked at the young lady and said that since she wanted to speak, he would not install her. Mint looked at the gentleman and smiled. A moment later, she thanked him. Mint looked at the man and greeted him. Mint looked at the man and introduced herself. She introduced herself with a smile and said that she was very pleased to meet him. The man looked at the Mint and said with a grin that he was glad to meet you. The man said that he was the main magician of the sanctuary, but today he came to them as representatives of the Empress. The man said his name was Cardo Schrader. The man looked at the young lady and said with a smile that she could just call him Cardo. The Archduke came closer to them and said that he should stop already. The Archduke did not at all like the man to be so close to Mint. The Archduke looked at the man and said that he had not authorized this handshake. The man was surprised. He said that he did not need permission at all. Cardo was furious and told the Archduke that he apparently did not understand his current situation. He said that he came here to see a man who had recently broken the law. Cardo said that he would stay here briefly with the paladin and hoped that they would be treated with respect. The Archduke looked at Cardo, puzzled, and said that this is exactly what he was doing now. The Archduke glared at the man and said that the fact that he did not slash all of their throats showed that he treated them with respect. The Archduke looked at the man and said that there should only be one of him, since not a single mongrel would go to his estate. The Archduke looked at the man with contempt and said that he was giving him exactly 3 days, and he had time to find what he was looking for. The Archduke looked sideways at the man and said that if he only had 1 life left, then he should obey him on his own territory. Mint was surprised and did not understand why the Archduke hated the sanctuary so much. She thought it most likely had something to do with his past. The young knight looked at the lady and said what happened. The knight looked at the lady and said that he heard that she even greeted the man. He said that more than 10 years had already passed, and it was no wonder that she knew nothing. Mint looked at him in surprise and asked what happened. Mint was very surprised. She looked at the knight and asked if there was an attack, abduction, or hypnosis. The young knight looked at her and said that he was very sorry that she knew such terms. The knight said that it would be very good if it were one of the above. The knight said that this happened when the Archduke was about 10 years old. He said that the sanctuary had long had its eye on the spiritual stone mines, and it, like the emperor, longed to get their hands on them. The father of the current Archduke refused them, and relations between them deteriorated greatly. But one day, an offer came to the sanctuary. They wanted, for the benefit of their future, to improve their relationship and cement their hopes for a bright future in the Clisty forest. But instead of magicians and the sanctuary, pagan mercenaries came. There was a terrible massacre between the present Archduke and the pagans. The knight said that he did not know how the Archduke survived that massacre, but his entire family was killed. Mint remembered how the Archduke had said earlier that it was enough for him to experience the feeling of losing his family once. The knight looked at the young lady and said that the forest was considered divine and it was forbidden to enter there with weapons, and only palace knights can enter there with weapons. Mint was surprised and asked if the people of the sanctuary had planned everything then. The knight looked puzzled at the young lady and said that now there was no point in looking for the culprit, and they were simply unlucky, and there was no evidence left. Mint was very surprised, as she understood that the Duke, knowing this fact, did not draw his sword in front of him. She was surprised and said that the Archduke was simply an excellent person and considered him an angel. The knight looked at the lady and said that this surprised him too. Mint, puzzled, told the knight that if she had known about this, she would never have greeted him. She was furious and said that she had acted very stupidly. The knight smiled and said that he was surprised too. But a moment later, he said that if he thought about it, it was very good that she greeted him. Mint remembered how she introduced herself to the man. The recipe said that her introduction sounds threatening to her enemies, and the fact that there is now another person in the family also sounds terrifying. The knight smiled and said that it seemed that she wanted to say that they would never kneel before him, as much as he would not want them to. Mint smiled and said that she hoped that he took it as the knight said. The knight smiled and told Mint to look at it from the other side. The knight was a little puzzled. He knew that if the Archduke wanted to expand his family, he would need to bring home a wife. Mint understood that there was no point in bringing her adopted daughter to the estate. She understood that it was stupid of her. The knight knew that they had a slight age difference. He thought that it was more likely that I was not a daughter, but a sister. But in general, he knew that they were family. He looked at the mint and asked if it could carry something sweet. Mint said she wouldn't mind trying some hot chocolate. Peppermint was a little puzzled as she thought back on that day. She thought that she shouldn't have met him after all. She was also puzzled that her period was causing her back pain. The man saw the young lady and said with a smile that he was pleased to see her again. Peppermint knew she needed to control her emotions. She looked at the man and greeted him. He looked at her and said that she seemed to be kind to him this morning. He looked at her and said that he thought she was hurting somewhere. He asked her if she wanted him to cure her. He also asked with a smile if she wanted him to show some kind of trick. Mint was puzzled. She said that magic cannot be used outside the sanctuary. The man smiled and said that this just requires his permission. The man said with a smile that only prudent people like him could decide such issues. Mint was furious. because she understood that he himself had forbidden the use of magic, and he himself uses it outside the sanctuary. The man looked at her and asked if she wanted to see some kind of magic. Mint said, puzzled, that she would like to see absolutely everything. Mint looked at him and said with rage that she would like to see magic with him disappearing from this house. She wanted to see it the way he irritated her so much. Mint thought, though, maybe she had gone too far, but still she realized that these people had hurt the master, and she did not say anything unnecessary. She knew that she had no reason to stand on ceremony with them. The man looked at her and said with a smirk on his face that she was rougher than he imagined. He said with a grin that beautiful roses also have thorns. Mint was furious because she realized that the man did not value her. She truly hated him. The man looked at her and said that he would now show her magic with disappearance. He looked at her and said that if he disappeared, she would not understand whether it was magic or not. He invited her to join him. Mint was scared. A knight approached them and put a sword to the man's throat. He looked at him sideways and asked the ambassador what he was doing now. Kamen looked at the man and threateningly told him not to touch the lady under any circumstances. The ambassador looked closely at the young lady and said that this was very interesting, since he felt something magical from the lady. Mint was surprised and did not understand what was going on. He looked at the young lady and told her to give him her hand, since he had to find out if she had magic. He shouted with rage that he must find out whether she has abilities or not, since the ability to magic is a gift from God. He said that if she had the ability, then he should take her to the sanctuary. The ambassador shouted that she should work in the sanctuary and express gratitude to God for this power. Mint was at a loss. She did not understand what he was talking about, because she knew that there was no magic in her. Kamen looked at the ambassador and said that he could see that she did not want to. He told him to move away from her. The knight warned the man that if even one hair fell from the lady's head, he would cut off his head himself. He was furious. He did not understand how an ordinary knight dared to raise his sword at him. The ambassador shouted that the inhabitants of this estate were very arrogant. The man shouted that he was the ambassador of the Cardo Shrine Trade and should be shown respectful respect. The knight looked at the ambassador and asked for forgiveness. He said that he was just the lady's bodyguard, and his name is Kamen Theord. Kamen said with a grin that it turns out he just forgot to mention his name. He thanked the ambassador for reminding him. The ambassador was furious. He furiously shouted for the man to get out of the way. The ambassador hit the knight. The knight, in turn, looked at the man contemptuously and said that he would not fall. He said that he witnessed him trying to use magic on the mistress. The ambassador shouted that this was all because she herself asked him to use magic. He also shouted that he needed to find out about the young mistress's abilities. Mint decided to intervene and told the ambassador to stop. Mint looked at the ambassador and said that he was the first to start being insolent and there was no need to slander her bodyguard. Mint looked at the man and angrily said that she had no magic and therefore she refused to check. Mint understood that she could not be alone with him. The man looked at the young lady and said that he was the one who rudely grabbed her first, so he asked her forgiveness. Mint suddenly heard footsteps. A moment later, Mint realized who it was. Urian slowly approached his mistress. The ambassador looked at the young man and told him to come to him. The ambassador looked at the young man and said that he saw that he was sweating a little. Urian looked at the man with confusion and said that he was just after training. The ambassador angrily told the young man that he was not allowed to speak. The man swung at the young man. Mint was shocked by everything that was happening. She didn't understand what the man was doing. The young man looked at the man and apologized for the harm he had caused. He said that next time he would not dodge the blow. He looked at the man and said that he could strike again. The ambassador was furious. He did not understand why the boy was talking to him so arrogantly. Mint, in turn, screamed at the man to stop. Mint didn't want her friend to get hurt because of her. The ambassador looked at the young lady and told her to let him go. A moment later, due to the ambassador's actions, the young lady had a scratch on her face. Everyone present was shocked. They ran closer to the young lady and asked if she was okay. The ambassador was shocked as he realized that he had miscalculated his strength. But a moment later he calmed down, since that was his goal. I wanted to improve relations, and that's why I sent him here. But still, they treated him like a non-entity. They broke the rules, and they did not take the sanctuaries seriously. The ambassador knew that now Elsidonia would not be forgiven for what she had done. The man knew they had to know their place. He looked closely at his hand, on which a bloody ring was visible. The man looked at everyone present with a contemptuous grin. He knew that of course he was right. The Archduke approached him from behind and asked why the young lady was bleeding. The Archduke was very angry. The man looked at the Archduke and said that he had accidentally offended the young lady and was going to apologize right away. He said that he would like to use healing magic as an apology, but the young lady refused. The Archduke was furious at what he heard. A moment later, he struck the man hard. The man flew into the wall with the speed of lightning. Mint was shocked by what was happening. She was used to beatings, but for the first time she felt anger after the blow. She used to ask for forgiveness, but now she knew that she had no such impulse. But still, the young lady understood that the Archduke was crossing all boundaries. Kamen looked at his master and asked him to calm down. He said that the man came here on behalf of the emperor. The Archduke looked intently and menacingly at his knight and told him to shut his mouth. The man looked at the Archduke and said that he saw that something magical was also emanating from Lady Peppermint. He looked at the Archduke and asked if he was deliberately hiding something. The man asked the Archduke if he could imagine what a stir this would cause. But the Archduke, in turn, decided to listen to the man and dealt him another blow. The knight, in turn, shouted to the lord that the young lady was watching everything that was happening. The Archduke paused for a moment. The Archduke looked at the young lady and called to her. He came closer to her and told her to go to her room. The Archduke smiled gently and told her to go into the room and eat various delicious treats with Urian. Julius looked at the young lady and said that he hoped the scratch would not leave a scar. The knight looked intently at the young lady. He mentally asked her to identify the master. Mint, in turn, understood the knight very much. Mint looked at the duke and said that everything was fine with her and nothing hurt. Mint looked at the gentleman and said with a smile that even if there was a scar, it would be very good, since it would make her seem very strong. The Archduke looked at the young lady in surprise and dumbfounded. Mint tried with all her might to restrain the Archduke. Roel looked at the gentleman and asked what was happening here. He did not understand why the ambassador was in such a state. The butler called the Archduke. The Archduke looked sideways at the butler and asked what he wanted. The butler looked at his master and asked why he left still alive. The butler told his master that if he was worried about the young lady, then he could go with her. With the speed of lightning, the butler's gloves department said that he himself would finish with the ambassador. The young lady was shocked by everything that was happening. The butler looked at the ambassador and asked why he was still alive. He said it was time to finish this matter. Mint tried to identify the butler. Mint looked at the butler and said that he should be left alone. The butler looked at the Mint and asked if he needed to deal with the ambassador. Mint, in turn, asked him to stop. The man looked at everyone present and said that they were now declaring war. He said that he is now here instead of the Empress. The ambassador was furious. He did not understand how they dared to attack him. The ambassador looked at the Archduke and asked if he really wanted to go to war with the Empress. The Archduke looked at the man with fury and said that he wanted war. The Archduke asked the ambassador if he had forgotten that he was good at war. The ambassador looked at the Archduke in horror. The Archduke, in turn, looked at the man with rage and horror and asked if he had not come to their estate to declare war. Julius said he was grateful to the man. The man was horrified, since he knew that the Archduke had broken off his engagement to the princess and brought the orphan back after the war. He thought that the Archduke had decided to rest and enjoy his life. The man realized that the Archduke was simply waiting for the chance when they would be the first to declare war. Julius looked at the man and said that he thought that, having watched him since childhood, he knew everything about him, but he was missing something. The Archduke said that he remembered their betrayal, which they committed 10 years ago in the forest. The Archduke looked at the ambassador and asked if he had already forgotten who survived there. Yulia looked at the ambassador with contempt and said that if he seemed to have forgotten who he was, then he would now remind him again. Julius told the ambassador that if he had come to challenge him now, he could do so. He said the man must have thought about this before attacking his territory. The ambassador was shocked as he came to the estate to show the full power of the sanctuary. He was not at all content to start a war with the Archduke. The ambassador was at a loss. He did not understand why he himself decided that the crazy Archduke would listen to him. Mint asked the butler in a trembling voice if they were really fighting because of her. The butler looked at the men and told his lady that she need not worry, as the Archduke was always ready for war with the sanctuary. The ambassador looked at the Archduke and asked if he really thought it was so easy to kill him. The ambassador turned his might on the Archduke. The Archduke, in turn, was furious. He looked at the man and asked why he decided to poke him. The Archduke repelled all blows with lightning speed. The ambassador dealt blow after blow, but the Archduke, in turn, repelled them. Mint was in shock. She did not understand how the gentleman was able to repel such an attack. Mint was puzzled because she noticed that something was flying at her. The butler, in turn, stood in front of the young lady with lightning speed and parried the blow. Mint was shocked by everything that was happening. The butler looked sideways at the young lady and said that the Archduke knows that he is next to her now, but unfortunately, he is very unrestrained now. The butler said that now the full barrier needs to be opened. The young lady looked at the butler in surprise and asked if he had really been a magician all this time. The butler looked at the lady and calmly said that he was a magician. Mint was very surprised because she did not know that he had power. Mint looked at him and said that it turns out that he was next to her after the Empress left. Mint said she raised it now that he had cured her tongue. Roll looked at her and said with a smile that it was him. Mint admired the young man. Mint looked at her friend and said that Roll turned out to be a magician. Urien looked at the young mistress and said that he knew about this because Roll Iris, known as an outstanding magician. Mint was shocked because she didn't know that he was an outstanding magician. Common looked at the young mistress and said that it seemed that she did not know that Roll was a magician. Mint was shocked. She said that, of course, she didn't know. Urien looked at the young lady and said that everyone in this house knew about it, and he thought that she knew about it too. The butler looked closely at the young lady and said that it turns out that she was not in the know. Mint smiled and said with admiration that apparently he was a very famous poppy. Common smiled and said that he was very modest. Now Mint understood why everyone treated him so respectfully. The knight came closer to his mistress and said that he had no idea that she did not know about it. With a smile, he asked the lady not to run around for this. She smiled softly and said that there was nothing wrong with it, but on the contrary, it was very good. Mint was a little puzzled because she lived in the shelter all day and did not know about the life that was happening outside. And she didn't even know who the Elkadonia family was. Mint looked at the butler and said that they couldn't just stand there and watch everything that was happening. The butler was shocked, as he had no intention of doing anything. Mint said that they need to help the master, because they are still fighting. The butler looked at the young mistress and said that she should not worry about the master. Cammon, puzzled, said that he was worried that the Archduke would accidentally kill this ambassador. Mint watched the fight intently. Common said that if the Archduke kills the ambassador, then they cannot avoid war with the sanctuary. Mint said, puzzled, that it became quiet. Urien said that seems to be the case. The young man looked at the Archduke and said that, apparently, everything was over. Julius came closer to them and said that he was finished with the ambassador. Mint was shocked. Roll, in turn, slowly lowered the protective barrier. A moment later, as the piano lowered the barrier, Peppermint sneezed, because there was terrible dust in the corridor. The Duke, abandoned, was sent to Earth and said with contempt that he was still breathing. The Archduke thought that he needed to kill the ambassador here. The Archduke, in turn, wondered aloud whether to kill him or leave him alive. Mint was very scared and trembling with fear. She understood that if he killed him now, he would start a war. The Archduke looked at the young lady and said that he was just scolding him a little, so she doesn't have to worry about it. Julius said that he had wounded her and he could not leave it alone. The young lady looked at him and thanked him, puzzled. Julius, in turn, looked intently at the young lady and told the butler to treat her wound. The butler looked at the young lady and said that the light would be very bright, so she had better close her eyes. Mint obediently followed his order. Mint remembered last time. She brought up that time he also cured her. The butler looked at the young lady and said that he was finished and she could open her eyes. He looked at her and asked if it still hurt anywhere. Mint looked at the butler and in turn said that nothing hurt her anymore, and she also thanked him with a smile for his help. She noticed up close that he had very beautiful eyes. The butler smiled and said that his eyes were truly fascinating. Mint was puzzled and asked if she really said that out loud. The butler smiled and said that it was not so, but he understood everything from the expression on her face. Common looked closely at the ambassador and asked what they would do with him now. The Archduke looked intently at the man and told him to collect all his belongings and send him back. Peppermint curled up at night, puzzled from one side to the other, as she could not sleep. She did not know whether everything would be all right when the ambassador returned to the world of power. She wondered how this could end well. She remembered that the gentleman went on about his business, and at the same time muttered that he had wasted his time on the ambassador. Mint thought that it was worth going to the gentleman and talking to him, but still she thought that he would most likely stay until late at night. She knew that if she talked to him, she would feel much calmer. At night, a young lady arrived at the estate. The young lady gazed at the estate. She looked at the estate with a grin and said that she had not been to El Sidonia for a long time. Mint, accompanied by the knight, slowly walked along the corridor. Rusev looked at the young mistress and told her to go inside, and he would wait for her outside. Mint looked at the knight and thanked him. The knight, in turn, smiled and said that there was no need for gratitude. Mint entered the office and called the gentleman. The Archduke, in turn, looked at the young lady with bewilderment. A moment later, he asked her if something had happened. Julius looked at the young lady and asked if she was awake. Mint looked at him and said that she couldn't sleep. Mint was surprised because it was actually bad, visible behind the stack of paper. Julius looked at Mint and asked if he should tell the servants to bring warm milk. Mint looked at him and said that there was no need for that. Julius looked at the Mint. He wanted to pick her up and sit her on a chair. But suddenly, he remembered the maid who told him that he was very protective of her and thought that she was little. A moment later, he realized his mistake and told her to sit down. Mint looked at the gentleman and was puzzled, said that she hoped that now there would be no war between them and the sanctuary. He said quietly that the war would begin. Mint was shocked, as she did not expect to hear something like this. Julius said that someday in the future, there will be a war, but not now. He said that she didn't need to worry about it because it wasn't because of her. She was in shock. She didn't understand how she couldn't help but worry about it. Julius realized that the young lady could not sleep because of her worries. Nadeau looked at him and said that she didn't want them to fight. Peppermint looked at him and said she didn't want him to get hurt. Mint looked at the gentleman and said that she did not want to see him like this at all. Julius looked at her and said that there would be no war, and he warned them about it today. Julius said that they always interfered in the affairs of the family, and today he tried to convey this to them in an accessible way. Julius said that he warned them not to open their mouths and to live quietly under the grass. Mint looked at him in surprise and was a little dumbfounded. It turned out that even if she continued to talk about this topic, Mr. Yuli's mood would only worsen. She knew she needed to change the subject. Mint looked at him and said that the ambassador had introduced some kind of nonsense. They say that there is some kind of magic in it quickly. Julius looked at her and said that he knew nothing. Mint was surprised. She hoped she had some kind of power. Julius said that such energy is often found in people. Depends on how much magical power a person has. Julius said that the magnitude of this strength determines whether he is dangerous or not, and it is the sanctuary that decides this. Mint was surprised. Now she understood what this meant. Julius said that if she wants to know more about this, then he will tell Roll about it. Julius, a little puzzled, said that he would not rush into this matter. Mint looked at him in surprise. Mint looked closely at the master and thought that she would be upset about this. If she doesn't have any power. Mint looked at him and said that it wasn't that she was very interested, she just wanted to know more about it. Once such a speech came up. The Archduke looked at her, puzzled, and said that she had made the right decision. A moment later, he said that everything will come in due time. Mint looked closely at the gentleman. She noticed that he was very kindly concerned about the fact that she might be disappointed in herself. Mint looked intently at the gentleman. She knew she couldn't have any magic. She knew that, in principle, when Mr. Julius was next to her, she did not need any magic. The butler came to his master's office and said in a hurry that the princess had come to see him. The Archduke looked at the butler and asked whether the princess had arrived alone or with someone. The butler said that the princess arrived on her own and without security. Mint was surprised as she noticed that it was very late and time for the princess to visit. A moment later, Mint realized that it was the daughter of the empress. Mint was at a loss. She didn't know if the princess could do anything to the master. Julius looked at the butler and told him to invite the princess into the office and bring tea from Agilia. The butler was surprised. He said that the gentleman does not like this tea. Julius said that this was not for him. Julius looked at the butler and said that the princess loves tea. Roll said that he would bring everything now. Julius looked at him and said that he did not need to bring tea. Myatt looked at the gentleman and said that it was probably time for her to return to the room. Yuri said that it would be better this way. Mint understood that it would be better this way, and she did not need to be here. But for some reason, she didn't want to return to the room at all. Mint was surprised, since the gentleman knew what kind of tea the princess preferred. She knew they were close, even though their engagement had been broken off. She wanted to see who the master's ex was. Mint and Julius heard the voice of the princess, who said that she was entering the office. Cardia came into the office Hismark. The Archduke greeted the princess. Mint was surprised by the beauty of the princess. It seemed to Mint that the princess was like a moon goddess. The princess smiled and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Peppermint was shocked as she noticed that the princess's voice was charming. She thought it was most likely similar to the voice that the main characters in novels have. Julius looked at the Mint and asked why she didn't greet the princess. Mint looked at him in surprise. With the speed of lightning, Mint bowed and asked the princess's forgiveness for her rudeness. The princess smiled and said that Mint shouldn't blame herself so much. The princess looked at the young lady and asked who she was. Mint said in a trembling voice that she was Mint Elsidonia. She also said that it was a great honor for her to meet the princess. A moment later, Mint greeted the princess according to all the rules of etiquette. She said with a smile that she was immensely happy about their first meeting. The princess looked at the young lady and said that this was a very pleasant greeting. A moment later, the princess told the Mint to raise its face. Mint noticed that the princess was very different from the empress. The princess was not scary at all and very cool. She was even very charismatic when she was sitting. The Archduke looked at the princess and asked what business she had come to see them for. The Archduke said he didn't want to go around. The princess looked at him and said with a smile that he was as impatient as always. And as always, she can't gather her thoughts. Mint looked intently at the young people. A moment later, Mint remembered that she needed to go back to her room. The Archduke looked at the young lady and told her to sit next to him. Mint was surprised, as she was thinking of leaving their company. The Archduke looked closely at the princess and asked what was the reason for her coming to the estate. The princess looked at the Archduke and said that it was very rude of him to immediately talk about business without even offering tea. At that very moment, the butler came in and said that he had brought tea. The princess smiled and said it was her favorite tea, and he seemed to remember it. Mint looked sideways at the Archduke. She wondered what his favorite tea was. The Archduke looked at the princess and said that if she did drink her tea, then she needed to talk about business. The princess smiled and told the Archduke not to rush her. Mint was confused. She noticed that these two were very suitable for each other. The princess looked at Mr. Julius and said that he was very funny, and she also asked since when did he communicate with her so respectfully. The princess said she thought he could talk, just shut up or disappear. She looked at the Archduke and asked if he was so nice because of the young lady. She smiled and said that she was very pleased. The Archduke told the princess not to talk such nonsense. The princess said that she would still laugh, but she needed to get down to business. She said that she had come here to settle the conflict between him and the sanctuary, and she hoped that he did not mind. Mint was shocked. Mint noticed that the princess had just named Mr. Yule. I looked at the princess and asked if she could explain everything in detail. Mint realized that now was not the time to think about such things. She wanted to focus on the conversation. But still, Mint was very jealous of the princess. The princess looked at the Archduke and said that she had come to the estate for the sake of reconciliation. She said that the sanctuary did not know what to do, so in the end, they decided to come to the palace. She said that she really hoped for his nobility. The Archduke looked at her and said that he would listen to her. Mint looked closely at the princess, as she also wanted to call the Archduke as princess. Mint was shocked, because she was not thinking about that at all. She knew she needed to focus and calm down. The princess looked at the Archduke and said that he probably knows what a shock you are above all the appearance of the chief magician, whom he sent in a terrible state to the sanctuary. The princess said the image of the sanctuary was ruined. If it doesn't just stop, they will start to get angry. Julius looked at the young princess and said that he did not care. The princess said that the empress knew that he would answer like that, which is why she sent her here. The princess said with a grin that he was acting just like the empress said. The Archduke said that he was not going to dance to her tune, since initially his plans included a war with the sanctuary. Mint understood why the empress sent the princess, since they were close in the past. The princess looked at him and said that in that case, she would voice the conditions of the sanctuary. The princess said they asked him to make a formal statement saying he was sorry for what happened. The princess said that they promised that they would not touch Roll with magical abilities again, no matter what he did. The princess looked at the young lady and said that she had heard that another magician would soon appear in their family. The princess smiled and was puzzled, and said that at the time she didn't understand what they were talking about, but now she understood that they were talking about Miss Peppermint. Mint looked at the princess puzzled and said that everything was not like that at all. Mint said she thought there was some kind of misunderstanding. The princess had a task, but also looked at the princess thoughtfully and asked whether it was true or not. The princess looked at the Archduke and said that they would try to accommodate him. She said that he wanted them not to interfere in his affairs. The Archduke looked at the princess and said that he understood her. The princess looked at the Archduke and thanked him for his positive answer. She smiled and said that he had been extremely kind today. She looked at him and said with a smile that she was his ex-fiancée. She didn't understand how the Empress could send her here. The princess asked the Archduke if he did not agree with her. The Archduke looked at the princess and said that, just in case, he warned that he was not going to resume this topic. The princess looked at the Archduke and said that she knew that cute little girls turned out to be his type, so she just decided to give up. The Archduke looked at the princess and said that she should not say words that could cause misunderstanding. The princess looked at the young lady and said that he was very calm around her now. But when they were teenagers, he was completely different. Mint looked at the princess in surprise and asked what he was like. The princess said that there was not a single child left who would not receive Zvizduli from Julius, and when they turned 14 years old, they went to the Monster Zone. There, the Archduke broke his sword and simply began tearing the monsters' necks with his bare hands. Mint was surprised, as she did not expect to hear something like this. The princess looked at the young lady and said that was why many people were surprised when a man like him decided to bring Mint home. The Archduke, puzzled, said that they were now discussing him as if he were not here. Mint looked at him and said with a smile that she thought he was very cool and strong, even without a sword. She was delighted, looked at him and said that he was very amazing. Mint looked at him and said that she also wants to become as strong as him. The princess looked at the Archduke and asked if he had brought the young lady as his heir. The Archduke, in turn, said that this was not so. The Archduke looked at the young lady and said that there was one reason why he had brought her. Mint was waiting because she wanted to hear about the reason why she came to the estate. The Archduke looked at the princess and said that he would very much like the young lady to continue to live, and for this reason he brought her. Mint was surprised, as she did not expect to hear something like this. She thought she was very lucky. The princess looked closely at the young lady. She had heard that the young lady lived in an orphanage and was beaten periodically there. The princess looked at the Archduke and said that she didn't know he had such a human side. The princess now realized that anyone in his place would have done this to the magician. The princess noticed that during the time they had not seen each other, he had become kinder. The Archduke looked at the young lady and asked if she was cold, because she was shaking. Mint smiled and said everything was fine. The princess looked at them intently and thought that it was more likely that he had changed because of the young lady. The princess looked closely at the young lady and realized that it was very good that the Archduke began to change. But she still regretted a little that he began to change not because of her. The princess slowly left the estate. The Archduke looked at the princess and told her not to go out at night unaccompanied, as it was very dangerous. She looked at the Archduke and said that she was no longer his bride. She said that he wasn't going to protect her anyway, so he shouldn't worry unnecessarily. The princess looked at the Archduke and asked forgiveness for the inconvenience caused in this late night. The Archduke looked at his subordinate and told him to send some soldiers to guard the carriage. The subordinate said that he would do everything. The princess slowly left the Archduke's estate. Mint knew that although the princess was very similar to the Empress, her aura was completely different. Mint was surprised because she noticed that the princess was very friendly to her. Mint was very worried since the young princess was the former bride of the master. But still, she was able to hear about the master's past. Because she knew almost nothing about him, she became very curious. Mint remembered how the master told her that he allowed her to live until she began to believe in herself. Mint is sincere. I wanted to know more about him. She didn't know if that meant she wanted to trust him. Urian sat and watched intently. Mint went outside and saw the beautiful beauty of the estate. She was a little surprised because she was able to go out after several days of snowfall. Mint went outside and saw her friend. The young man greeted his mistress. Mint looked at him and asked what he was doing. A moment later, Mint saw a little kitten. The young man said that he found a lonely kitten. Mint looked at him longingly and said that he was most likely abandoned. The young man said that no one came for the kitten, and he also thinks that it was simply thrown away. He said he was missing one eye. Urian said that maybe the kitten had fallen behind its mother. Mint looked at the little kitten and said that he looked healthy. Mint looked at the young man and said that in such cold he could not survive on his own. She smiled and said that most likely someone helped him. Mint looked at her friend and said that he had wool all over his clothes. The young man, puzzled, said that it was still very cold in the evening, so he took him to his place for the night. He also asked for forgiveness for breaking the rule. Mint, puzzled, said that he needed to be careful, since he was still going to become a knight. Mint looked at him and said with a smile that as a gift for her 16th birthday, she would ask him to keep the kitten. She said she didn't want him to get in trouble. A moment later, Peppermint remembered the kitten she was trying to save. Mint looked at the little kitten and said that the kitten still deserves love and warmth. The young man looked at the young lady and said that because of him, she would lose the opportunity to receive a gift. Mint smiled and said that there was nothing wrong with it, since she was already used to it. She said that she had never been congratulated on her birthday. Mint said that because of this, she wanted to choose the first gift herself. She looked at him and asked if he understood now. Mint said that she was not a mistress, but simply about the orphan girl who was brought to the estate. She said that life was not easy for her at the shelter. Mint said that she was constantly kicked out and fed dog food. It even happened that she tore up grass and ate it. She said it was even so cold that she even sat and hugged an outdoor cat. She looked at her friend and said that such stories are not to be boasted about, and she knows about it. The young man looked at her and said that he would not tell anyone, since it was impossible to tell the secrets of the mistress. Mint looked at him and said with a smile that she considered it necessary to tell him about this, since she really wanted to make friends with him. She smiled and said that friends should trust each other. She looked at him and said that she was sure that he had suffered a lot too, and that was why she wanted to open up to him. The young man was a little puzzled. Mint took her friend's hand. Mint looked at him and said with a warm smile that she would like them to think only about a happy future. She knew that he would become a very good knight, and she would become a beautiful lady. She wanted to live happily. The maid looked at the young lady and said that they had to go. Mint looked sideways at the maid and said that she was already on her way. Roll and Mint slowly danced around. Roll stared at the young lady and told her how to move properly. Mint stepped on her godfather's foot several times. The butler looked at the young lady and told her to look up, as nobles and ladies do not dance with their heads down. Mint embarrassedly asked him for forgiveness. He looked at her and told her that she shouldn't be so upset about stepping on his foot. Mint said, puzzled, that it was painful. Mint looked at the butler and said that 5 minutes had not passed. How they are rehearsing this dance, and she has already managed to step on his foot 5 times. She said that if this continues, she will soon break his leg. Roll looked at her and said that she was such a light pressure from her dance partner. You shouldn't pay attention to her, and you shouldn't be disappointed in yourself right away. The butler said that everyone would consider it an honor to dance with her. She looked at him and said that she would definitely apologize, since no one would react the way he did. The butler looked at her and said that if she was tired, then they could rest. The young lady thanked him. The young lady said that she couldn't do it, and that made her more worried, and therefore he begins to dance worse. Mint said that it seemed to her that she didn't know how to dance at all. Peppermint said she would have to study harder. The butler looked at her and said that no one gets it right the first time. The lady looked at him puzzled and said that she had been dancing for 6 months. The butler said that when she first came here, she was studying the letter. He said she studied very hard and didn't even go to bed. Rowell said she is now on the verge of making her debut into society. The butler smiled and said that everyone knows how diligent and patient she is. He smiled and said that he believed in her, and she did not need to give up, but only need to go to the end. Mint, puzzled, said that she understood everything, and even if she breaks his leg 100 more times, she will not allow the family's name to be stained. Mint quietly said that she would try very hard. A moment later, Mint realized that along the way she had gone too far with his leg. The butler looked at her and asked, puzzled, if she was okay. Because I saw that she was a little annoyed. She looked at him and asked for forgiveness. The butler said with a smile on his face that she had finally reached adolescence. Mint looked at him in confusion and surprise and asked what he was talking about. She looked at him and said it was because he was making her dance, and she has long been 18 years old and is now no longer in adolescence. The butler said that she had been growing very slowly since childhood, so everyone was waiting for this period. The young lady looked at him and asked if it wouldn't be better if it didn't happen at all. Roel looked at her and said that puberty hits everyone sooner or later, and the most important thing is time. The young lady looked at him and asked what he was talking about. He looked at her and said that this period was still forgiven for her, since she was still a child. But if this manifests itself, then it will not be easy for her. The butler looked at the young mistress and said that this is why she needs to start a riot before her debut. She needs to be worried, angry, and hurt now. The young lady was shocked and said she wouldn't do it. He looked at her and said that if this was not the case, then they needed to continue rehearsing the dance. The young lady obediently agreed. Peppermint knew that the butler had been looking out for her since she arrived at the estate, but it seemed to her that he had begun to do it even more diligently lately. The maid came closer to the young lady and asked if she would like to try on the dress. The young mistress looked at the maid and asked how many more dresses she needed to try on. The maid smiled and said that the lady tried on only 7 dresses. John was cold and said that she even excluded some, but it still turned out to be a lot. The maid said that she needed to try on 20 more pieces. The young lady was shocked. She said that she would like to wear something from what she had already tried on. The maid smiled and said that the young mistress should shine on her debut. Mint was puzzled. She said that clothes do not change the essence of a person. The maid looked at the mistress and said that she should not underestimate herself. She said that the lady is very beautiful. Carrion said that too much modesty can become poison, and you need to be more confident in yourself. Mint knew that everyone said she was modest, but she was only telling the truth. She noticed that her height had increased, and the color of her hair, hated by everyone, remained the same. After she met Acela and they were kidnapped, she never dated any other girls. Mint was puzzled and didn't know whether she was beautiful or not. The maid came closer to the young mistress and asked if she had seen the manager. Mint was a little puzzled and asked what happened. The man was furious. He shouted to the knight to escort his daughter. He was furious because the knight refused to carry out his orders. The young man looked closely at the man and said that there was no need to shout like that. The man was furious. He said he doesn't scream at all. The man looked at the knight and said that the country feeds him, so he needs to fulfill his duties. Mint came closer to her friend and called him. Urian was like, the lady came out. Mint looked at the man and introduced herself, and she also asked what business the man had with her knight. The man was furious. He shouted that the Archduke had poorly trained his knights since he simply asked to accompany his daughter, and the knight refused him. Mint was at a loss. She asked what they were talking about. Urian said that they returned from the village, having completed their business there. The young lady glared at the young knight. Urian said the young lady leaned on him. The young lady, in turn, said that she was dizzy. The young lady glanced sideways at her father. The man looked closely at the knight and said that his daughter was very weak, and therefore they needed to hurry home. The man looked at the young man and told him to take his daughter home. The young man looked at the young lady and said that he simply ignored them, but they came here. Mint was a little puzzled, as her friend met strange people again. As a child, Peppermint thought that the more people who loved her friend, the better. But this was not friendly love. And now, having matured, she understood this. Mint looked closely at her friend. She was a little perplexed and didn't understand how he managed to grow so much. The man looked at the knight and said that since they had already talked, he would like the knight to accompany his daughter. Urian looked at the young mistress and said that he was just seeing them off. Mint looked at them and said that she was very glad that they liked their knights. She said with a smile that this is not even surprising, because their knights are the best, and she, in turn, will kindly provide them with the best escort. Mint looked at the knight and told the man with a smile that the knight was famous for his reliability, even among all the other knights. The knight smiled and looked at his mistress. He said he would lead them to safety. Urian looked at Mint and asked her for forgiveness. Mint, puzzled, told him to stop apologizing, since it was not his fault. The young man looked at the young mistress and said that since this happens more than once, it's probably all because of him. Mint looked at him and said that this was not true at all. Mint said that they were taking Elkadonia lightly, and all this happened due to the absence of Mr. Julius. The Archduke gazed into the distance and remembered the young lady. Urian looked at the young lady and said softly that the Archduke would definitely return soon. Mint whispered quietly that she was sure of it. Urian sheepishly said that he will always be by her side. People were very scared. They screamed and ran as the monsters attacked them. They shouted that they needed to ask the Archduke for help. The Archduke looked at the Mint and said that he must leave. He looked at her and said that he needed to deal with the monsters that appeared at the maternity hospital with their estate. He looked at her puzzled and said he didn't know how long it would take, because it is necessary to destroy them completely. He looked at her and said that she needn't worry as he would be back before her debut. The maid looked at her mistress and asked how she liked the end result. Mint looked intently into the mirror. Mint looked at the maid and sheepishly said that she was embarrassed. Mint looked at the maid and shyly said that she was a little embarrassed because the dress was too open. The maid looked at the young mistress and said that she did not agree with her, since the Mint now looked just perfect. The maid looked at the young mistress and said that this ball was held for debutantes, and its purpose was to show everyone that the young ladies were ready for marriage. The maid looked at her mistress and said that she wanted this madly. Mint looked at her in bewilderment and asked what she was talking about. The maid looked at the mistress and said that she would like the Mint to shine brightest. She smiled and said that in the end she settled on this beautiful dress. Mint said that she understood everything, but she still felt a little uncomfortable. She had never worn such outfits before. She felt like the dress didn't suit her at all. The butler entered their room. The butler said that the time has come. He looked at the maid and asked if the mistress was ready. The butler looked at the young mistress intently and in surprise. Mint realized that this dress definitely didn't suit her. The butler looked at the young lady, and I said that it might be warmer already, but she would certainly be cold. He asked her to put a cape on top. The maid looked at the Mint and said that she thought the young lady would be hot. Mint looked in the mirror. She felt more comfortable with the cape. The butler looked at the young mistress and said that the Mint's body was too weak, so he thought that even this would not be enough. Mint looked at the butler, puzzled, because she did not understand what he was talking about. With the speed of lightning, the butler feed on the young mistress a few more things. He looked at her and said that now he thinks she looks perfect. The maid was furious. She did not understand what the butler was doing. The maid furiously shouted at Roll, like that, it was too much. Roll, in turn, shouted that it would be better for her, since there will be a lot of men at the banquet who will closely look at the young mistress. The maid shouted that all the men in this house were too protective of the young mistress. Mint, in turn, gradually undressed, because she was very hot. The maid shouted to the butler that the young lady was already an adult, and she shouldn't be taken care of like that. The maid looked at the butler and said that if the young mistress is formed as a hillbilly, it will not be his feelings that will be hurt, but the young lady's. The butler was shocked by the whole situation. The butler looked sideways at the young lady and told her not to catch a cold. Mint realized that he still lost. Mint ran to the knight, as she was already late for the celebration. Kamen, in turn, was very surprised, since he had recently seen a young lady who was knee-deep to him. The knight looked at the lady and asked if she saw herself in the mirror. Mint looked at the knight, puzzled, and asked if she looked strange. Kamen smiled and said that she was like an angel from heaven. He smiled and said that he was honored to accompany her. He also said that he was all straight and blushed because he was embarrassed. Peppermint looked at him and said with a smile that he wasn't blushing. Kamen looked at Urian and asked if he thought the same. He asked Urian if Miss looked like an angel. Urian looked at the young mistress and said that it was so. Mint looked at her companions and asked them to hurry up. Kamen looked at her and said with a smile that he was telling the truth. Urian looked at the young mistress intently and in surprise. He said quietly that she was dazzling. The Archduke looked at Mint and said with a smile that he would accompany her to her debut. Mint was surprised, as she did not expect that he would personally want to accompany her. The Archduke said that this was his responsibility as guardian. Mint was surprised, but at the same time very happy. She looked at him and asked if her first dance would then be with him. The Archduke said it was so. The Archduke told the balls to get her well soon so that she wouldn't break anything by falling while dancing. Mint said that last time the floor was simply slippery. The butler looked at her and said that if it weren't for him, her treatment would have taken about 2 months. Mint thanked the butler. Julius looked at the young lady and with a smile told her to take care of her health in order to strengthen her body. He said with a smile that he was really looking forward to her being 18. Peppermint was a little puzzled and worried as she remembered the Archduke's words. She was very sad that she could not go to the ball with him. She knew he should have taken care of himself. Mint knew that nothing bad would happen if she danced with someone else. Mint wanted him to return home as soon as possible, safe and sound. After some time, Mint arrived at the celebration. Mint knew that they had already arrived, and under no circumstances should she fall. And you shouldn't get into awkward situations. She knew she needed to keep her chin up. The knight looked at the young lady and with a smile told her not to worry. Urian looked at the Mint and said with a smile that it was the best. He said that in his opinion, she was the most beautiful of all those present. Mint was shocked, because I didn't expect to hear something like that from him. Mint looked at him and smiled shyly. She said with a smile that she would be back soon. Upon entering the banquet hall, Mint was introduced. She knew everyone would be looking at her, since she is present at the banquet as a representative of the family. The Empress and Princess gazed at the young debutante. While Mint was going to the Empress, everyone was discussing her. Peppermint knew she didn't need to listen to them. She knew what she had to do because they had been rehearsing. Mint proudly approached the Empress. She bowed and introduced herself. Mint calmly told the Empress that she was honored to meet her. The Empress looked at the young lady and told her to raise her face. The Empress smiled and said that they had not seen each other for a long time, and she looked beautiful. The Empress said with a grin that, apparently, the Archduke did not spare his love for her. The knight was shocked, as he understood that the Empress was behaving incorrectly. He was very angry with the Empress. Mint, in turn, looked at the Empress and thanked her with a smile. The knight looked intently at the young lady. He remembered that the butler had said that the young lady was going through a transition period. Mint looked intently at the Empress and said that it was also her merit that she grew up like this. Mint smiled and said that she began to value her life thanks to the Empress. The knight was shocked by what the young lady was saying. Mint was furious. She didn't understand how the Empress could say something like that. Mint knew that a lot of time had passed, and there was no news from the Archduke. She realized that the Empress had specifically started talking about the Archduke. Mint knew that the Empress was simply a terrible person. She presented to her, looked and answered her in the same manner. The fireplace, in turn, quietly called to the young mistress. The Empress was taken aback by the young lady's words. She didn't expect the young lady to answer her so boldly. The Empress looked closely at the young lady and said with a smile that as a ruler, she was doing an excellent job. The Empress smiled and said that it was thanks to her that the young lady became such a beauty. The Empress looked at the young lady and said with a smirk that if she had lost that war, then Mint would have become a slave, so she would accept her gratitude. The Empress looked at the young lady and said that she spoke very beautiful words, and now it became noticeable to her that the young lady had really matured. Mint knew that in turn she lived worse than a slave, and she ate dog food. But thanks to the Empress, a guardianship system arose, and Mint also received salvation. Mint understood that to some extent the Empress was right, but still, Peppermint knew that she didn't have to agree with her, since the Empress tried to kill her recently. The princess looked at the young lady and greeted her. She said with a smile that her mother says that Peppermint has matured, and she really sees that it is so. The princess smiled and said that she could not even imagine that a little girl had become such a beautiful lady in 3 years. Mint looked at the princess and thanked her for her kind words, and she also said that it was a great honor for her to meet her again. A moment later, Peppermint greeted His Majesty Eloin Hismark. The prince looked intently at the young lady and wanted to tell her something, but, unfortunately, he was interrupted by the Empress. The Empress looked at the young lady and said that since she had grown into such a beautiful lady, today was a great day to receive a marriage proposal. Mint, in turn, looked closely at the Empress and just smiled. Mint was puzzled, since she did not want to receive such recognition at all. A moment later, the Empress looked at the young lady and said that she thought it would not be today. The Empress smiled and said that she was not so bad as to torture a girl whom the Archduke himself could not accompany. The prince looked sideways at the Empress and called her. He asked the Empress if he understood correctly that 3 years ago she wanted to bring her here. The Empress said that this was exactly so. Since the young lady is a very interesting person, she said that the Archduke was very protective of her, so she could only see her now. The Empress said that you are partners with the young lady. One of her peers would be suitable. The Empress looked at the prince and said that he would be very suitable for her as an escort. The prince looked intently at the young lady and did not answer the Empress. Common looked at the young lady and said with a smile that she had done a great job. Mint looked at the escort and thanked him for being there for her. Common looked at the young mistress and said that it was okay. and they would talk more when they returned to the estate, since there were a lot of eyes and ears here. The man saw Kamen and smiled. He ran to him with a smile and said in joy that they had not seen each other for a long time. Mint looked at the man and asked her escort if the man was calling him. Kamen looked at his mistress and told her not to pay attention. The man asked Kamen with a smile, since when did he attend such events with such a beautiful lady? Kamen looked at the man and told him not to pretend that they were close. The man came closer to the Mint and greeted her. He said that she must be uncomfortable being accompanied by such a clumsy man. Mint looked at the man in surprise and said with a smile that Knight Kamen was a very noble and reliable person. The man smiled and said that the young lady has a very beautiful soul. He would like to say something else, but the knight asked him to shut up. The man looked at the young lady and said that he and the knight were very close, and his name is Isaac Desbel. Meta looked at the man in surprise and said with a smile that she was pleased to meet you, and she also introduced herself. Mint looked intently at her knight. She suddenly remembered that he was the eldest son of a famous count, and for this reason he accompanied her today. Isaac looked at Mint and asked her if it was Kamen who offered her the juice. Mint looked at him in surprise and said that it was so. The man looked at the young lady and said with a smile that when the knight told him about Mint, he described her as a little fragile girl. Isaac said that he did not understand how such a beautiful lady could be treated like a small child. He looked at the young lady and said with a smile that the already matured lady was more suitable for champagne than juice. Mint, puzzled, accepted the glass of champagne and thanked him. Mint noticed that the champagne had a pleasant smell, and it was different from the smell of the director of the orphanage, because he drank other alcohol. The man looked intently at the young lady. Kamen, in turn, was very wary, as he did not like the look of his friend. The man looked at the young lady and said with a smile that his sister also came today as a debutante. He said that his sister was the same age as Peppermint, and they could become friends. Mint smiled and said that would be very good. Kamen was very puzzled by the persistence of his friend. He could not even drive him away because his mistress was smiling. He realized that she must have relaxed after her conversation with the Empress. A young lady approached them and called her brother. The man was a little surprised. He looked at his sister and asked if she wasn't with her friends. Rita looked at her brother, puzzled, and said that he walked her here and immediately left her alone. She looked at him and said that she was looking for him. Rita saw Kamen and greeted him. The young lady looked at her friend and said that he hated such places. She asked with a smile why he was here and now. Kamen said that he was just accompanying the young lady. The man looked at the Mint and introduced his little sister with a smile. The girl smiled and introduced herself. Rita smiled and came closer to Mint. She said she saw the young lady as she entered the room. She said with a smile that she was very glad to meet them. Mint looked at the young lady and said that she was also very pleased, and she was glad to meet them. Mint felt very good, since she had not communicated with a girl of her own age for a very long time. Rita looked at the Mint and asked if she was really talking to the Empress. Rita said that she was very worried and her legs were giving way. Mint looked at her and said with a smile that she was also very worried. Rita grabbed Mint's hand and pulled it away with lightning speed. She said with a smile that she would like to show the young lady another place. Kamen looked at the young ladies and said that he would accompany them. Rita looked at her friend and asked what he was talking about. Rita looked at the young knight and said that he was not Mint's partner, but only an accompanying person, so he did not need to follow her. She said it was an event for debutantes. Kamen walked closer to the young lady and asked if she would be okay. Peppermint looked at the knight, puzzled, and said that she would be fine. She smiled and looked at him. Mint said that everything will be fine, since he also met his friend, he can talk to him. Mint knew that she had come to the banquet, and even if Mr. Yuli was not there, she needed to show everyone that she was enduring everything calmly and steadfastly. She wanted to show that her El Sidonia family was in good health. The young debutantes walked across the hall to another place where they could talk. Kamen looked at his friend and said that it seemed to him that Rita had taken the young lady away after noticing his strange eyes. Isaac was furious and told his friend not to be rude to him. Isaac looked at Kamina, said that if no one invites her to dance, unnecessary rumors will spread among people. Kamen said that she would dance with him. The man said that Kamen had not attended such events and could not dance. Isaac said that Kamen should not worry so much. And he also said that it turns out that the young lady is not as small as the fireplace described her. Kamen remembered the old days and said, puzzled, that he had failed to protect the young lady once. And so he vowed that this would not happen again. Rita looked sideways at Mint and said with a smile that they had already arrived. Mint was excited because they left so quickly that she didn't even have time to look around. The young lady looked closely at Rita and asked who she had just brought to them. Mint was shocked. Acela looked at Peppermint and said with a grin that her face was familiar to her. Acela asked Mint with a grin if by chance her hobby was taking other people's things. Mint was furious as she had previously told the young lady not to call Urian a thing. Mint remembered how the young lady once shouted at her that she was taking away her servant and also blaming her. She shouted that she would protest. Then Peppermint looked at her and said calmly that she didn't think there was any point in continuing the conversation. The young lady looked closely at the Mint and said with a grin that she remembered it. Mother, in turn, looked intently at the young lady. Mint realized that Acela had not changed a bit in 3 years. Acela looked at Rita and asked why she brought Mint here. Rita smiled and said that she was just talking to her brother. Rita said that she didn't want Mint to talk to him, so she took her away. Acela said it was the right decision. Mint looked at the young ladies in bewilderment and asked Rita what she was talking about. Mint looked at Rita and asked her if she had heard of her. Rita looked at Mint and said that she was the lady who selected other people's servants. It turned out that it was very good that they initially learned the true version from Mrs. Acela. Rita said with a grin that Peppermint was walking around here like a victim. Rita also said with a grin that she was a commoner, and she soon fell in love with a person of her level. Mint was shocked, as she did not expect to hear something like this. Mint was furious because she realized that while she had not seen anyone, Acela had spread terrible rumors about her. It was obvious to Mint that the young lady had prepared all this on purpose. Since she knew that after coming of age, Mint should come to the debutante ball, Mint was very glad that she had a new friend. But unfortunately, she was framed. She knew that she didn't need friends at all. All she needed was to clear her name. Mint looked at the ladies present and said that they should refrain from making such loud statements. She said that the young man came to them of his own free will. She looked at them and said that they had completed all the paperwork legally. And at the moment, Urian is a knight of the immortal squad of Elsidonia. Peppermint knew she needed to speak in a calmer tone. Acela looked at young Mint and asked if she thought that since she was accepted into the house, she became part of the family. Mint was shocked because she didn't understand what she was talking about. Acela said that she would explain everything to her now. Acela looked at Peppermint and said with a grin that she was not a lady, but just a pet. Peppermint was taken aback by her statement. Peppermint began to stutter in shock as she looked at the young lady and asked what she just said. The young lady said that Mint just got her last name for appearance's sake because she was adopted, and therefore Mint is not a blood Elsidonia. Acela looked at Peppermint and asked what that could mean. Acela told Mint that she was just a pet. Mint was shocked. She didn't understand how a young lady could be so openly rude to her. Mint had heard before that aristocrats were rude this way, but no one on the estate was rude to her. Rita looked at the young lady and said that she did not like the word guardianship at all. She didn't understand why such a useless system would be created. The young lady smiled and said that she had always believed that aristocrats who take care of people like Peppermint were very stupid. They did not understand how the Archduke could become like this. Fireplace pushed his way through the people to his mistress. The young lady said that the Archduke had no family, and it is unlikely that he knew about this. They said that he lived his whole life on the battlefield. They said that, most likely, he brought trouble to his family, and therefore did not return from the war. Acela looked at the Mint and said that it was all sad. She said that the Archduke might never return home. She said with a grin that in this case, the next head of the family would just be a pet. Acela looked at Mint and said with a grin that it would be better to put their family's dog in this place. Mint was furious at the words spoken. The Empress calmly sipped her drink. Suddenly, she sensed some kind of power. The Empress looked intently at the people who had gathered in the hall. The Empress saw that young Mint was using the power that she had previously seen. The Empress was surprised, but at the same time she was very happy. She wondered what the young lady was trying to do at the banquet. Mint looked in turn at the Empress and asked her to come to her for 1 minute. The Empress was surprised. Mint looked at the Empress and asked her to give her some time. The Empress watched the young lady closely. Acela was in shock. She did not understand what Mint was doing. The Empress flew up to them with the speed of lightning. She looked at Peppermint and asked if she called her. The Empress looked at Mint and asked for what reason she called her. The Empress looked at Peppermint and said that she hoped that she had called her out of absolute necessity. Mint glanced sideways at the Empress and asked her forgiveness for disturbing her. The Empress was very surprised as the young lady called her and apologized without even looking her in the eye. Mint looked at the young ladies, and the Empress said that these ladies had opinions about the guardianship system that the Empress had introduced. The young ladies were very frightened and dumbfounded by Mint's statement. They didn't expect her to say something like that. Mint looked at the young ladies and told the Empress that as the ruler of the empire, she should take her time to listen to the opinions of the young ladies. Acella was shocked. She said that Mint had completely lost her fear. The Empress looked at them and said that if the young ladies had a different opinion, then she would be interested in hearing it. The Empress said that she heard that they had a negative opinion about the system, but no one ever dared to speak so openly. She smiled and said that it was very good that it happened this way. The Empress looked at the young ladies and said that she would definitely listen to them. Acella looked at the Empress and said, puzzled, that they hadn't said anything. The Empress looked at them and said that she hated liars. She said that they were talking very loudly, and she accidentally heard everything. The Empress was very angry. She said she heard about a useless system and stupid aristocrats, also about children who are no different from pets. Acella was shocked and very scared. She did not understand how the Empress could hear them as she was sitting so far away. The Empress said she was puzzled that no one told her what they thought about the system. The Empress looked at the young ladies and said that based on their words, she was the one who invited the pets to the debutante banquet. Kamen was shocked as he noticed that the young lady was next to the Empress again. He knew she was in danger. Kamen noticed that the Empress was burning with the desire to kill. When she looked at the young ladies and said that she became very emotional because of her age. The Empress looked at the Mint and said that it was very difficult for her to restrain herself because of such offensive words. Kamen looked intently at the young mistress. He knew that she urgently needed to be saved. The stone quietly called to her, but she did not answer. The cabinet of ministers noticed that the young lady was beside herself with anger. Mint could not allow anyone to desecrate the Archduke. She was very angry and wanted to punish them. The Empress looked at the young Mint and asked what she wanted. The Empress looked at her and said that she had not felt this telepathy for a long time. She said that they had spoken like that at the Archduke's house. The Empress looked at the young lady and asked what to do with the girls. She also asked why Mint called her. Peppermint knew she could take the insults if they were directed only at her. But they affected the honor of her family, and she could not bear it. And even more so, they insulted Mr. Julius. And I couldn't stand this. She knew that he always fought for the common people. Mira knew that he did not deserve such words addressed to him. The Empress gazed at the young lady. She was very interested in the young child. The Empress was shocked, since the young lady fully knew what she was capable of, but for her own purposes, she called her enemy. She admired it. Mint, in turn, perfectly understood how terrible the Empress was. Mint was ready to avenge the master, and it didn't matter to her who did it with the help. The Empress was very happy. She knew that she should not miss such a chance. She furiously wanted to make the Archduke her debtor. The Empress looked at the young ladies and said that 5 people would be enough for her. The young ladies were scared. The Empress looked at them and said with a grin that this was the perfect number. A lot and a little. She looked at them and told them not to worry, as other children from the orphanage would take their places. The Empress said with a grin that she was always glad to see people supporting her policies. And she doesn't need the rest. Isaac looked at his friend and said that it looked like he was talking about rumors. The man said that his sister was talking about the Marquise's daughter. Kamen looked at his friend and asked what she was saying. The man said he had heard about the rumors and about their long-standing disagreements. Kamen was in shock. He realized that his mistress was in danger. He rushed with lightning speed to search for his mistress. When he arrived at the place, he saw a truly terrifying picture. Isaac rushed to his sister's defense with lightning speed. He fell to his knees and asked the Empress to forgive his sister. He said she was just starting to fit into society and had no idea how bad she had done. The Empress looked at the young man and said that she was having a debutante evening. Girls who were already quite old were coming. The young man looked at her and said that she was right. He said that they had raised her poorly, so he frantically begged her to take pity on her sister. A moment later, everyone fell to their knees and asked the Empress to show mercy and favor to them. A moment later, Mint heard the knight calling her. Kamen came closer to her and asked if she was okay. The empress looked intently at the young ladies. She said that it probably seemed to her that they didn't really want to live. The young ladies were in shock. They did not know what to do. They were paralyzed with fear. The Marquis walked up to his daughter and furiously slapped her in the face. He shouted at her and told her to kneel before Her Majesty. The Marquis shouted to his daughter not to hesitate, but to do everything quickly. Acella fell to her knees and asked the Empress for forgiveness. The young lady trembled with fear and did not even look the Empress in the eyes. The Empress looked at her with contempt and asked where her confidence had gone. The Empress looked at the young lady and said with a smirk that she thought the girl had a second life hidden somewhere if she dared to say such things inside her palace. The Marquis looked puzzled at the Empress and said that this was not so at all, and it was all his fault, since he could not raise his daughter with dignity. The Empress looked at Peppermint and said with a grin that the decision was hers. The young lady was surprised, as she did not expect to hear such a thing. The Empress looked at Mint and said that since she called her, she would agree with her. The reason she called the Empress was that the people dared to offend Master Julius and Elsidonia. Mint knew that if only she was insulted, she would endure it. The Empress, in turn, watched the young lady very closely. She noticed that the girl had an interesting rage scale. The Empress knew that if a young lady from a crazy family chose the bloody path, it would be very interesting. The Empress looked at the young lady with a smirk. At their last meeting 3 years ago, she was clearly missing something. The Marquis rushed to the young lady. He frantically begged Peppermint to give him a chance. The Empress, in turn, looked at Mint intently and with a grin. Mint was puzzled. She didn't know what to do right. The Empress looked at the young lady and said that she was very bored, and it all started very beautifully. And again, everything returned to normal. The Empress looked at everyone present and said that at a party, first of all, there should be great music. The Empress gazed at the men and ladies who were kneeling before her. She called them all by last name. They were all scared. She gave them a cold look and said that she remembered them. A moment later, she said with a grin that, as they no longer know, she always welcomes loyal guests. The young people frantically thanked the Empress for her indulgence. The Empress looked at them and told them with a smile to continue enjoying the banquet. Kamen looked at the young mistress and asked her why she took such a risk, but did it. Mint said that she herself didn't know, but she couldn't miss it at all beyond her ears. Mint said that she was ready to endure all the insults. The Empress, in turn, was very pleased, and she was wondering what would happen next. Kamen looked at the young lady and said that she had grown up to be a true lady of Elsidonia. Kamen looked at the young lady and said that if those people had said this in his presence, he would have stabbed them to death on the spot. He said that from now on he will always be by her side. Mint looked at him and said that everything was fine, and he shouldn't worry now. Mint looked at her knight and said that she thinks in such an atmosphere no one will want to dance with her. Mint looked at everyone present and said that she probably shouldn't have learned the dance. Kamen looked at her and told her not to worry. He looked at her and said with a smile that she did not need to worry since he was next to her. Kamen looked at her and said with a smile that he had not danced for a long time, so he was not sure that he would do well. Mint was surprised. Kamen looked at her and said with a smile that he thought he could do better than her. But a moment later, he said that it could be that their levels are the same. Kamen looked at the young mistress and said with a smile that he saw how the butler was happy that she began to step on his feet less. He looked at her and said with a smile that they had danced for several years, so they would harmonize with each other. He went, walked closer to her, and asked with a smile if she wanted to dance with him. Mint was very happy and pleasantly surprised that the director supported her. She looked at him and said that her nerves were making her heart jump out of her chest. Kamen looked at her and said that now he sees his old mistress again. Fireplace looked at her and invited her to get some fresh air on the terrace. He said with a smile that the spring breeze would make her feel better. Kamen said that he would immediately bring a refreshing drink and grab desserts. The young lady smiled and said that she would wait for him. Mint slowly walked out onto the terrace. Mint saw a truly beautiful sight. She didn't know how much time had already passed, but I noticed that the night air was very clean. Mint stood in complete silence on the terrace. She felt very quiet and calm in her soul, and she felt peace in her soul. The young prince looked closely at Mint, which was on the terrace. Kamen was surprised. The prince looked at the knight. The prince realized that the knight was accompanying the young lady. The prince said that I would like to ask Peppermint to dance. The prince looked at the young lady puzzled and said quietly that he thought now was not the right time for this. Mint looked intently at the moon. Suddenly, tears flowed from her eyes. She was surprised and did not understand why she was crying, because she seemed to have calmed down. But she was still very worried because of the words that had been said earlier that the Archduke might not return again. Mint cried a lot and wondered why the gentleman did not return to her. The Archduke approached her from behind and asked why she was crying now. Mint was shocked because she heard the master's voice. Julius, in turn, looked intently at Mint. He was in shock and did not understand what happened at the event. He looked at her intently and angrily asked who dared to offend her. The Archduke looked at the young lady and asked her who dared to offend her. Mint was shocked because she didn't expect to see him. Mint was shocked. She didn't find out if it was really him. The Archduke looked at the young lady and angrily told her to tell her now who offended her, and he would tear that person to pieces right now. Mint, in turn, rushed at him. With tears in her eyes, she hugged him tightly. The Archduke was shocked. Mint, in turn, cried and hugged the Archduke. She didn't understand why he only came now. But still, Mint hoped that this was not a dream, and he returned to her. The Archduke looked at the young lady and, puzzled, told her to let him go. Mint said that she didn't want to let him in. She thought that if she let him go now, she would wake up immediately, and he won't be next to her. Mint knew that then she would be very sad. Mint looked at the Archduke in surprise and puzzlement. She was shocked because she noticed that she had stained his clothes. He looked at her in surprise and said with a smile that she tried very hard to be beautiful today. Mint asked for forgiveness in a trembling voice. The Duke looked at her and said that he was talking about her. He asked her not to move as he wanted to wipe away her tears. The young lady was surprised. She looked at him intently. The Archduke looked at the young lady and said that he wiped off her runny makeup. Mint thanked him. Mint looked at the Archduke and said that the maid told her that if someone splashed champagne in her face, her makeup would not smear. And apparently, it was moisture-resistant. The Archduke was surprised. He thought it was very good that he left the young lady as a maid, but he didn't understand the joke with the champagne. Mint thought for a moment. She knew that if she had not answered the young lady then, her face would probably have been doused with champagne. The Archduke looked at the young lady in surprise, as he noticed that she was trembling all over. He looked at her and said that she seemed cold. The Archduke said that her clothes were very revealing. Etio said that she thought such clothes were in fashion. The Archduke threw a shawl over the young lady's shoulders. He said that she might catch a cold now. Mint was surprised, but still thanked him for his concern. Mint thought that she dressed like a grown lady, but apparently in the eyes of Yuli, she is still a child. Mint looked at the Archduke and asked if this dress suited her. The Archduke was surprised a moment later. He said that she looked beautiful. Mint was surprised and also confused. The Archduke looked at the young lady and said that he had brought her a gift, because she loves the golden color. The Archduke walked closer to the young lady and attached the brooch to her. He smiled and said he thought it suited her very well. Mint remembered how recently the maid asked what her favorite color was. Mint answered the maid, puzzled, that she didn't know, since she had never thought about it. But if you think about it, her favorite color is golden. The Archduke looked at the young lady and said that this color was very warm and attractive. A moment later, he asked her if she had danced. Mint said that she hasn't danced yet. The Archduke smiled and said that in that case he could keep his promise. The Archduke and Mint entered the hall. Mint wanted to know when the Archduke arrived. She wanted to ask him a lot of things. Her heart was ready to jump out of her chest from his warm touches. The Archduke noticed that there were too many curious glances around. He was wondering if everything was okay with the Mint, because he felt the tension in her hand. The Archduke looked intently at the young lady. He noticed that she looked happy. The Archduke was surprised. A moment later, he called out to the young lady. He said quietly that she must have made a lot of progress. The young lady asked, puzzled, what this was all about. The Archduke looked at her intently and said with a smile that he was talking about dancing. Mint said she had a lot of practice. The Archduke heard the music change. He looked at the young lady and said that they should start a new dance. Mint was puzzled. She heard a melody. She recognized her. Since she rehearsed this song with the butler, she remembered that when they were rehearsing the dance, she stepped on the butler's feet many times. She didn't understand why she remembered this at such a crucial moment. The Archduke looked at her and said that she need not worry. He told her to relax her shoulders and just follow him. The Archduke and Mint danced elegantly. Mint was at a loss. She didn't understand whether it was her dancing or someone behind her. She wondered if she used to be such a good dancer. Mint realized that it was all thanks to the Archduke. When she began to fall, the Archduke supported her. The Duke withdrew his feet with lightning speed so that Peppermint did not step on him. Thanks to the Archduke, the young lady was light and at ease. She was having fun and peace of mind. Mint was surprised, but at the same time very happy, as she felt calm next to the Archduke. The Archduke looked intently at the young lady. He smiled, seeing how happy she was. He noticed that she danced well. Mint looked at him and said with a smile that it was her first time enjoying dancing. Kamen gazed at his young mistress. He thought she looked a lot like a little doll. The Archduke looked intently at the young lady. A moment later, he asked with a smile when she managed to grow up so much. Mint looked at him in surprise. The Archduke said she was too light and probably didn't eat enough. Mint smiled and said that this was not true. She said that she even ate a huge piece of steak before leaving the house. The Archduke was surprised and asked if she had really eaten. The Archduke and Mint were enjoying the music. The Archduke looked at the young lady and said with a smile that he would fatten her up. Mint smiled because she knew that now everything would be fine. She knew that everything would return to normal. Kamen looked at them and said with a smile that they danced excellently. Mint smiled and said that the gentleman was in great shape. The Archduke looked at the knight and said that while they were dancing, he heard a conversation about the Empress. He looked at the knight and asked what happened. He also asked if this was due to the fact that Mint was crying. Fireplace and Mint were very surprised and scared, since the Archduke changed his face. Kamen looked at his master and asked if he could tell him everything after the banquet. The Archduke looked at him with a menacing look and asked why he didn't want to tell it right now. Kamen, in turn, was very afraid that the Archduke would kill those girls. The Archduke said that if we were talking about the Empress, then she probably wanted to harm the Mint again. Mint said that everything is not like that at all. Mint was puzzled, as she was ashamed to talk about everything. The prince approached Mint and said that he was waiting for her, and also asked her if she would give him the next dance. Mint was surprised. Mint suddenly remembered the greetings. She realized that it was the prince. A moment later, she looked closely at the young prince and was convinced that she was right. If the debutante does not dance more than 2 times, then this is considered a failure of the debut. The number of dance appearances of the debutante at the end of the last dance determines her reputation in society. Mint knew about this, but she still didn't expect that her second dance partner would be the crown prince. Mint, in turn, looked intently at the young prince. In this situation, the other girls would be overjoyed, but she knew that she would be glad if she could dance. Mint stepped on the young prince's feet several times. She asked him for forgiveness, puzzled. The prince looked at the young lady and said that he could not lead a girl in a dance the same way as the Archduke. He looked at her and said that this was very difficult for him. Peppermint said, puzzled, that most of the blame lay on her shoulders. The prince looked at her and said that he was very grateful that she accepted his invitation to dance. Peppermint looked at him and said that she simply could not refuse him. He looked at her and said with a smile that thanks to her he survived. The prince thanked her for this. Mint was surprised, and I didn't understand what he was talking about. Mint looked at him and said that thanks to him she also survived. The prince smiled and said that was good too. The prince looked at her and asked if she didn't mind. Then they could get some fresh air. He said they could have a good conversation. Mint was puzzled and didn't know what to do. Mint saw that the prince was talking to the Empress. Peppermint took the prince's hand and said they could go. She asked where they could go. The prince said that there was a beautiful garden outside. Mint smiled and said they could go to the garden. The prince, in turn, looked closely at the young lady. Mint looked at him and asked where the garden was. Mint looked around and said that there were more people here than she thought. She said she didn't know it was possible to leave the banquet hall. The prince said that he usually does not like such events, although many people do. The prince looked at her and said that she was a debutante. He asked if she would like to enjoy the banquet. Mint looked at him and said with a smile that everything was wrong and she liked everything now. Mint knew that the Archduke was now talking to the Empress, and probably no one would have asked her to dance again. Mint smiled and said that she felt very stuffy and would like to get some air. The prince invited Mint to sit down. Mint looked sideways at the prince. She saw that he was very similar to the Empress, but still she saw that he had a kind face. She thought that if you compare him to an animal, he looks like a fawn. The prince looked at the young lady and said that, looking at her, He remembered one flower that grows in the palace. Mint was surprised and asked what kind of flower it was. The prince looked at her and asked if she would like to take a look. Mint said there was no need for that. Mint said she's not a fan of flowers, how she had childhood trauma. The prince was surprised, because he said that he didn't expect that she didn't like flowers. The prince came closer to her and said that this was a surprise for him, since she emanated a very pleasant floral trail. He said with a smile that he thought she was interested in different colors. Mint looked at him in surprise and said that she did not wear any perfume. The prince was surprised. He said that a pleasant smell emanated from her. The prince looked at the young lady and asked if he could sit closer to her. Mint looked at him, puzzled, and said that if he wanted, he could do it. The prince looked at her and said with a smile that he would do it then with her permission. Mint was surprised. She noticed that his eyelashes were shining. Mint was surprised because she felt the feeling that it had already happened to her. She remembered that earlier, when she ate meat and went outside, all the animals would run up to her, thinking that she was feeding them. The maid looked at the young lady and told her to stop eating only meat, as she would start to smell. Mint happily said that if she filled her stomach with vegetables, there would be no room left for meat. The prince looked at her and said that he smelled a sweet smell. He smiled and said that she had a very tasty smell. Mint was surprised and very embarrassed as she realized that it was the smell of meat. With the speed of lightning, Mint rushed away from the prince. The prince looked at her, puzzled, and asked for forgiveness for getting too close to her. Mint, puzzled, said that everything was fine, she just smelled like meat. The prince said in surprise that he did not feel anything. Mint looked at him and asked if that's not true. The prince looked at her and said that he thought she was right. The prince looked at her and said with a smile that he was just joking, and she shouldn't worry about it. Peppermint smiled and said that she hoped she didn't stink too much. She felt very uncomfortable. She was puzzled because she couldn't smell herself. The prince looked at her and said with a smile that it looked quite nice. He looked at her and said that a minute ago, in front of the other ladies, she turned out to be a formidable predator, and now she was a cute little animal. The prince looked at her and said that she looked like a small otter. Mint was surprised. She said that she had seen such animals in the book. The prince said they were raised in the palace. He said with a smile that Mint was very similar to them. The prince took the young lady's hand and asked her if she would like to look at them up close. The young lady was surprised and did not know what to do. She looked at him and said that she was grateful to him, but still she thought that she should not do this. The prince looked at her and with a smile told her not to refuse. He said they were very cute and looked like her. Mint looked at the prince and said that most likely they were already looking for them in the hall. The Archduke approached them and asked the Mint what she was doing here. Mint was surprised because she didn't expect to see him. Mint looked at the Archduke and said that she was just talking to the prince. The prince looked at the young lady and said that in that case he would leave them. He smiled and said that he was very pleased to talk to her. The Archduke looked at the young lady and said that if she did not want to talk to a person, then she did not have to be with him. Mint looked at the prince, who was already leaving, and told the Archduke that they were just talking together and breathing fresh air. As he left, the prince said that she was the first to grab his hand. Mint was very surprised and did not understand why the Archduke was so angry. Mint looked at the gentleman and said that he had been absent for a long time. She asked him if there were any problems. The Archduke said that they were looking for the location. He said that they had searched all the Keratin Mountains. Mint said she knew about this place, a place that is home to the Callison Devil, and his faithful servant, the devilish dragon. Then the dragon's descendants began to control monsters and kill various pagans. Mint looked at the Archduke and said that then the descendant of the dragon is the one called the monster that he destroyed. She looked at the Archduke and asked if that monster had really been reborn. Julius said that there was no need to worry, since he had completely figured it out. Mint, in turn, looked intently at the Archduke. She was very angry and did not understand how they dared to insult such a wonderful person. She knew she did the right thing, and I didn't regret anything. She knew that in the future she would never forgive them and would protect the Archduke. Acella was furious. She shouted that she would never miss Mint. She screamed that she would never leave it like that. Acella called her servant. The young lady shouted to her almost no one to learn everything about Mint before she went to the shelter. The young lady wanted to find all of Peppermint's weaknesses. Acella knew that Mint ruined her future and disgraced her on such a day. Acela was very angry with the young Mint and wanted to take revenge on her for the pain she had caused. Acela at least get rid of Mint's body. Mint woke up early in the morning. She ran with the speed of lightning. The maid was shocked. She said that the Mint was now in an inappropriate state, and she didn't even put on her shoes. Mint ran into the Archduke's room. She was very glad that he was home. Now she realized that it was not a dream. She realized that he had indeed returned. The young lady looked at him intently. With a smile on your face, I noticed that Yulia has very long eyelashes. When they first met at the orphanage, it seemed almost golden. The Archduke woke up and looked intently at the young lady. Peppermint was shocked that he was already awake. The Archduke looked at her and said that he really hoped she had not been sitting in the room all night. Mint looked at him and said, puzzled, that this was not so, and she just woke up very early today. She looked at him and said with a smile that she wanted to make sure that he really came back. She didn't want to tell him that she hadn't slept all night. Julius looked at her intently. Julius looked at her and said that he made her worry. Julius looked at her and told her not to come in her pajamas in the future. Julius looked at her and asked if this was what the butler taught her. Mint realized that she had made a huge mistake. She felt awkward. Roel was shocked. He did not understand how she could make such a huge mistake. He said that he didn't teach her this at all. The butler said that he wanted to tell her, but when he saw her puppy dog eyes, he just couldn't do it. He said that there were a lot of things he wanted to tell her before her debut. The Archduke looked at the butler and said that he was supposed to be teaching the young lady. Butler said that they often learn this from their peers, and it would be much easier this way. The butler said that having someone nearby to talk about life and society made it much easier, and about communication manners, about the relationship between a man and a woman. Butler said it was very difficult. A moment later he saw that on the Archduke's chair lay a letter for the young lady. The butler said that this chance would come much sooner than he expected. Mint and Urian were riding in a carriage. The butler came to the young lady and said that she had received an invitation. Mint was very surprised. The butler said that the lady from the Graham family invited her to tea. Peppermint looked at the butler and said that she thought no one would invite her. The butler looked at her and said that he knew about her impressive debut. Roel knew that perhaps for some her image was quite beautiful and memorable. Mint was very happy. Mint hoped that she would soon have a girlfriend, but still she was very worried. Mint has already begun to imagine the appearance of her new friend. Urian looked at the young lady and said that he heard that she had an altercation with Mrs. Acela. Mint looked at him, puzzled, and said what it was. The young man asked if his name was mentioned there. Mint looked at her friend and said that apparently he had heard these rumors too. He looked at her and said that if suddenly this burdens her, then he can leave at any moment, and she can leave him. He looked at her and said that he would immediately follow her orders. Mint was surprised because she didn't want this. She looked at him and said that she had never thought about such a thing. The young man looked intently at the young lady. She looked at him and said that he was not a burden to her at all. She said he was her rock, and when she is next to him, she feels better. Mint remembered how he always helped and protected her. She looked at him and said that he was her first friend. She looked at him and gently told him to stop thinking about such things, since she is very happy when he is next to her. The young man looked at her and said, puzzled, that someday she might regret taking his hand. Peppermint looked at him and softly said that she would never regret it. The young man kissed her hand tenderly. Mint has arrived. Mint was very worried and hoped that her voice would not break from excitement. She knew that everything would be fine, and she just needed to calm down. Mint entered the room and said that she was very glad to meet them, and also introduced herself. Mint looked closely at the young ladies. She was surprised and did not understand why everyone except her was dressed in red. The young ladies looked at us intently, and even asked with a smile where she got such hairpins. They said she has great taste in clothes, and everything goes well together. The other lady smiled and said that they did not expect anything else from the main character of the tea party. Mint was very surprised. She did not understand what kind of strange gathering this was. She felt awkward. She was initially embarrassed that she was the only one dressed in the wrong color. The young lady looked at the Mint and said that she had written on the invitation about the color of the dress code. She looked at the Mint and asked if she hadn't noticed it. The young lady looked at the Mint for us and said that although red would not suit her because of her hair color, the young lady said that it seemed like the Mint wanted to stand out from the crowd a little. Mint said she didn't really want it. Mint knew that there was nothing like that in the invitation, and the butler didn't tell her anything about color, and now these people did not stop praising the young Mint. But still, the unpleasant feeling did not leave the Mint. One of the young ladies looked at the mint and said with a smile that it made an excellent debut. The young lady looked at the mint and said that the mint covered Acella's mouth very beautifully, and it was simply excellent. Mint was a little puzzled by the whole situation. She didn't want to discuss this at all. The young lady looked at Peppermint and said that she had seen the girl a couple of times at tea parties, and she acted arrogantly. The young ladies told Mint that everyone present here had at least once encountered Acella's aggression. They said she bullied everyone and looked down on everyone. They looked at Mint and said with a smile that it was very important that she had a protective barrier called Elsidonia. Mint was puzzled by everything she heard. She wondered if she had really been that rude to Acella that day. Peppermint knew that compared to how Acella treated her, her actions were nothing but dust. Mint remembered that the butler told her that perhaps for some, her image was quite beautiful and memorable. Mint thought that soon all this was just some part of attracting attention. One lady looked at everyone present and asked them why Kelsica had not come. The young lady looked at those present and said that she had specially invited her to show Mint. Mint was shocked and asked what they were talking about. Suddenly they heard a voice. The young lady came closer to Mint and said with a grin that she now understood why they suddenly decided to send her an invitation. The young ladies were shocked. They did not expect this from Lady Kelsica. The young lady looked intently at everyone present. Mint, in turn, was very surprised and did not understand what was happening. Kelsica looked closely at Peppermint and asked if she was the same Peppermint. Mint turned around in surprise and looked at the girl. The young lady looked at the girl and smiled, saying that she was very pleased to meet her. Mint, in turn, looked intently at the young lady. Kelsica extended her hand to Mint and said that she was the eldest daughter of the Rose family. Mint looked at the hand in surprise, as she did not expect this. She remembered her ethics lessons. The teacher told her that a handshake is a masculine greeting, and girls don't say hello like that. A moment later, Peppermint shook the young lady's hand in surprise. Mint was surprised by the young lady's action. The ladies present looked at Kelsica and asked what she was doing. The young ladies were shocked. They did not understand how a girl could come to a tea party in old-fashioned clothes. They said that she didn't even put on makeup and cut off her hair. Kelsica looked at the young ladies and asked what was wrong with this. She looked at them and said that these clothes were the most durable of her entire wardrobe. And she cut off her hair because it was going to be sold, because she needed money. She smiled and said that all expensive cosmetics are a waste of money for her. She looked at them and said that her hair was bought at a high price, since she had a natural black color. The young ladies were shocked by what they heard. One of the young ladies said that if a young girl needed money, she could tell them, and they would lend it to her. Kelsica just laughed in response. The young lady looked at her and asked why she was laughing. Kelsica smiled and said it was all just funny. The young lady came closer to the Mint and asked if they had not specifically called her so that Lady Elsidonia would look at her. Kelsica said that they wanted to appease Mint with gossip and about her appearance. She looked at them and said with a grin that, just as they wanted, she fit into her predictable role perfectly. She looked at them and said with a smile that it made her laugh so much. She smiled and said that she was once again laughing when she saw their deceitful faces that were supposedly worried about her. The young ladies were shocked. They did not understand what kind of rude expression was coming to them. She looked at them and said that they were living a miserable life as before. She said that she was a very busy person, so she asked them to stop calling her for such trivial matters. The young lady was shocked. She did not understand why the girl was such a rude person. The young lady looked at us and even told her to keep her distance from the girl. Mint looked at the young lady and said that she saw everything. The young lady looked at Kelsica and said that she must be bending over backwards to save her bankrupt family. She said that now was not the best time for her to have tea. One of the young ladies looked at the girl and asked if she should now give up her little brother. Kelsica was shocked. She looked at the young lady and asked what she just said. The young lady looked at Kelsica and said that she was talking about her false brother, who caused her family to go bankrupt, because he is a simple commoner. The young lady looked at the girl and said angrily that they had picked up an insect from the street, and now they are suffering. Another girl approached the young lady and told her to stop saying things like that. Mint was shocked by what she heard. The young lady looked at Peppermint and was horrified by what she said. She realized that she had made a huge mistake. She looked at Mint and said that she had said all this by accident, and she simply misunderstood her. Mint looked at her and asked what could be misunderstood. Peppermint said that of all the words she spoke, these words sounded very sincere. Mint looked at all the ladies present and said that in that case, she would go. Peppermint said she thought they shouldn't bother calling her next time. The young lady looked at Peppermint and said that wasn't what she meant at all. Mint looked at her and said that she didn't want to mess with insects, namely, with an insect that the Archduke picked up from the street. Mint looked closely at the young ladies. A moment later, Mint looked at them with a pointed gaze and said that she did not want to be friends with people and build friendly relations with them, since they divide people into classes. A moment later, the Mint left the celebration. The young ladies looked after her. Calcia looked at Mint intently and in surprise. Mint realized that such a company was not suitable for her at all. She realized that it was all because she had high expectations. Mint was surprised and peered closely. "Who is this next to her friend?" The man screamed. He was furious and wanted the knight to let him meet Peppermint. The man looked at the knight and said that he heard that she was coming to the tea party today. Mint was in shock and didn't understand what was happening. The man looked at the Mint and said with a smile that he had been waiting for it. He looked at her and said with a smile that he was Rita's older brother. He said he hoped she remembered him and his sister. A moment later, Mint remembered the girl at the banquet. The man looked at the Mint and said that he would like to get straight to the point. He glared at the young lady and said that the beta apologized to his sister. Mint was in shock and did not understand what was going on. Peppermint looked at him and asked if she understood correctly that he wanted her to apologize to the man who insulted the Archduke. The man looked at her and said that she must have misunderstood everything. He said his sister was crying that her debut was ruined, and her life simply came to an end. He said it was all the Mint's fault. He looked at her and asked if she thought it was right for her to be so immediately rude and ruin someone's life. He looked at her and said that especially since she was very emotional then. Mint looked at the man and said that she saw everything with her own eyes. How his sister, of her own free will and desire, insulted the Archduke. Mint looked at him and said that the reason for the pain she was experiencing now lay only in herself. Nadeau looked at him and asked why she should bear her burden instead of her. The man was shocked and furious. Mint looked sideways at him and said that if he had nothing more to say, then she would go. But the man, in turn, did not want to let her go so easily. With the speed of lightning, the man approached the young lady and grabbed her hand. He began to insult her. Mint was in shock and in great pain. A knight approached them. Urien was furious. Urien looked at the man and asked what he was allowing himself to do. The man was furious. He shouted for the knight to let him go, as if he were just an ordinary, pathetic knight. The man screamed that he heard that a Sella had picked him up at the slave market. The man asked the knight if he really thought that he had truly become a real knight. The man shouted, looking at Mint, that if the knight was abandoned by the Archduke, he would turn into a pathetic, ordinary slave. Urien looked intently at the man and did not answer. Mint realized that the whole reason for the problem was because of her. Because the Archduke brought her to his home, he began to be insulted. She said that their goal was to humiliate her, and with her, dirt would pour on the name Elkadonia. Mint didn't care at all that only she was being humiliated, because it was true that she would go back to the orphanage if she was abandoned. She always believed that she was unworthy to receive such kind treatment. But still she realized that she should not have thought like that. She knew that if she did not become strong, then insults would not only be directed towards her, but also towards the Archduke. Mint looked at the young knight and said that this is the man who insulted Elsidonia. She glared at the man and told her knight to challenge him to a duel. Peppermint knew she shouldn't kneel before him. I looked at the man and said that he would do everything if that was her order. He looked at the man and said with a grin that he was ready to take his life. Mint was shocked. She looked at her knight and said that this was not necessary. She said that it was permissible for him to be injured. The man looked intently at the knight and told him not to make him laugh. The man said that he was not going to fight the duel. Since there were no witnesses here, there will be no duel. The man looked at them and said with a grin that, as he thought, ordinary commoners do not think. A young lady approached them and said with a grin that she would voice such interesting things to their will, and she would become a witness. Kelsica looked at everyone present and with a grin told them to start the duel right now. Urien gazed at the man who knelt before him. Kelsica looked at Peppermint and said that if you're tired, you can use your fists. But the main thing is that he wins. The young lady looked at the Mint and saw that it was shaking violently. A moment later, Peppermint fell to her knees. The young lady was shocked. She came closer to the Mint and quietly told her to breathe slowly. Mint obediently followed the instructions. The lady looked at the Mint and said she was doing a great job and she should continue. Urien came closer to his mistress and asked if she was okay. Kelsica looked at the knight and said that the young lady was only having a mild panic attack. Mint looked at her knight and said that everything was fine with her, and she also asked what was wrong with the man. Kelsica looked at us and even said that the man immediately ran away as soon as Urian was distracted by her. The young lady looked at the knight and said that since the commotion was over, she should be taken to the doctor. Kelsica said, puzzled, that her brother had similar symptoms. She said that when the body has experienced stress and anxiety that is difficult to cope with, a person falls into such a state. Kelsica left. She told Mayada to consult a doctor. Mint was slowly taking a bath. She was puzzled by everything that was happening. During the duel, when she saw that the man was receiving blows, she involuntarily remembered herself in the shelter. She considered herself pathetic and did not understand why she suddenly remembered this. She knew that not once did the memories come to her. After witnessing the violence, her heart began to pound wildly and she could not breathe. But still, she thought that she had already matured and become smarter. But as it turned out, this is not so. She is still a prisoner of her past. The Archduke sat in his office and read documents. A moment later, he heard a knock on the door. Mint came to see him. She looked at him and asked for forgiveness for disturbing him, because he was probably tired. The Archduke looked at the young lady and said that there was nothing to worry about, and she could pass. He looked at her and asked if she wanted to talk to him. Mint didn't answer the question. She did not at all want to complain to the Archduke about this matter, but still she really wanted his support. Mint realized that she was acting like a small child. Mint looked at the bottle and asked if it was tasty. Julius looked at her and asked if she was talking about whiskey. Yuri said he thought it would be bittersweet for her. Mint came closer to him and said that she really wanted to drink it. Mint looked at Yuli and said that in fact she was already an adult and had recently made her debut. She looked at him and asked if she could have a drink. Julius was shocked. He did not expect such behavior from Mint. He looked at her and said that she could only drink slowly. Mint sipped an alcoholic drink with a smile. She smiled and said that her head was spinning. Julius looked at her and said that she was drunk, so she should go to her room. She looked at him and with a smile told him to look at her legs, as they were very wavy. He looked at her and said that she was terrible, but drunk. He said that she herself was very weak. Mint said that she is never weak. She looked at him and told him to see how much she had grown already. Mint took his hand. Mint looked at the Archduke in confusion. Mint knew that in the eyes of the Archduke, she remained a little girl who needed to be protected. She knew she was just a little girl who, upon seeing the violence, began to shake and lose control of her body. Mint looked at the Archduke and asked if she was still a little girl in his eyes. The Archduke looked at her intently and asked what she was talking about. She looked at him and said embarrassedly that she wanted him to look at her like a grown-up girl. The Archduke was shocked by this statement. She wanted him to look at her not as a weak girl who must always be protected. How about an adult? She wanted him to look at her as an adult girl who did not need to be protected, but who might be able to protect him. A moment later, the Mint fell onto the sofa. The Archduke was shocked. He saw that she had fallen asleep. The Archduke took the young lady in his arms, as he wanted to carry her to bed. Archduke, in no hurry, but carried the young lady in his arms. The next morning, Mint woke up with a terrible headache. The Archduke looked sideways at her and asked if she had already woken up. Mint was shocked, because she did not expect to see him next to her. Peppermint looked at him and asked if it was because she fell asleep on his bed that he slept on a chair. Julius looked at her and said that she had understood everything wrong and that sleeping on a chair was completely uncomfortable. He said he had to sleep outside. Mint was shocked. Mint looked at the Archduke and asked for his forgiveness. Julius said he was just joking and had business to do. That's why he didn't sleep. The Archduke looked at the young lady and told her not to overdo it with alcohol in the future. Mint obediently agreed. The butler looked at the young lady and said that he was looking for her. Mint looked at the butler in surprise. The butler came closer to her and said that she had received a letter. Mint looked at the butler and asked what kind of letter she had received. The butler said it was an invitation. He looked at the young lady and said that he was sent by His Highness the Prince. Mint was shocked, as she did not expect to hear something like this. She did not understand why the prince decided to send her an invitation. Mint looked at the butler and said with a smile that she would not go. He looked at her and said that he thought he saw doubt in her eyes. She looked at him and said that she did not want a close relationship with the royal family. Mint said that the prince was friendly with her at the banquet. The butler said that he heard that during the banquet they went to the garden. Peppermint said they just talked to him for a bit. The butler asked what she talked about with the prince. Mint looked at the butler and said that the prince told her that she had a delicious aroma. She said he seemed to smell steak. The butler was shocked, as he did not expect to hear such a thing. With the speed of lightning, the butler hit the table. Mint was in shock and did not understand his reaction. He came closer to her and was puzzled, but said that he had won after all. Mint looked at the butler and asked what he was talking about. The butler looked at us and even said that this is the one who will open the doors of a new world for her. Mint looked at the butler, puzzled and frightened. She looked at him and asked what he was talking about now. The butler looked at her intently and told her to listen carefully. He looked at her and shouted very loudly that she had a wonderful aroma. Mint was shocked. The butler came closer to her and asked her forgiveness if he scared her. The butler said that the prince did not mean to say that she smelled of food. He said that in this way, the prince showed that she was attractive to him. Mint looked at him intently, as she was very surprised. The butler looked at her and said that if she still didn't understand him, she should hear something. He looked at her and said that she should know now. The butler looked at the young lady and apologized for his high tone. A moment later, the butler said he would go to his room. When the butler left, Mint was left alone. Now she understood what this meant, since she was then thinking about something completely different. The Archduke was in the basement. He heard some sound. A moment later, he heard a knock on the door. The butler came in to see them. The butler looked at his master and said that he came here from Mint. The Archduke, without looking at the butler, asked what Mint was doing now. The butler said that the young lady was now checking the letter, which the prince sent her. He would like to talk more about the contents of the letter. But the Archduke looked sideways at the butler and said that there was no need to report to him in such detail, since these are the young lady's personal matters. The butler asked for forgiveness and said that in that case, he would move on to the next task. The butler said that after investigating, he learned that the heirs of royal families had gathered among the ruined kingdoms. We decided to organize a revolution. He said that, judging by the movements of the revolution, it would begin soon, and the empire and the palace are not even aware of all this. The butler was greatly puzzled and agitated. He didn't know what to do with it. The Archduke smiled and said that it sounded very good. Julius told the butler to leave everything as is. The butler, in turn, looked intently at Julius and said that he understood everything. The butler looked at his master and said that there was something else interesting. The butler said that a letter had arrived with a marriage proposal. Julius said that it was uninteresting and seemed like something new. He said that the butler would burn the letter. The butler looked at the gentleman and said that this letter was not for him, but for the young lady. Julius was shocked by what he heard. Mint looked at the butler and asked if she had clearly heard that this was a proposal to her. Roll looked at the young lady and said that a letter had been sent to her. He said that she could look for herself and see the veracity of his words. The young lady was shocked and did not understand why she would send such a message. Butler said there could be a variety of reasons, and most importantly, they probably want to gain the power of the family. He looked at her and said that it could be that someone fell in love with her. Young Mint was shocked by what she heard. The butler looked at the young lady and said that he had brought her the portraits, and now she can look at them if she likes someone. Mint looked closely at the portraits. She saw a familiar person. The butler looked at the young lady and said that this was the eldest son of the Desbel family, and he even wrote her a letter. Mint was in shock and did not understand what letter she was talking about. A moment later, the butler presented her with a letter. Mint began to read the letter and was amazed to the core. She was shocked by the contents of the letter. She thought that the man had finally gone crazy. Walking down the corridor, Mint remembered the man. Mint thought that Isaac was strange to all intents and purposes. A moment later, she realized something. She remembered that day, thanks to her new friend, she quickly calmed down. Mint, in turn, thought that it would be nice if they met, and she thanked her. Mint thought that the young lady was walking around with a sword. She thought that, most likely, her friend might know something about her new acquaintance. Mint came to her friend and knocked on the door. No one answered her. Then she looked into the room and asked if she could leave. Mint saw her friend who was lying on the floor. She was in shock and did not understand what was happening. Mint ran up to her friend with the speed of lightning and asked what happened to him. Mint was in shock and did not understand what was happening. Mint noticed that the young man had a very cold body. Mint lifted the young man from the floor and asked him to be patient for a while, as she would immediately call the doctor. Mint dragged the young man to the bed. She was shocked because it was very heavy. Slowly, the young people reached the bed. But Mint accidentally stumbled and they fell on the bed. Urian fell onto Mint's fragile body. Mint was shocked and couldn't say anything. Mint didn't understand how this could happen. Mint moved a little and called her friend, but unfortunately he did not answer. She thought that if this continued, he would definitely crush her. She screamed at him to try to get up. A moment later, the Mint, puzzled, crawled out from under his grip. Sitting on the bed, she sighed heavily. She was glad she was able to get out. Mint, in turn, looked at the young man and asked him to wait a little, as she would soon call the doctor. Before he could reach the door, the young man grabbed and hugged the young lady. Mint was in shock. She didn't understand what he was doing. She called him. Urian hugged her tightly and whispered quietly so that she would not leave. In a trembling voice, he asked her not to leave him. A moment later, he collapsed on the bed. Mint looked closely at the young man who was lying unconscious. Mint looked at him intently. She was very scared. Mayato thought that, most likely, he was imagining something. Peppermint touched his body tenderly. She noticed that his body was becoming even colder. A moment later, Mint felt something. She got up and decided to go to the source. She approached the table because she felt that there was something there. Mint slowly began to open the box. Opening the box, she saw a black feather. The butlers looked intently at the pen. He looked at the feather and said that it was a curse and also very terrible. Mint was shocked by what she heard. She looked at the butler and asked who could do this to Urian. The butler looked at the feather and said that he would find out about it. A moment later, a light illuminated him. The butler looked intently and in surprise at the damned feather. After he checked everything, he became very angry. He said that the feather was sprinkled with various spiritual pollen. Roll looked at the young mistress and said that someone had done a very good job of keeping them from getting on their tail. The butler said that spiritual stones double the user's magical powers. He said that in order to leave the pollen of spiritual stones on curses, one must either have a high position or a person who is in a close relationship with such a person. Roll looked at the young lady and said that this must be the person who dislikes Urian. He looked at the young lady and asked if there was someone like that in mind. Peppermint looked at the butler, puzzled, and said that she was not sure. Roll looked at her and said that she could speak freely. Mint said it could be a Celadwelian or Isaac Desbel. The butler looked at the young lady and said that in this case they need to meet with the people who were suspected. He said that in order to lift the curse, it is necessary to destroy its source. Mint was furious. She glared at the young man. She didn't want him to suffer because of her, and she really wanted to save him. Mint knew that she would do anything to save him. Isaac looked intently at the young lady and asked with a smile if she had decided to personally respond positively to his letter of recognition. Mint looked at him and said that this is not so, fortunately. She didn't understand why he was acting so hospitably. He looked at her and said that she must have been very surprised to receive his letter. The man looked at her and apologized sincerely for the previous incident. He looked at her and said that whatever punishment she gave him, he would accept it with his head held high. Mint looked at him in surprise. She didn't understand what he was up to. The man looked at her and said that she was probably confused by his actions. He looked at her and said that he would confess to her honestly. The man smiled and said that he fell in love with her very much. Mint and Roll were shocked by what they heard. Mint looked at the man and asked what he was talking about. The man looked at her and said with a smile that he understood everything, since from the outside he probably looked very stupid. But he is sincere in his words and feelings. The man approached the young woman. The lady got closer and closer. He looked at her intently and said that she had occupied his thoughts. He told her that he couldn't even sleep properly because she came to him in his dreams. Mint was shocked by his words. He looked at her and said with a grin that her image never left his eyes. And he just goes crazy. Mint looked closely at the man. She didn't understand why he suddenly became like this. A moment later, the man attacked the young lady with a knife. He shouted that he wanted to have her. Mint was shocked, as she did not expect such actions. The butler, in turn, used magic. Thus he stopped the man. Roll looked at the man and said that this was simply not a gentlemanly act on his part. Mint looked at the man in surprise and horror. She was very scared. The butler looked at the young lady and asked if she was okay. In a trembling voice, Mint said that everything was fine. The butlers looked at the young lady and asked for forgiveness. He said he was focused on finding leads. Roll said, puzzled, that he apparently had no talent for guarding. Mint looked at him and said that everything was wrong and he saved her. The butler looked at the man and said that he was also under the spell of the curse. Mint realized that it was all so that she would come here. Mint looked at the butler and asked what the object of Isaac's curse was. The butler looked at the feather and said that this was it. He said that he had broken the curse before he came running, so he would not play his part. Mint looked closely at Feather. She realized that Acela was behind all this. The young lady looked at the butler and said that he said earlier that the curse is also magic. She looked at him and asked if he could do the curse too. The butler looked at the young lady in surprise. The butler looked at the young lady and said that he could make a curse. But a curse of this level can only be achieved by those who possess black magic. Mint looked at him and said that they could ask the sanctuary to track down whoever used black magic the last time. The butler said that the sanctuary does not monitor the activities of black magic, and things will get more complicated if they introduce a sanctuary into this matter. Mint, in turn, was very puzzled. She didn't know what to do now. She looked at the butler and asked if anyone among his friends knew black magic. She said that if a person is a black magician, he can remove the curse. The butler looked at the young lady in surprise. Roll said that he knew one very skilled magician. Mint looked at him and asked who this man was. The butler was silent for several minutes. A moment later, he looked at the young lady and said that it was the prince. Mint was shocked, as she did not expect to hear something like this. Mint was in shock. She did not understand how the prince could turn out to be a magician. The prince in turn looked at the young lady in surprise and asked with a grin what brought her to him at such a late time. Mint looked at him and asked for forgiveness for arriving to him without warning. He smiled and said everything was fine. Mint stared at him and didn't say anything to him. Mint looked at the butler in surprise and asked if the prince knew how to use black magic. The butler looked at the young lady and said that, of course, the prince knows how to use black magic, since he is also a descendant of the heavenly dragon, and he masters ordinary magic at a high level. His black magic abilities surpass even those of the Empress. Mint was very surprised that his powers surpassed those of the Empress, but still, she knew that she had to ask him for help. For several minutes, they sat in silence. The prince looked at her and said that he would listen to her. He looked at her and said with a grin that it was unlikely that she had come at night to ask for forgiveness. Mint knew that even if she had come here accompanied by someone, he would hardly have fulfilled her request. She knew she had to try hard. Mint looked at the prince and said that she wanted to ask him something. The prince was surprised. He looked at her and asked if she wanted to ask him for something. The prince looked at her and said with a grin that he refused. Mint was shocked, as she did not expect to hear something like this. He looked at her and said that since a lady like her came to ask him for something, it was probably something out of fantasy. The prince said that he could not help her. Peppermint sensed the coldness in his voice. She refused his invitation, and later she showed up to him at night without warning. She immediately started asking him for something. She understood that he did not like all this, but still, she knew that they could just let it go and step back. She looked at him and said that she had nothing. The prince looked at her in surprise and asked if she really thought so. He looked at her and said that the butler always walks next to her, as well as the Archduke, who dotes on me. He looked at her and asked if she still thought that way. The lady looked at him and said in a trembling voice that he had Her Majesty. The prince looked at her and said that he did not argue that he had an empress. Mint looked closely, as she saw that he was not even hiding his displeasure. She looked at him and said that if it was difficult for him to fulfill her request, then she may be in his debt. She said that her friend had been put under black magic, and she felt like he wouldn't be able to last. She looked at him and said that if he could break this curse, then she would be very grateful to him and would be greatly indebted to him. She looked at him and said that he had said earlier that if someone like her was in his debt, it would probably be a very big advantage for him in the future. The prince gazed at the young lady. Peppermint, for her part, hoped it would work. She looked intently, but the prince was waiting for his verdict. She knew that her friend always rushed to her aid, so she sincerely wanted to help him. She knew she would do anything to save her friend. The prince looked at her and said with a grin that he thought he could help her with that. He looked at her and said that in that case they could make a deal. Mint said to celebrate that she would do anything. The prince came closer to her and told her to meet him. Mint was shocked, as she did not expect to hear something like that. She looked at him and asked, puzzled, what he was talking about. The butler looked at the young mistress. He looked at her and asked if she was okay. A moment later, he asked if she had been hurt in the palace. Mint looked at him and said that she was fine. She looked at him and said with a smile that she had succeeded, and the prince promised to come tomorrow. She said that she received something to remove the curse. Roll looked at her and asked if everything was really okay. The young lady looked at her companion and said with a smile that everything was fine. She smiled and said that, as always, he was overdoing it. Mint knew that, of course, the price for this was very strange, but the main thing was that she was able to convince him. Mint knew that she still had to tell the Archduke everything. Mint knocked on the Archduke's door and asked if she could come in. No one answered her, and then she looked into the room. A moment later, Mint entered the room and saw the Archduke on the bed covered in blood. Mint ran up to the Archduke with the speed of lightning and asked what was wrong with him. She was very scared. He looked at her and told her that everything was fine and she didn't need to worry. The young lady was shocked. She didn't understand how he could talk like that, since he had a large and deep wound. She shouted that she would call the doctor right away. The Archduke grabbed her hand and told her not to tell anyone anything. He looked at the young lady and said that no one should know about this. He looked at her and asked her to stay here. She didn't understand what he was talking about because he was in a terrible state. The Archduke looked at the young lady and said with a smile that she knew how to get angry. He looked at her and with a smile told her not to worry about him. Mint looked at him intently. The Archduke said that he did not need treatment. Peppermint noticed that his wound was healing. Peppermint realized that he had a master level, so he was able to heal himself. But still, she knew that even if this was so, he was in great pain. The Duke looked at her and asked why she came to his room. Julius asked what she wanted to tell him. Peppermint looked at him and asked permission to treat his wound. He looked at her and asked if she was happy. She looked at him and said that even if the wounds heal so quickly, they still need to be treated. The Archduke looked at her intently, and the Mint, in turn, slowly treated his wounds. She looked at him and said that a lot happened today. She looked at him and said that if he knew, he would be very surprised. Mint said that the prince helped her. The Archduke looked at her and said that he did not want to hear about the prince. He asked her to tell him the result. She looked at him and asked if she could love the prince. Julius was shocked. He asked her to wait a little and tell him everything from the very beginning. Julius looked at her and asked if it turned out that in order to lift the curse, she asked the prince for help. Mint looked at him and said that it was so, and she went to him at night without warning and asked him for help. She said he agreed to help her, and she was very touched. The Archduke looked at her intently and asked what next. Mint smiled and said that she liked the prince. The prince looked closely at the young lady. Mint looked at him and asked what he was talking about. Taken aback, the prince said that talking to her was not about a real relationship. He looked at her and said that he would now explain to her the real reason. He looked at her and asked if she knew that he had 2 older brothers. He said that as soon as the war ended, they died within a month of each other, and both under strange circumstances. He looked at her and said that she should know that his mother was completely out of her mind. Mint was in shock. She realized that the prince wanted to tell her that the empress was guilty of the death of her children. The prince looked at the young lady and said that if the empress knew that Mint loved him, then she would not kill anyone, because the empress adores Elsidonia. He looked at her and with a grin asked her to pretend to be his lover for exactly 3 months. He looked at her and said that he had a plan next. The prince asked her to keep everything a secret, just between them. He looked at her and asked if she agreed. Peppermint looked at the Archduke and asked if she liked the prince if it would complicate things for him. Julius looked at the young lady and said that this was not so, but he would really like her to be as far away from the imperial family as possible. He said he didn't want it to have any detrimental effect on her. He looked at her and said that if she wanted to marry a prince, it would become much more complicated. She looked at him and said it was too soon. He looked at her and said with a smile that he was not her master, so she shouldn't ask permission for her feelings for someone. Mint embarrassedly said that she knew about it. She looked at him and asked if she could accompany the prince to the banquet for part of the princess's birthday. Julius looked at her and said that she could do as she wanted. Some time later, Julius was lying on the bed. He was shocked by everything that was happening, because he thought that Mint was still just a baby. The butler came to his master and called him. Julius looked at Roel and said that he heard from the Mint that a curse was placed on the knight Urian. The butler said that was exactly how it was. He said that the object of the curse was the pollen of spiritual stones, so he was unable to track down the culprit. The Archduke looked at the butler and said that there was no point in doing this, since he roughly knew who could have done it. The butler was shocked. He looked at the gentleman and asked who it could be. The Archduke said that he would sort it out himself, and Mint didn't need to know anything about it. The butler looked at the gentleman and said that there was something else he needed to tell him. He wanted to talk to him about the object of the curse. He looked at the Archduke and said that the object of the curse was found by Mint. The butler told his master that he himself knew very well that the aura surrounding the cursed object could only be felt by a poppy, or such a powerful person as the Archduke. The butler looked at his master and said that this was only his opinion, but it seemed to him that the lady was an unusual person. The Archduke called the butler by his first and last name. The butler was dumbfounded. The Archduke looked intently and angrily at the butler and said that he knew nothing about mint. The Archduke looked at the butler and said that even if he ever found out something, he must immediately forget it. The Archduke said that he really hoped that the butler understood him. The butler looked at him and said that he understood. Mint looked at her friend and said with a smile that she was very glad that he woke up. The young man looked at his mistress and said that he was very sorry. He said that he was very ashamed because, being a knight, he left his mistress alone while he lay in bed. The young lady looked at him and said that he did not need to blame himself. Urien looked closely at his mistress and called her. The young man looked at the lady and asked what happened while he lay unconscious. Mint remembered her agreement with the prince. She knew that she only had to hold out for 3 months in exchange for saving her friend. Mint looked at him and said with a smile that nothing had happened and everything was fine. Mint knew that later, someday she would tell everything to Mr. Yuli, on the birthday of the young princess. The prince stood and waited for his companion. A moment later, Mint entered him. He looked at her and said admiringly that she still came in the dress he gave her, dress and earrings representing silver hair and heavenly eyes. Mint knew that he gave her such gifts with an open meaning. He looked at her and said that he thought she would refuse the gift. The prince looked at the young lady and said that it was because of him that she was wearing a dress that she did not like. And at a party you don't want to be at. The prince looked at his young companion and said that he really hoped that she would not be offended by him because of this. Mint, in turn, looked closely at the young prince, but did not answer. She looked at him and said that he was not forcing her to do this. She said that she made this choice herself. And even more so, he has done his part, so she needs to do hers too. She looked at him and said with a smile that therefore it would be stupid to be offended by him because of this. The prince was surprised and dumbfounded by her words. He looked at her and said that he didn't like her. Mint was shocked because she did not expect to hear something like that. She saw that he had taken off his mask of hypocrisy. The prince looked at his companion and told her to try not to talk to anyone at the party. He told her to smile and stay next to him like a doll. Mint obediently agreed. The prince said that if today's meeting ended well, then they would not need to meet for a while. The prince and Mint slowly entered the hall. They were introduced. While they were walking, everyone was furiously discussing them. Mint understood that she should behave like a doll. They came closer to the empress. Mint saw her puzzled and surprised look. The young people greeted the empress. Mint noticed that her companion was very excited. The empress looked at the young people and said with a grin that this was a very unexpected duet for her. Mint was shocked and very worried. The empress looked at the young people and said with a smile that she really liked it. She looked at them and said that just looking at the young couple made her soul brighter. She looked at her daughter and asked if that was not true. The princess, in turn, was puzzled. The princess looked at the young people and asked why they were together. The prince leaned against the young lady. Mint was shocked because she didn't expect this. She looked at the prince in surprise and dumbfounded. The prince looked at the empress and the princess. He said with a smile that if they ask about their relationship, then they are together. The empress looked at the young lady and said that she had heard that she was not even in adolescence. The empress said that she would very much like to see the archduke's face. The empress looked at the young people and told Mint that if suddenly the archduke was against their relationship, then she could safely come to her, and she would definitely support them. The prince looked at the empress and thanked her with a smile for such kind words. The empress looked at the young people and said with a smile that she was very happy for their relationship. Mint and the prince were relaxing outside. The prince sighed heavily and said with relief that now they could rest. Peppermint looked at him and asked if he was okay. The prince smiled and said that thanks to her, he was fine. He looked at the young lady and said that he had been thinking for a while. Mercenaries will not come to him. Itio looked at the prince and asked if it was enough that he appeared with her in front of the empress. He looked at her and asked if he would have done all this if it hadn't worked. The prince said with a grin that she would never understand this. Late at night, the prince could not sleep because he knew that someone would burst through the door. He knew that if he fell asleep now, he would never wake up again. He said that he had to hold on to the rope with all his might, not even knowing whether it was rotten or not. He said he felt endless anxiety for his life. Peppermint looked at him and gently told him to hold on. She looked at him and told him to stay strong and stay alive. Mint realized that she was meddling in something that was not her own business, but she couldn't help but say. The prince looked at her in surprise and asked if she would help him. Mint was puzzled and didn't know what to answer. She looked at him and said that for the time promised between them, she would help. The prince laughed and said with a smile that this was the first time they had heard of such a thing. He looked at her and said that the others were busy arguing about when he would die. The prince asked her if she would like to make her bet. Mint was furious. She didn't understand what he was saying. The prince looked at her and said that if she gave instructions and did not die, it would be extremely fun. He looked at the young lady and said that it was because by any means necessary he would stay alive. Mint was embarrassed because the prince was very close. The young ladies gazed at the archduke. The archduke stood alone and drank alcohol. The princess approached the archduke. She looked at him and asked if he was really not in the mood. The princess smiled and asked if it was all because of the little lady. The princess looked intently at Julius. The archduke, in turn, looked at the young princess and did not answer. The princess looked at the archduke and said that although she had become a younger sister to him, she said that even she herself did not expect that there would be anything between them. The princess looked at him and said that she was right. He had mixed feelings now. She said that after the young lady arrived, he became very soft. The archduke looked at the princess and said that he did not think she had an important conversation with him. He said that in that case he would leave. The princess looked at him and said that he had finished all the business with the monsters. She asked him why he was still so busy. The princess looked at the archduke and asked who the young lady was to him. The princess said that she was very interested in whether she was just a ward or a family to him. She asked the archduke why he cared so much about her. The princess looked into his eyes and asked if she really was that person. The princess said that before he wanted to find someone, so he walked around the entire continent. Mint ran up to the archduke in surprise and joy. She looked at him and asked if he was already returning. The archduke saw the prince behind the young lady. Julius looked at the young lady and said it was time. Mint looked at him and said with a smile that she would call the carriage. The prince came closer to the archduke and said that he did not seem to like being near the young lady. The prince said with a grin that he didn't know the archduke had such a jealous side. He said that if the others found out, they would be very surprised. He said with a smirk that since he didn't like him so much, he probably should have kissed the young lady on the cheek or neck or lips. The prince said that if he did that, it would be interesting what others would think of her. The archduke angrily grabbed the prince's clothes. The archduke looked at the prince with a cold, piercing gaze. He told him to listen carefully. The prince was very surprised, as he felt strong. The archduke looked at the prince and said that he could see perfectly well how he showed his worthless tenderness for Mint. He said that he knew very well that he was using her for his own purposes. The archduke said there was only one reason why he was still alive. He remembered the words that Mint told him that she liked the prince. The archduke looked at the prince and said with a grin that he thought that he knew everything very well himself. The prince, in turn, looked intently at the departing archduke. A moment later, the prince asked the archduke by what right he had to interfere. The prince looked at the archduke and said that the relationship was between him and the Mint, and he is just her guardian. Mint heard their conversation. She shouted to the prince to stop. The prince and the archduke looked at the Mint intently and in surprise. Mint looked at the young man and asked how he dared talk to the archduke like that. Mint approached the archduke with the speed of lightning and said that they were already leaving. Mint looked sideways at the prince and said that if he communicated rudely with the archduke again, he would have to break their agreement. The prince looked after them intently. The prince was shocked by everything that was happening, as he did not expect to hear such a thing. The archduke and Mint slowly returned home. Mint noticed that the archduke was not in the mood. The archduke suddenly remembered the prince's words. He asked the archduke by what right he intervened, since he was only a guardian for the young lady. The archduke called for Mint. The young lady, in turn, was surprised because she did not expect him to say anything. The archduke looked at her and asked if he asked her to end her relationship with the prince. What would she do? The young lady was shocked. I did not expect such a question. Unexpectedly for the passengers, the crankcase began to shake. The man approached them and asked for forgiveness. He said the carriage wheel was broken, and he thought it would take them a few minutes to fix it. Julius looked at the man and said that they would wait while they fixed it. Mint looked at the gentleman and asked, while they were repairing, if he wanted to take a walk. Mint walked through the night forest. She was surprised. Mint smiled and said that she did not know that the forest could be so beautiful. Mint was a little puzzled and didn't know what the archduke meant a minute ago, because she was very embarrassed to ask about it. The Archduke looked at her and said that he forgot to give her something. Mint was surprised because she saw a beautiful pendant. For some time, Mint looked at the Archduke in surprise. The Archduke looked at her and said that this was his gift. She was surprised and did not expect to receive a gift from him. Mint noticed a beautiful pendant that sparkled. The young lady looked at the Archduke and thanked him for the gift. She said that by giving her a gift and being next to her, he makes her happy. Julius looked at the young lady and said that enough time had already passed. Mint was taken aback. She didn't understand what he was talking about. A moment later, Mint said that it was probably time for them to return, since soon they had already fixed it. A few minutes later, they heard some noise. Peppermint looked at the Archduke and asked if he heard the noise. Julius said to stay where he was while he looked around the area. The Duke slowly examined all the places. Behind the tree, he saw an incomprehensible silhouette. He came closer and saw an old man. The man, in turn, looked at Yuli in surprise and said that he scared him. The Archduke and Mint looked at the man in surprise. The man looked at the young people and thanked them. He looked at the young lady and said that a couple of days ago a tragedy happened to him and he went hungry for several days. He said he thought he would die of starvation. Mint was surprised because she realized that the place was more crowded than she thought. She came closer to him and said that it was very good that he was okay. She asked if he knew the way to the village. The man looked at the young lady and said that since he received such help, he should pay for the service with the service. He looked at the young lady and said that he could see the person's future. Mint looked at him and said that there was no need for that, and he didn't have to do anything for them. He looked at the Mint and said to the rapeseed that she was very modest. He said they could start there. Mint was puzzled as the man wasn't even listening to her. A moment later, they were illuminated by the light from the ball. Mint was truly surprised, as she had never seen anything like this before. The man looked closely at the young lady and said that she should have died a long time ago, but by the will of fate, she is still alive. Mint was shocked by what she heard. Mint looked at him and asked what he was talking about. The man smiled and said that she was hiding not only her fate. He looked at her and said that she was emanating an incredibly terrifying secret. And in order to hide this secret, she deceives herself and those around her. He looked at her and said that she needed to lie to everyone. He looked at the Archduke and said that he too should have died a long time ago. But he went beyond the boundaries of the laws of this world. Mint was very surprised and did not understand what we were talking about now. The man looked at the master and said that another reaper of death would come for him, because he was originally born with the destiny to live a short life. The man looked at the gentleman with a contemptuous look and said that within 3 years, death would knock on his door to take his soul. With the speed of lightning, the Archduke put his sword to the man's throat. Julius looked at the man and said that he must be a very brave, despicable pagan. The Archduke looked at the man and said that since he was so lucky and was still alive, then he needed to tuck his tail between his legs and run away from him. He looked at the man and asked how he dared to show himself to him. The man looked at the Archduke with a contemptuous look and said what he wanted. "I would like to look at him at least once before I die." He said he would like to take a look at his future. He looked at the Archduke and said that his future had not changed. He said that the last pages of his miserable life remained. The man looked contemptuously at the crowd of young people and said that Julius would die in absolute solitude. The man looked at them and said that now he can safely leave this world. A few minutes later, the man disappeared, and all that was left of him was his cloak. Mint looked at the Archduke and asked who this person was. The Archduke looked sideways at the young lady and said that it was a clairvoyant pagan. He said there were only a few of them left. Mint was surprised, but still she understood who she was talking about. She realized he was talking about Calgary. She knew that some believers were clairvoyant. They saw the past and the future. Mint was scared because she realized that this man knew her past and future. She realized that that man knew not only about her future and past, but also about the Archduke. Julius came closer to her and said that they were all clairvoyants and saw correctly. He said that if this had been the case, they would never have lost the war. Julius looked at her and gently told her not to worry. Mint looked at him intently. She didn't answer. A few minutes later, Mint began to cry. She hoped everything would be fine. She was sure that everything would be okay. The young man looked at his companion and asked if he had just heard any strange sounds. The man asked, puzzled, what that sound was. The young man said it sounded like the roar of an animal. The man laughed and asked if the young man really wanted to say that a beast had declared in the capital. The man smiled and said that in the capital, where aristocrats and the royal family live, monsters cannot appear. He said that it was just the wind carrying all sorts of distorted sounds. The young man was surprised because he noticed something in the sky. He was very scared. A moment later, they saw a terrible beast. The man came to the Empress with a report on the situation. The man said that with the late arrival of the Archduke, they were able to somehow get the situation under control. He said that, in total, 19 monsters had appeared in the city, and 60 human deaths had been identified. The Empress looked at the envoy and angrily told him not to continue. The Empress was furious. She did not understand how this was possible. She didn't understand how pathetic brats with zero intelligence could infiltrate the capital. She looked closely at the man, who was shaking with fear. Monsters that have lost their master friend are no different from stupid animals. She didn't understand how they were able to evade the guards and go through the gates to the capital. She knew that, moreover, they had no ability for magic or hypnosis. A moment later, the Empress realized something and laughed. She looked at the man and said that someone turned out to be tenacious, and it was the descendant of the insignificant dragon demon. The Empress looked at the preacher and said that the descendant of Calgro was alive, and he is the instigator of the attack. Preacher Klein looked at the Empress and said that this could not be. He asked the Empress if the Archduke had really lied to her. He said that she knew very well that it was not the sanctuary or even the royal family that destroyed everyone, putting an end to the war with the pagans, and this was the Archduke. The Empress looked at the preacher and said that she did not doubt him. She said she would send him to deal with the matter personally. The preacher looked at the Empress and said that he had constantly refused to cooperate with the royal family. The preacher asked if she thought he would follow her orders. The Empress looked at him and told him not to worry. She smiled and said that she did not know whether he had heard or not, but recently her son and Lady Elsidonia had been dating. The Empress looked at the preacher and said that just the sight of them made butterflies in her stomach go crazy. And as they know, the Archduke stands behind the young girl. She looked at the preacher and said that because of his affection for her, even his unbowed head would bow at the feet of the Empress. She said that he would definitely bow down to the royal family. The Empress looked at the preacher and said with a smile that the Archduke himself would find out how the monsters were able to penetrate into the very heart of the empire. And if they turn out to be involved in this, they eat the ovaries, he will have to bring their heads to her. She looked at him and said that they would end this. She looked at him and asked if he knew that a ritual would soon be held in honor of the prince's coming of age. The preacher smiled and said that the prince was already very old. When the descendants of the heavenly dragon, the children of the royal family, become adults, then they leave for the Cameron Desert for the sake of a divine ritual, where the goddess Tamara first set foot. You cannot enter the sanctuary without permission, and the passage in captivity lies through a narrow canyon, and under the protection of the gods, no sacred ritual occurs. The Empress looked at the preacher and said that the ritual should be performed by someone from the sanctuary, but she terribly despises this place. She looked at the preacher and said that he was an exception, and she hoped that he would take control of this ritual. The preacher looked at her and said with a smile that he would do everything. The prince looked at all the corpses that lay at his feet. He thought that the Empress was also waiting for the day of the ritual. The prince sighed heavily and sat down on the bed. He was shocked that the Empress managed to send mercenaries even on such a day. The prince noticed that if you compare the mercenaries with those who came before, these are very weak. He knew that she wanted to hint at something. He knew that she could tell him that if he continued to be useful, she would spare his life. The prince thought that after all, he had a good idea, and there were benefits from the fact that he started dating. He thought for a moment and remembered what had happened. He remembered the young lady's words. She told him that if he was so rude to the Archduke, their agreement would come to naught. The prince thought that the young lady now hated him. The prince smiled and thought that she might hate him. He knew that there was no one in this world who could take his side. He knew that he just needed to stay alive inside this palace until the ritual. He remembered how the young lady told him to strengthen himself and gain strength. He remembered how she told him to be sure to stay alive. He knew he had to try really hard to do this. He told himself that he would definitely survive. Mint and the prince rode slowly in a carriage along the Holy Land. The prince looked intently at the young lady and called her several times. He looked at her and said with a smile that he was calling her, but she didn't even answer. Mint was very angry with the prince. She knew that he was a year younger than her, but still, he behaved like a turtle that had lived for several hundred years. The prince looked at the young lady and said that it didn't matter inside the carriage, But in front of the priest, they would have to show warm feelings for each other. He looked at her and said that this is why he brought her to the ritual. He looked at her and asked with a smile if she remembered that they had an agreement. Mint looked at him and said that their agreement would end there. She said she hoped he would do as he promised. She looked at him and said that she didn't want to cross paths with him in the future. He looked at her and said that it would be so. A moment later, the prince said that he would try very hard to keep that promise. Mint looked at the task, but at the prince, and said that she heard that the road there was very difficult. Mint was shocked. She shouted that this path was very difficult and generally too much. The knight looked at her and told her not to worry. He said that other knights were already crossing the bridge. But still, Mint was very worried. What happens if the rope breaks? The prince looked at her and said that she was on the bridge. There were protective spells, and she doesn't need to worry. He said that as long as this bridge is not attacked by anyone of a similar level, it will never break. Peppermint looked at him and said that was reassuring. The knight looked at the young lady and asked her whether to offer it. The young lady looked at him and said that there was no need for that, and she would get there herself. The young lady and the prince noticed a man in the distance, which directed power at them. The man gathered all his strength to strike the bridge. The prince was in shock. He shouted to everyone to leave the bridge. The prince ran to Mint and shouted for her to give him her hand. The man nevertheless struck the bridge. The preachers used their magic and protected everyone from the attack. They created a barrier. The prince shouted at them to hold the barrier. The prince shouted to the magicians to save the people on the bridge with magic. The prince ran to the young lady. He shouted at her to take his hand. Mint saw the man strike again. A moment later, she was falling from the bridge. Everyone present was shocked. Max screamed that he couldn't use floating magic. Mint was in shock. She understood that if she continued to fall, she would definitely die. A moment later, the prince hugged her tightly. They flew down together. Mint was in shock. She didn't understand why he rushed after her. The prince looked at the young lady and asked why the magic did not work on her. Mint opened her eyes and saw that she was still alive. With lightning speed, she sat up. She was in shock as she realized that she had survived. She was very surprised and did not understand what had happened. A moment later, the young lady saw the prince lying next to her. She was shocked as he showed no signs of life. She examined him closely and realized that he was not even breathing. Mint decided to help him somehow and began to resuscitate him. She wanted to save him. Peppermint was furious. She screamed that he couldn't just die. She screamed that he had no right to die here. A moment later, the prince woke up. Peppermint looked at him and asked if he was okay. The prince looked at the young lady and asked with a grin if she was upset that he was alive. Mint was surprised. She said that of course not. She looked at him and said that it was too early for him to move. Mint looked at the prince and told him to be patient a little, since the knights were soon to come to the rescue. The prince looked into the distance and did not answer. The prince looked sideways at the young lady and said that someone would get ahead of them. The young lady looked at him and asked what he was talking about. The prince said there was an attack from above. He said the man's attack caused the bridge to be destroyed. He said that there was a protection spell from the Empress on this bridge, and the fact that he was able to destroy the bridge meant only one thing. Either the Empress herself did it, or it was someone as strong as her. Mint was shocked. She said that this simply could not happen. She looked at him and asked how this could be if they were in a relationship. She said that he had previously told her that the Empress would stop pestering him. The prince, puzzled, said that it only mattered when it was useful. A moment later, the prince fell into unconsciousness. Mint was in shock and did not understand what to do now. She understood that they could not be here. Mint Wasp scanned the area with lightning speed because she needed to hide somewhere. A moment later, she saw a cave. The prince woke up. With lightning speed, he sat down. He was puzzled and did not understand where he was now. He thought that the mint had most likely carried him over. She looked at the young prince and asked if he had woken up. She looked at him and said that it was very good that he came to his senses. Mint smiled and said that the rain had already calmed down, and she found some berries in the forest. She said his clothes were very wet, so she undressed him. The prince looked at the young lady with bewilderment and asked why she was still here. The young lady was surprised. She did not understand what he was talking about. He looked at her sideways and told her that it was time for her to go before the mercenaries found them. He said that it was unlikely that the Empress's plan included killing her. Mint was surprised. She looked at the prince and asked if she left. What would happen to him? He looked at her and said that it had nothing to do with her. She looked at him and said that his condition now leaves much to be desired. The prince was furious. He shouted that he would die anyway. He looked at her and said that he really wanted to run away from this man. The prince said that while he was being baptized, no one could approach him. He said he was almost ready for it. The prince said, puzzled, that the empress knew about everything. He said she knew he was trying to stay alive. And I waited for the moment when he poked his head out of his hole. The prince said that in the end, he was destined to die. He looked at her and said that he did not need her sympathy and she should go far away. If she doesn't want to die with him. The young lady looked at him and asked what he just said. A moment later, she looked at him and told him to eat. He looked at her and said that she probably didn't understand him. With the speed of lightning, the mint shoved the berries into his mouth. The prince was surprised. He looked at her and asked what she was doing. Mint told him not to melt, but to eat soon, as the berries help him recover well. The prince looked at her and asked if she really didn't understand him. He said he couldn't protect her from the mercenaries. She looked at him and said that she didn't want to leave him. She said he jumped off a cliff to save her. She looked at him and said that although she was weak, she still wanted to repay her savior in kind. Mint said he won't die. She said that no matter how hopeless the situation is, if you hold on until the end, a miracle happens. She looked at him and said with a smile that there was no need to give up. All the time the prince thought that all hope was over. He looked at her and said that she really could die. The young lady looked at him and said with a smile that this would not happen, and they could survive together. The young prince gazed at the young lady. Tears welled up in his eyes. He looked at her and said with a smile that she was definitely stupid. The knight looked at Roll and said that they told him that on the way to the sanctuary, they were attacked, and Mint fell down the cliff along with the prince. He said that now everyone is looking for them. The butler said that more people need to be added to the search party. He said that no matter what happens, it is imperative to find the lady safe and sound. The Archduke looked closely at the butler and asked who was missing. He looked at the man and told him to repeat it again. The prince looked at the young lady and asked if she was comfortable. Mint looked at him, puzzled, and asked what he was talking about. She said that as a child, she often wandered through the forest. Mint said that thanks to this, she knows well the berries and fruits suitable for food. He looked at her and asked why she was wandering through the forest at such a young age. There was silence for a moment. The prince looked at the young lady and said that when he was about 5 years old, he almost died at the hands of the empress. Mint said, puzzled, that this was sudden. He looked at her and said that they say that before asking a person, you need to tell about yourself. He said that the empress tried to strangle him, but he survived. He looked at the young lady and said that day after day he feared for his life. Mint gazed at the young prince. She looked at him and said that it was about the same for her. She looked at him and said that before the Archduke picked her up, she was digging up plant roots to fill her stomach with something. She said that she sometimes froze to the point of rigor when there was heavy snowfall. Peppermint looked at the young prince and said that even though it was a snowy day, it was still good. She said that she was once saved by that man, and thanks to him, she is still alive. The prince said that he seemed to be a good man. He asked the young lady if she had told him that she wanted to pay for his help. Mint looked at the fruit, puzzled, and said nothing. She looked at the prince and asked if he wanted some more berries. She said that she still eats it all today. The prince looked at her in surprise and agreed. Mint smiled and said that these berries are very tasty. The prince's friend saw the necklace on her neck. He was surprised. He looked at the young lady and asked what kind of pendant it was. Mint looked at the prince puzzled and said that this was a gift from the Archduke. The prince looked at the young lady in surprise and said that it was a spiritual stone that blocked magic. And because of him, they couldn't cast magic on the young lady on the bridge. Mint was shocked by what she heard. The prince looked at her and said that he was wondering what it was about. Mint looked at him and said that this simply cannot be. She looked at the prince and said that this simply cannot be. She said that the Archduke could not give her such a thing without even explaining the reason. The prince looked at the young lady and said that now was not the time to find out. He told her to throw it away now because he wouldn't be able to protect her if the pendant was on her. Mint remembered how the man looked at her intently and said that he felt that magical power was emanating from her. Mint said that first she would remove the pendant. Mint was surprised and did not understand why Julius did this to her. The next day, Mint looked closely at the prince and asked if he was sure he was okay. She looked at him and said that his wound had not yet healed. The prince looked at the young lady and said with a smile that he was a descendant of the heavenly dragon. He looked at her and asked if she could go get the berries herself. He said he can already make lightweight protective barriers. Mint smiled and said that she would go alone and would return soon. Mint was slowly picking berries. She saw the amazing color of the berries. Mint was surprised and wondered if she could eat it. Mint thought that soon the Archduke found out about everything. She knew that she should not give in to Slack, and he would definitely come for her. She knew that she needed to trust and wait for him. A moment later, Mint heard an incomprehensible sound. She turned around and saw a terrible monster. She was surprised and very frightened, since the monster was on the Holy Land of the goddess. Peppermint knew she shouldn't panic. She was in shock, but still she knew that she could not die in such a place. She looked at the monster and angrily told him not to come close to her. Mint heard an incomprehensible sound and was very scared. A moment later, she saw the monster leaving. She was in shock, did not understand what had happened. She didn't understand why the monsters just left. The prince looked at the young lady and asked what just happened. He looked at her and asked in surprise how she was able to take control of the monster. Mint didn't answer him, and he started screaming. He looked at her and asked if she was a pagan. Mint looked at him and said that, of course, she was not a pagan. Mint asked the prince what he was talking about. The prince looked closely at the young lady and asked what just happened. He said that he had seen with his own eyes how she was able to control the monster. She looked at him and said that she was not a pagan, and also asked what was incomprehensible about this. She said that she never believed in God, much less worshipped him. Mint was shocked. She realized that she had made a mistake. Because in front of a person from the royal family, she said that she did not believe in the goddess Tamara. Mint looked at the prince and asked for forgiveness. She realized that she had made a huge mistake. The prince looked at the young lady and said that, apparently, he had gone too far. He said it was clear that she had nothing to do with the pagans. He asked her forgiveness and said that it seems because of this series of stressful situations, apparently, he had gone a little crazy. She looked at him and told him never to say such terrible words again. The prince agreed with her and asked for forgiveness. A moment later, they heard a noise. Mint looked at the prince and asked what he heard. The prince looked into the distance in shock and told Mint to stand behind him. A moment later, they saw a man. Mint was shocked because she didn't even hear any steps. She saw an incomprehensible silhouette approaching them. He looked closely at the young people. He was glad that he saw the prince and Mint. He looked at them and said that he had received orders from the emperor to escort them safely. He looked at them and told them to follow him. The prince was furious because he saw the knight of Rurik. The knight looked at them and said that this place was very dangerous. He said that they would definitely take them to the palace. Urian appeared in front of them. Mint was shocked, because I didn't expect to see him. She, in turn, glared at him and shouted her friend's name. The young man came to the defense of his mistress. He looked sideways at the lady and asked forgiveness for being late. She looked at him and asked how he ended up here. He said that Knight Roll had sent a search party, but now was not the time to talk about it. Rurik was furious. He looked at the young knight and said that the knight was getting in the way of a man who had received an imperial order. He said that the young man seemed to be an ordinary upstart. Urian looked at his opponent and said that he was a knight of the El Sidonia family, and only people with this family can give him orders. Rurik looked at the knight and said, since he did not understand his warning, then nothing could be done about it. He dealt a crushing blow. Urian parried the blow with lightning speed. Rurik attacked Urian. The imperial knight dealt blow after blow to the young man. The young lady was shocked. She shouted to her knight. The prince looked at the knight and asked him to stop. He said that he would go with him, as long as he did not touch the lady and the knight. Rurik struck the prince. The knight looked at the young people and said that the emperor told him to bring them both, and there was no need for them to resist. Urian struck Rurik. Rurik, in turn, looked at the young man as if he were a small bug. Urian looked at the young lady and told her to run away. Rurik hit Urian and he fell to the ground. The imperial knight looked at the young man and said that the original plan was to return to the palace immediately. He came closer to the young man and said that, probably, nothing terrible would happen if he took care of one arrogant knight. Mint was in shock. She understood that the knight would now kill her friend. She knew she couldn't let something like that happen. Mint watched everything that was happening angrily. A moment later, she heard someone's voice. The man asked her what happened. He said that she already knew how to use it. The imperial knight looked at the young lady in horror. A moment later, he saw the beast. The knight jumped back from the blow with the speed of lightning. The knight gazed at the evil beast. Mint looked surprised and intently. She couldn't believe everything that was happening. The young lady stared at the man, and blood flowed slowly from her nose. The knight was in shock. He did not understand at what moment the monster appeared. The monster growled with rage and began to attack. Mint watched the fight closely. A moment later, blood poured from her nose and mouth. Unnoticed, someone crept up from behind. Mint turned around and saw the prince. She looked surprised and asked if he was okay. The prince looked at the young lady and told her to run away quickly while the knight was distracted by this monster. Mint said she couldn't leave her friend and escape. The prince said now was not the time to worry about others. He said that for a knight, this monster is just a matter of seconds. A moment later, they heard a loud crash. A knight approached them. He said angrily that he had wasted too much time. He looked at them and said that now it was time to go to the palace. The young lady was in shock and very scared. A moment later, she heard a familiar voice. Mint was shocked by what she saw. Mint saw the Archduke in all his glory. The Imperial Knight glared at the Archduke. He looked at him and asked how he got here. The Archduke looked intently and angrily at the man and said that, after all, he dared to touch his man. The Archduke looked at the knight and asked since when he became so bold. The knight looked at the Archduke and said that this was the order of the Emperor. He said that she ordered the prince and lady to be brought safely to the palace. The Archduke glared at the man. He asked if in his eyes it already looks as if they are completely safe. The knight looked at the Archduke and said that without the order of the Emperor, he would not fight him. But if the Archduke insists very strongly, he will not refuse. Rurik looked at the Archduke and said with a grin that he did not know how long they would last. The Archduke looked intently at Mint and Urien. He saw that they were in very bad condition. The Archduke looked at the Imperial Knight and told him to get out. Rurik turned around and began to leave. Mint was surprised. She didn't know if he was really leaving. She knew that he was a true devil. The remaining knights arrived to them. They saw Mint in a deplorable state. The knights shouted to call the priest. The Archduke came closer to Mint and asked her to be patient a little, as Roll would come soon. Mint hugged the Archduke tightly. Julius was surprised because he did not expect this. Mint looked at him with a smile on her face. The Archduke looked at the young lady intently and in surprise. Mint quietly said that he always comes to her and saves her. The Archduke called the young lady, but she in turn was unconscious. A priest approached the Archduke. The priest looked at the Archduke and said that Peppermint had fainted. He said that she seemed very tired. The priest said to use healing magic. The priest called to the Archduke, but he froze in shock. The knights saw Urien lying on the ground. They told the priest that the young knight had very deep wounds. The priest of Isa looked at them and said that he understood everything. The priest walked towards the knight. He glanced sideways at the Archduke. The priest was on the battlefield many times with the Archduke. But to his surprise, for the first time in his life, he saw such an expression on the Archduke's face. Mint woke up late at night. She was surprised and realized that she was in the mansion of the Elkadonia family. The Archduke looked at the young lady and asked if he understood correctly that she was already awake. Mint was surprised. She did not at all expect to see the Archduke nearby. Julius looked at the young lady and said that Roll had healed all the wounds he saw. Julius looked at her and asked if it hurt somewhere. Mint looked at him and said that everything was fine and it didn't hurt anywhere. She looked at him and asked what was wrong with Urien and the prince. The Archduke looked at her and said that they were all right. Mint, in turn, was very happy. She looked at him and said with a smile that he saved her this time too. Mint smiled and thanked him. The Archduke looked at her and asked if she remembered the day when the pagans kidnapped her. Mint looked at him, puzzled and surprised. A moment later, she said she remembered that day. The Archduke said that the reason she was kidnapped back then was because she was his ward, and the people from Calgra consider him their enemy. He said they wanted to instill fear in him. He looked at her and said that then and now, because of him, she was going through tests that she didn't have to go through. Mint was very surprised. She knew that everything was not as he said. The Archduke looked at her and said that he no longer wanted her to suffer because of him. He looked at her and said that he was no longer her guardian. The Empress looked at the unfolded and said that this was unfair, since it is not her fault that Mint and the prince are lost. The Empress looked at the scout and asked why he didn't believe her. The Archduke said that he personally opposed Rurik. He looked at the Empress and asked if she was now trying to lie to his face. The Empress said she sent a knight to search. She said she accepts that he may have been too rude, and that's why she apologizes for him. Julius looked at her and asked if she really thought he would believe her nonsense. The Empress looked at him and said that she would be in his place. I wouldn't believe it either. She looked at him and said that she should have earned his trust sooner. She said that for his sake, she sent a search team and 8 to control herself, to be on a team with the degenerates from the sanctuary. She looked at Julius and said that if he constantly provoked her, then she would have no reason to let the young lady live. Julius, in turn, was very angry. The Empress looked at him and said that she liked him very much, and she wished he were around so she could enjoy his company. The Empress said with a grin that she was ready to do anything to make him calm down. She looked at him intently and said that she would not forgive him if he began to consider her his enemy. The Empress looked at him and said with rage that it would be better to tear him to pieces with tears in her eyes than to see him leave her. Approached them and asked for forgiveness for interfering in their conversation. He came closer to them and asked for forgiveness for barging into their conversation. He said, puzzled, that the sanctuary would soon fall apart. The Archduke turned around to leave. The Empress looked at him and asked why he was so afraid. She looked at him and asked if they were just a guardian-subordinate relationship, or if that was not the case. The Archduke, in turn, did not answer anything and silently left. The Archduke sat in his office and thought about everything. He wanted to try to make sure that Elsidonia and Mint were not connected. He wanted to hide Mint in the eastern continent, and there the danger threatening her would also decrease. He knew she wouldn't understand it now, but he really hoped that someday she would accept it. He remembered the young lady who was looking at him intently with tears in her eyes. He remembered the Empress, who, with a grin on her face, asked him what he was afraid of. He was very afraid of losing someone else from his family. He didn't want to at all, but now he had a person who made him want to live. He knew that he always had to think and make decisions alone. He knew that no one would take his hand and share his thoughts. He knew it was the same this time. The Archduke heard an incomprehensible noise outside the door. A moment later, Mint burst into his office. The Archduke was very surprised as the young lady opened the door with her foot. Mint and the Archduke glared at each other. Julius looked at the young lady and asked in surprise if she had drunk. Mint, in turn, looked at him and said with a smile that she had drunk. The Archduke was in shock as he realized he was having déjà vu. Mint looked at him and said that drinking was not so bad, since after alcohol there are no bad thoughts. She said that she now understands why he drinks constantly. He looked at her and said that he was very good at bringing up her mixed feelings. And this is all because he sends her to the eastern continent. He looked at her and said that as long as she was there, he would do everything for her. Mint was furious. She said that as a child, she saw how aristocrats left an abandoned puppy. The abandoned puppy tried with all his might to catch up with the carriage, but could not. She looked at him and said that it was very sad, and she still remembers this picture as if it were yesterday. She looked at him and said that, apparently, they were tired of the puppy, and they decided to abandon him. Mint said that the owner probably felt better after that. The Archduke gazed at the young lady. Peppermint was furious because she knew he was treating her the same way he treated the puppy, but she was still furious with herself because she still couldn't hate him. Julius came closer to the young lady and called her. He looked at her and said that she was drunk, and all her words were spoken with a clouded mind. He told her not to walk around and say everything straight. Mint looked at him with tears on her face. She said that he brought her to the house, and now he is sending her to hell. She looked at him and asked if he had ever thought about her feelings. She said that she did not care how effective and profitable his plan was. She looked at him and asked why he makes all the decisions alone. She said that she herself is able to make decisions that affect her future. She asked him why he was taking this opportunity away from her. Mint looked at him and started crying even more. She said he was very bad. Julius, in turn, hugged Mint tightly. He looked at her and asked how he could leave her around, knowing that she was in great danger. He looked at her and said that she might die. Julius looked at the young lady and asked if she understood this. Mint said that she understands everything perfectly, but life is meaningless if he is not in it. The butler entered the office and quietly asked if his master had called him. The Archduke looked at the butler and told him to teach Mint magic starting tomorrow. Roll was shocked. He looked at his master and asked if he was the one who tried to suppress her powers with the spirit stone yesterday. The butler looked at his master and asked what happened. The Archduke glared at the butler. A moment later, he said he had changed his mind. Julius realized that she was right and was free to make her own decision. So he will have to come to terms with it and help her in any way he can. But someday the day will come when she will leave him. The butler looked at the young mistress with a puzzled expression. He looked at her and asked how long she would lie like that. Mint, in turn, did not answer and continued to lie on the bed, wrapped in a blanket. She said that she would spend her whole life under a blanket because she was very ashamed. The butler took the blanket from her and angrily told her to get up quickly and not talk nonsense. She looked at him in surprise and asked if he was angry. The butlers looked at her and said that he was not angry. He said that not even a day had passed since she was rescued, but she had already left, and almost the entire wine cellar had been emptied. He said there was no need for him to be angry. Mint timidly asked him for forgiveness. Mint looked at the butler and asked what happened to the prince. The butler said that the prince had gone to the sanctuary for the ceremony. Mint was shocked. She didn't understand how he could do this, because he almost died. And now he's trying to escape again. The butler looked at the young lady and said that the prince had given her something. Mint looked at the butler in surprise. Mint looked at the note, and it said what she would see. Mint was surprised and did not understand what she was talking about. The knight looked at the prince and said that he would soon see the Holy Land. The prince, in turn, did not answer. The knight asked the prince if he had forgotten something. The prince smiled and said that he thought it was necessary to at least look at the young lady's face. He knew that this was just a temporary separation. Mint was puzzled. She still thought that they had become very close while they spent a few days together. Mint understood that he just took it and left. She also knew that she had to leave for the Eastern continent on her own, because the Archduke will never change his decision. Mint knew that if she stopped being the mistress in this house, then all her relationships with her loved ones would be severed. She knew that she would lose communication with the master. Mint looked at the butler and called him. She looked at him and asked if she stopped being part of this family, would he stop treating her well? The butler looked at her in puzzlement and surprise, and he said that it would probably be so. He said that if he suddenly saw her drinking herself into unconsciousness, then instead of swearing today, he would like to hit her once. Mint was surprised and shocked by his words. He looked at her and said that she was much younger than him, and he would treat her on a personal level, although she never once wondered how old he was. Mint looked at him and said that it was not so. He looked at her and asked why she didn't ask before. Mint understood that if she asked and heard the answer, then her opponent would ask her a counter-question. They would probably ask her what kind of person she was and how she lived. Mint understood that if she had known that they would part so soon, she would have revealed herself earlier. The butler looked at her and said that he would like to convey the master's message. Mint looked at him in surprise as she was waiting. The butler looked at her and said that the master told her that today she would study magic with Roel. Mint was surprised and puzzled. She didn't expect this. The butler looked at her and said that the gentleman conveyed these words to her. At the cost of how Mint wants to do what it wants, it must become stronger so that it can protect itself. Mint ran up to the butler and asked if it was true. She was shocked and very happy. The butler looked at her and asked with a smile if she was really so glad that she would study magic. Mint was glad that she would not end up leaving for the Eastern continent. The butler looked at her and told her to calm down, as they had a lot to prepare. Nadeau was very happy, because she realized that she would not part with the people she valued so much. Kamen looked at the young mistress and asked if he was a beauty. Mint looked at the knight in surprise and said with a smile that he was, of course, a beauty. Mint looked at him and said that they still came for items for teaching magic. The knight looked at her and said that this was certainly true, but they also needed to have fun. He looked at her and said with a smile that they hadn't been out for a long time, and he wanted to arrange it. Today is a very fun day for her. Mint knew that Flu was very worried about the recent events that had happened. The young lady saw the mint and was very surprised. A moment later, the young lady looked at the mint and asked if it was really her. The young lady looked at the mint and said that her name was Astel. She also asked if Mint remembered her. Kamen approached the young lady and asked if she knew the girl. Mint froze in shock. The young lady looked at the mint and asked what was wrong with it. She said that Mint knows her. The young lady smiled and said that they were with her as a sacrifice. Mint shouted that she didn't know anything and ran with the speed of lightning. The knight ran after the young lady. He shouted at her not to run away so quickly, otherwise she would fall. A girl approached the young lady, and she called her. Astel was very scared. Astel looked at the other girl and asked what happened. The girl looked at Astel and apologized. She looked at her and asked if her name was Astel. The princess looked at the young lady and asked what they were talking about, as she said she wanted to hear the details. Kamen looked at the young lady and told her to look at him, as he had bought her the most popular desserts in the empire. He told her with a smile to go out and try at least a piece. Roel approached the knight and asked if the lady had come out. The knight looked at the butler and said that she did not come out. He said that this was the first time he had seen the lady with such an expression on her face. The knight said that it was all because of the lady they met. The knight looked at the butler and asked if the Archduke had given any instructions. He said he could talk to her. The butler looked at the knight and said that the master told him to leave the young lady alone. He said that's what the lady wants. Mint sat alone in the room and remembered the young lady she met. Mint was furious. She didn't want to remember this at all. She didn't know what to do. She was very scared and did not know what to do, since everyone might find out about her secret. Mint heard some noise outside the door. Urian knocked on her room. He asked her if he could come into the room. Mint went to the door and timidly opened it. The young man looked at the young lady and said that he had been told that someone was trying to talk to her. Mint realized that rumors had spread. She knew it was inevitable since there were a lot of people there. She knew that he had probably all already heard the young lady's words, and now they are making their guesses. The young man looked at the young mistress and said that if suddenly the girl caused her suffering, then he would make sure that she never met her. Mint looked at her friend in surprise and dumbfounded. There was silence between them for a moment. She asked him if suddenly she turned out to be a terrible liar, or a completely different person, different from the one he imagined her to be, what he will do. He looked at her and said that he didn't care, because it wouldn't change anything because she saved his life. He looked at her and said that before the prince left, he heard from him that she saved his life by making a deal with the prince. Peppermint was shocked because she didn't expect the prince to tell him. Urian knelt in front of Mint. Mint was shocked. She looked at him and asked what he was doing. She told him to get up immediately. Mint looked at the young man in surprise. He looked at her and said that he would not have the life that she saved. He would be sorry to lose. He said that it would be an honor for him to save her. She looked at him and told him not to say such words to her, since she was trying to return to him what she received from him. Mint looked at her friend and thanked him. She said that thanks to him she felt much better. A moment later, she told him not to bend the knee to her again. For a few more minutes, the young man looked intently at the young mistress and smiled. The young man realized that he still had not become someone she could rely on. The man was scared. He looked at the young lady and asked who she was and why she grabbed him. She looked at him and asked if he was really asking her why she pulled him out of prison. The girl looked closely at the man and called him by name, and she also said that he was the director of the shelter. The man was shocked because he did not expect to hear something like that. She looked at him with a menacing look and said that this was only his official position. But in reality, he is a criminal who sold orphans. And several years ago, the Archduke found out about this, and he was sentenced to prison. The man knelt before the young lady and asked for forgiveness. He said that he greatly regrets what he did then. The young lady looked at him and told him to shut his mouth. She looked at him and said that she didn't care about his regrets, but she was interested in the mint that was in his shelter. The man was shocked because he did not expect to hear something like that. She said she looked through the papers from the shelter, and she noticed that the mint had disappeared like smoke from the orphanage at the age of 11. And when she turned 13, she reappeared at the orphanage. And after she returned, the man began to beat her. The young lady looked closely at the man and asked why he did this. The man, puzzled, said that the girl was just constantly messing around and didn't really know how to do anything. The young lady called the knight to help her talk to the man. With the speed of lightning, the knight struck the man. The man was in shock. He was very scared when the knight put a knife to his throat. She looked at him and asked how many fingers she should cut off for him to start talking. The man was shocked. He said that he really didn't know anything. He said that the man who took the mint was a pagan priest. Everyone froze in indignation. The young lady looked at the man and, with a grin, said that now she was more interested. Mint looked surprised. She saw the Archduke and the princess. Mint quickly hid as she noticed that the atmosphere between them was heating up. She didn't know when the princess arrived. The princess struck the Archduke with rage. Mint was shocked by what she saw, as she did not expect this. The princess angrily asked the Archduke if he really didn't care about his own life. The princess said with rage that he knew very well what was wrong with the empress. She asked him if he could not bow his head to her at least once. She looked at him with rage and asked why he was under such threat. The princess was furious, since all this was because of a girl with whom he had nothing in common. Mint froze in surprise. She was shocked by what she heard. She was surprised and did not understand why the princess was talking about her now. The princess said that when the war ended, he returned almost a corpse, and she thought that he would soon die. She wanted to say something else, but the Archduke interrupted her and said that there were a lot of ears here. The princess was furious. She turned to leave and finally told him that he was free to do as he wished. The princess burst into tears and said that she was already tired of being afraid that he might die. Mint was shocked by what she heard. She stood quietly behind the column as she hid. The Archduke looked at the young lady who was hiding behind a pillar. A moment later, he told her to leave already. Mint was shocked because she didn't expect him to see her hiding there. Mint looked at him and asked for forgiveness. She said that it wasn't enough to listen at all. He looked at her and told her that she shouldn't apologize. A moment later, Mint asked what he was talking about with the princess. She looked at him and said that it seemed like the conversation was about her. He said that he had recently disobeyed the Empress's orders. He said that as a result of this, the Empress became very angry, and the princess came to convince him. But he refused her. Mint asked in a trembling voice why he was doing this. He looked at her and said that this was understandable, since after that incident on the ridge, they could not be on good terms. Yuri said that the Empress asked to bring Mint to the palace under the pretext of teaching her etiquette and manners for marrying the prince. Mint was shocked by what she heard. The Archduke looked at her and said that, although the Empress was hiding, he was sure that the prince was missing. He said that the prince was killed or he escaped. Only the Empress knew. But he still knows perfectly well what she's trying to achieve, and he will not indulge her. Mint was shocked. She did not want the relationship between him and the Empress to deteriorate because of her. She didn't know what would happen if she angered a person like the Empress. Julius looked at her and told her not to worry. Mint looked at him in surprise. He looked at her and asked if they were leaving. She had already started leaving her room. Mint looked at him and said that everything was fine. The princess rode back to the palace and remembered the words of the young girl. My girlfriend looked at the princess and said that she and Mint were victims of pagans as children. The princess looked at the young lady in confusion and asked what she was talking about. She said she was saying they were victims. She said that the pagans wanted the soul of the goddess to enter the human body. She said that during the ceremony, if the soul will be in the body, then you can lose consciousness and begin to obey using his power. The young lady said that, of course, there were many victims who could not survive until the end of the ceremony. But that day, everything was different. Everyone present rejoiced, because finally the great Kalanim chose her body. The young girl was terrified. She was very scared. Everyone present was glad that the goddess was finally with them. The girl said that Mint was chosen at the Advent ceremony that day, and other children who had to go through the same thing were released. The young lady said that there is a wonderful knight, and they said about him that he destroyed all the pagans and ended the war. She said that she thought the Mint died then too. She didn't understand how the Mint could survive. She was also dressed richly. The princess looked at the young girl and asked if she had told anyone else about this. The young lady looked at the princess and said that she had not told anyone. The princess looked at her and asked her to make her a promise. The princess looked at the young lady and said that she would not tell anyone anything and would walk past the Mint as if she did not know her. She wanted the young lady to seal this oath with her life. The young lady was in shock and very scared. With lightning speed, she stood up. She looked at the princess and asked why she had to do this. The princess glared at the young lady and said that if she didn't do this, she would have to kill the young lady. The princess asked her forgiveness for threatening her. She said she couldn't just leave it like that, because the young lady could endanger the life of her friend. The princess was surprised, since the Archduke, even knowing everything about Mint, left her alive. She was puzzled and did not understand why this was happening. She knew that it didn't matter now, as the truth would soon be revealed. The princess knew that in this case, all of Elsidonia would be considered traitors, who went over to the side of the pagans. The princess knew that although she had calmed the young lady and talked to her, the incident in the store was beyond her control. She knew that rumors would soon spread. The princess knew that she would do anything to protect her friend. The butler, with the speed of lightning, flew into the Archduke's room. He said there was an urgent message from their spy in the palace. Roll said that Mistress Acela Dwellian came to the palace to tell her something secret about Elsidonia Mint, and now she is waiting for an audience with the Empress. The Empress looked at the young lady and said that this was the first time they had seen each other since the princess's birthday banquet. The young lady greeted the Empress. She looked at her and said that she had very important information about the pagans. The young lady looked at the Empress and asked who it was next to her. The Empress said that the man's name was Clyan, and he is the next receiver of the sanctuary. She said that the situation was very fortunate, since it was connected with the pagans. The Empress said that he would also listen to her. The Empress looked at the young lady and told her to tell her already that she had learned such an incredible thing. The young lady looked at them and said that she had come here to report the defector Mint of Elsidonia. The Empress was surprised that the young lady was being held captive by the pagans. The young lady was surprised and looked closely at the Empress. She didn't understand why she had this reaction. A moment later, they heard a noise outside the door. The Empress looked intently at the Archduke and said with a smile that he was simply unbearable. The evil Archduke entered them. The young lady was very angry because she did not expect to see him. The Empress said with a grin that she was very upset. Since when she called him, he never came to her himself, but when the matter touched his beloved Mint, he was right there. The young lady looked at the Empress intently and angrily. The Archduke looked at the Empress and asked her to hand over the matter to Acela, which contributed to the criminal's escape from prison. The young lady was shocked. She said that the Archduke was talking pure nonsense, because she simply pulled the man out to reveal the truth. She said that she was sure that Mint was required to be interrogated in the palace and sanctuary. She wanted them to use all kinds of torture. The Empress looked at the priest and asked with a grin if he had heard. She said that children are very cruel now. The young lady was shocked. She did not understand what kind of reaction the Empress had. She knew that Mint was associated with the pagans. Acela said angrily that this would sound very rude, but they had to listen to the man's testimony. She said that this man was the director of the orphanage where the young lady grew up, and he witnessed how the leader of the pagans took her. The man looked at the young lady puzzled and said that it was so. The priest looked at the man and asked if there was any evidence that the pagans took the Mint. The man said it was too far away for him to see the face, but he personally saw the dead kitten come to life in his hands. The man looked at them and asked if this was not forbidden magic, used only by pagans. He said that it was magic that went against all the laws of nature. The Empress said that perhaps the man simply used healing magic on the cat, which was exhausted. She said that she thought there was no point in listening to such nonsense any longer. The man said with rage that the Mint told him everything herself. For a moment there was dead silence. The man said that when the young lady returned to the shelter, he questioned her, and she then said that the elder of the pagans took her. The young lady looked at the man and said that it was so, and that day she was to be the victim. She said that once the ceremony began, she didn't know or remember anything else. She looked at the man and asked where the elder was. She said that we need to inherit the power of Calgra and the world. The man, as fast as lightning, covered her mouth with his hand. Mint looked at the director in surprise. The director looked at the young lady and said that he didn't know anything, and it's all her fault. He swung at the young lady with rage. The man said he was very scared, and if someone found out that he was supporting such a child, that would certainly have affected him. But if he killed her, he would go to hell. And if he had sent her to anyone to take care of, then rumors would have spread. So he kept her under discipline. He did everything so that she would grow up in the mud and cold and would not see anything except banal things. He said that if she started to forget about it, it would be much better. The man said that fortunately, she began to forget about it little by little. But then the Archduke came. The man said with rage that it seemed to him that the Archduke initially knew everything about Mint and immediately took her away. The priest was surprised. He looked at the Archduke and asked furiously if it was true. The priest looked at the Archduke and asked if it was true that the young lady was a sacrifice for the pagans. The priest was shocked. He said that, knowing this, the Archduke still took guardianship of her. Julius looked at the Empress and told her to throw the uninvited guests out of the hall. The Empress gave the order, and the young lady was taken away. The man shouted angrily for them to promise that they would spare him. The Empress looked at the Archduke with a smile and said that this would be difficult to hide. The priest was shocked. He looked at the Empress and asked if she really knew about this. The Empress said that she alone once found out thanks to one incident. The Empress looked at the Archduke and said that no matter what his thoughts were, it was true that the Mint had killed many lives after the orders of the pagan elder. The Empress looked at the Duke and said that she should send Rurik right now to bring her head. The priest was shocked. The Archduke looked at her and asked her to pretend that she did not know about it. The Empress looked at him and said with a smile that he was constantly hurting her. She asked why she had to make such big concessions for his sake. The Archduke looked at her and said that if she did this, he would give her what she wanted most. The Empress was shocked, as she did not expect to hear something like this. She looked at him and asked if he was serious now. Julius looked at her and said that he only wanted one thing. He wanted no one to be able to ruin Mint's life. Early in the morning, Mint woke up. She was in shock, did not understand why she was having this dream. She stopped having these dreams when she came to the estate. He screamed in rage. He did not understand at all why the Archduke wanted to take her. He grabbed the young lady and told her to listen carefully. He said that the man who wants to take her with all his heart hates the pagans. He said that if he found out who she really was, he would kill her, and if she is caught, it will be the end for them too. Mint sat puzzled and quietly on the edge of the bed. Mint heard that the maid had arrived. The maid opened the door and, smiling, said that a guest had come to her. Mint was surprised, because I wasn't expecting anyone. But a moment later she realized who had come to her. The princess went to her room and asked for forgiveness for showing up without warning. The maid looked at the princess and invited her to go into the hall, while the young lady cleaned herself up. The princess looked at the maid and pushed her out. She said that, unfortunately, she did not have time for this. Mint was surprised and did not understand why the princess behaved this way. She noticed that the atmosphere was different from before. The princess looked at the young lady and asked if she knew that the Archduke had gone to meet the Empress. Mint was surprised because it was the first time she had heard about it. She said that she did not know about this and asked why he went to her. The princess said the young lady's name. Mint was shocked when she heard the name Astel. The princess looked at the young lady and asked if she knew her. The princess said that last time she was there and heard their conversation, and later she learned everything from the young lady. The princess said that this truth had already reached the ears of the Empress. Mint was in shock and didn't know what to do now. The princess looked at the young lady and said that the Archduke had gone to negotiate with the Empress about her. The princess said that in order to protect the Mint, the Archduke was ready to present Elsidonia in his arms. Mint was shocked. She didn't know if it was true. Mint froze and did not hear the princess. The princess came closer to her in a rage and shouted angrily at her to come to her senses. The princess said that now is not the time to fall into a stupor. She said that the wealth owned by the family is the most precious among them. She said that what the Empress and the sanctuary want to get is an eternal stone mine. Mint was at a loss. The princess said that it is a spiritual stone that has immortal power. This is a secret kept by the head of the family. Now Mint understood why the Empress treated the Archduke this way. She understood why the sanctuary killed his family. She was shocked as she realized that it was all because of the power of eternal life. The princess looked at the young lady and said that if suddenly this immortal power fell into the hands of the Empress, then an endless dictatorship would begin. The princess looked at the young lady and, bowing her head, asked her to leave the estate. She said that if the young lady was constantly near the Archduke, then everything would turn into a nightmare. The Empress laughed furiously. She could not believe that the Archduke would destroy the centuries-old tradition of his family for the sake of some girl with whom he was not even related. She said with a grin that she thought his father was shedding tears of blood upstairs. The priest was shocked and asked her what she was talking about. He asked her if she really wanted to make a deal with the Archduke in front of him. The priest said he would not participate in this. He said that they don't know. Maybe there are still powers of Calgar in the Mint of Elsidonia. The Duke looked at the priest and asked if he remembered his duty to him. The priest said that he, of course, remembered, since during the war the Archduke had saved his life more than once. Julius looked at him and said that he wanted to repay this debt now. He asked to take control of the sanctuary. The priest agreed, but a moment later he said that the head priest would not remain silent. Julius looked at him and told him to tell the priest that he would give him what he wanted. The Empress looked at him and asked if they wanted the same thing. Julius looked at her and said that it was none of his business. He said that they should decide this among themselves. He looked at them and said he was done with it. The Empress gazed after him and asked why he was doing this. The priest looked at her and said that it's not even about today. He looked at him and asked why he left him alive then. Finally, the Archduke said that it was not he who left her alive, and she left him. Before he could get out of the carriage, the Archduke heard a noise. The maid ran up to him. He looked at her and asked what happened. The maid looked at the master and said that the lady had disappeared. Julius was shocked by what he heard. Urian read the note from the young lady. She asked his forgiveness for leaving him. Roel used his magic to find the young lady. He looked at Kamen and said that he could not find her in the nearby area. Kamen was shocked and asked if she had really left the territory. Kamen looked at the Archduke and asked him for permission to expand the search. Julius said they were stopping the search. Everyone present was shocked and bewildered. Julius said that the letter left for Urian was written by Mayata. He said it was unlikely she would have done this without a reason. Julius said that he probably sincerely wanted to leave the estate. Everyone present was shocked and did not understand why the young lady did this. Julius looked at those present and told them to send several people to spy on him, to keep an eye on the young lady. The butler gazed at his master. He knew that many knights had lost their loved ones in the war with the pagans, and even those who are currently worried about Mint will probably be perplexed to learn that it is associated with pagans. He understood that the Duke's decision was correct. but he still hoped that she would not suffer elsewhere. Mint looked at the man in surprise and said that it was very expensive. The man looked at the young lady and said that it was getting colder now and the price of skins had increased. And they, in general, also barely make ends meet. The man looked at the young lady and told his friend that she was an aristocrat and needed to be properly pampered. The princess looked at the young lady and asked if she was sure she could handle it herself. Mint said that everything is fine and she will do everything herself. She said that it was impossible to allow the emperor to capture the princess as well. The princess looked at the young lady in surprise and pity. The princess looked at us and even said with regret that she knew that she had no right to say such things. But she still thanked the young lady for choosing to protect Elsidonia. Mint rode slowly on a horse. She thought about everything that had happened. She knew that the princess was very good, cool, strong, and reliable. Mint understood that the princess could protect Julius and not let him be offended. Mint understood that such a liar as she could not protect her family. Mint thought that most likely he was offended by her. Mint knew that from now on she could not live there, and she didn't want her friend to suffer with her. Unexpectedly for the young lady, the horse stopped. A moment later, he began to behave inappropriately. He was very scared. Mint fell from the horse, and the horse, in turn, ran out of fear. She was in shock, did not understand why he suddenly behaved this way. A moment later, she saw the monsters behind the trees. Mint was shocked, as there were a lot of monsters and they were approaching her. Mint, in turn, looked at her in surprise. She felt strange. Mint was surprised, since she had never been afraid of such a situation. She thought that, most likely, she no longer cared about her life. Is it really possible that Mint saw that the monsters were fighting among themselves? Mint thought that she, of course, could die, but not from Julius's enemies. Peppermint shouted at the monster to bite. Mint was at a loss. She did not understand why the Archduke did this. She didn't understand why he saved a liar like her. She did not understand why he allowed her to know the sweets of this life. The monsters fought among themselves, and the Mint ran away. She was a little puzzled, since this was the first time she had used the power in her right mind. She had a hard time controlling the power. Mint shouted as she looked at the monsters for everyone to disappear. Unexpectedly for Mint, someone pushed her and shouted for her to move away. The young lady looked at the Mint and asked why she was standing here alone in a stupor. She asked Mint if she had really decided to end her life. Mint was surprised because she saw Kelsica. Kelsica was furious. She screamed at Peppermint to quickly put her hands on her feet and run. Since this is the first time she encounters such a huge number of monsters, Kelsica was perplexed. She didn't understand why the monsters were leaving so suddenly. Kelsica looked at the Mint in surprise and intently. The young lady looked at the Mint and said that it seemed that the rumors were true, and it was true that she was associated with the pagans. Mint realized that it seemed that rumors had already spread. Kelsica looked at us and even asked if she could call the monster back. Mint was at a loss. The young lady looked at us and even said with a smile that the eyes of this monster could be sold for a tidy sum. She smiled and told Mint to call him, and she would take his eye out. Mint was surprised. I didn't expect to hear something like this. Kelsica looked closely at the monster's eyes. She said that this money was for her brother's medicine, for a whole year. She looked at Mint and thanked her. The young lady handed the balls a plate of hot soup. She smiled and said that Mint was probably hungry. Peppermint looked at the young lady and asked if she felt comfortable around Peppermint. Mint said that she was a victim and even controls the monsters. The young lady looked at the Mint and asked if she understood correctly that it was not she who killed and gutted all the knights. Mint said she has no memories of that day. You looked at the Mint and said that everything was clear. Since she had no memories, it means that she did not do everything of her own free will. She looked at the Mint and told her not to be sad. The young lady looked at the Mint and said that in general she envied her. Mint was surprised and did not understand what she was talking about. The young lady smiled and said, puzzled, that hunting monsters was a very profitable business. She said that in other words, he's just a four-legged walking sack with a fortune. The young lady looked at the Mint and said that if she had nowhere to go, then she could stay with her and hunt monsters. She said she would make money and Mint could contribute to the world. The crumpled one laughed. The young lady looked closely at the Mint. She was happy that Mint was cheerful. The young lady looked closely at the Mint and said that it does not matter where the power comes from, because it depends on the person how to use it. Mint remembered a conversation she had with her friend when she was little. The young girl said that the pagans themselves spoke about this, that if someone is elected, he can make the world a much better place. Peppermint was puzzled, and she didn't know how to use her power correctly. Kelsica looked at the young lady and asked what she thought was hurting the family and if that was why she ran away. Mint said that was so. The young lady looked at the Mint and said that she should have acted shamelessly. Kelsica at her friend and said that she needed to play the victim and say that it's not her fault. Mint looked at her and asked what she was talking about. Mint remembered that Julius once told her that she had a habit of blaming herself for everything. He told her to try to get rid of this annoying habit little by little. Suddenly, the young ladies heard a noise. A moment later, they saw a bunch of monsters. The young lady looked closely at Mint and said that it was very strange that they met monsters yesterday and today. Mint looked at her friend and said, puzzled, that she had not yet fully wielded her power. Mint said in fear that sometimes the monsters don't listen to her. Mint never told anyone that when it snows, she is very scared. The snow made her remember the times when she was with the pagans. The man looked at the young lady in surprise, and with a grin, he said that he had found her. Mint looked at him intently and in surprise. The man looked at her and said that tomorrow was the day of the ceremony. He looked at her and asked if she was afraid. Mint looked at him and said that she was more afraid of being thrown out of the orphanage. It turned out that Tamara had left them. She causes people like Mint to die from cold. But Kalgra is different. He gives his warmth to the whole world. The man looked at the young lady and said that he also gives her warmth. He looked at her and said that she is the first one who is not afraid to show her emotions. He said that he could tell her about the day's secret as a reward. He looked at her and said that he would tell her his name. Mint was in shock. She didn't understand why her memories were interrupted so abruptly. She was shocked because it seemed to her as if she had looked into a kaleidoscope. The Mint rose heavily from the ground. She picked up what had apparently fallen off the cliff. She looked up intently and looked for her friend. A moment later, a searing pain enveloped her. The snake, which was supposed to be hibernating, bit the young lady. Mint was shocked because it was poisonous. She did not understand what was happening at all, and why this was happening to her. Mint thought that soon this would be her punishment, for her actions and her lies. Mint thought that everything was happening very funny. Since in such a situation, she still missed Julius. A moment later, she saw a fuzzy silhouette. Julius looked at her in surprise and fear and shouted her name. Mint thought that soon she began to hallucinate. She looked at him and told him to leave. Closing her eyes, she said that he knew that such a bite could not kill her. She looked at him and said that he knew everything. She asked him why he was still silent. She asked him why he did not hand her over to the palace. He looked at her and said that he did not think she was the culprit. He said that she was little and became a victim of the pagans. Mint was furious. She shouted that it was all a lie. She said that when he was little, he lost his entire family because of them. She said he wanted to destroy everyone associated with them. Mint burst into tears. She said she didn't understand him. She asked him why he gave her a new life. Julius remembered their first meeting. He looked at her and said that it was all because she once said that she wanted love. Mint understood that this was just a hallucination. The Archduke looked closely at her leg. He lifted her leg. Mint was in shock and did not understand what was happening. She saw him begin to touch her wounded leg. Mint was very embarrassed. She felt uncomfortable with what he was doing. The butler looked at his master and said that they had found out the place before the young lady walked. He said that based on her route, she was going to go to the port and board a ship. A moment later, they saw snow outside the window. The butlers looked at the gentleman and said that the young lady does not like it when it snows. Julius was silent and did not answer. A moment later, he looked at the butler and said he could go. Julius thought that perhaps Mint needed time to put her thoughts in order. He thought that first he needed to write her a letter. He remembered her words. She once said that a life without him has no meaning for her. He realized that he needed to decide something. A maid came in and said that she had prepared tea for him. The maid was surprised, because there was no one in the office. Sometime later, Mint woke up. Julius looked at her intently and asked if she had really woken up. Mint was surprised and scared. With the speed of lightning, she sat down on the bed. He looked at her and told her not to get up. He said he only provided first aid. Julius looked at her and said that they needed to return to the estate and continue treatment. Mint looked at him and asked if he was really worried about her. She looked at him and said that he shouldn't. Mint said that if they suddenly saw him like this, they might also be suspected of paganism. He looked at her and said that she spoke as if she were a completely different person. She looked at him and said with a smile that this is how she is. She said there was Mint, which he knew was fake. She looked at him and said that she was very comfortable now, and there is no longer any need to pretend to anyone. She said that if she comes back, you will most likely be very ashamed. He looked at her and said that he heard from the princess that she knew about the eternal stone. Julius said that if she was worried about for this, then there is no need for it. He said that he has his own plan for this, and in the end, they won't get what they want. He said that, however, some events cannot be avoided, and perhaps special ones will happen that will confuse them. He looked at her and said with a smile that they would go through everything together. Julius looked at her and said with a smile that he would certainly protect her. A moment later, unexpectedly, the young lady saw the princess. The princess angrily asked her if she had forgotten about her promise. The princess spoke to the young lady and promised to leave the estate. The princess asked the young lady if she really wanted to return to kill Julius. She smiled a malicious smile and said that she would simply amaze. With the speed of lightning, Mint removed the Archduke's hand and angrily said that she would not return to the estate. Julius was surprised. Mint sincerely wanted to return to the beautiful estate in which she once lived, to a place where she loved everyone. But still, she could not do this. She knew she had to be stronger. She sincerely wanted to protect her family. She wanted to protect Yuli. Mint said that she simply cannot forget the past and live happily. She looked at him and asked him to leave. Julius looked at her in surprise and asked if she really wanted this. Mint said she wanted it. A moment later, Julius stood up and walked slowly. Mint was puzzled. He left, she succumbed to memories. She remembered their first meeting, when he told her with a smile on his face to make her feel at home. She remembered him telling her that he wanted her to continue living. He told her that she shouldn't worry about anything. Mint said goodbye to him in her memories. Suddenly she heard some noise. Mint was shocked as she saw the Archduke enter the room. She saw his serious and intent gaze. Mint looked at him and asked why he came again. Yuli moved closer to her. He looked at her and said that he would only ask once. He looked at her and asked if she had an unpaid debt to him. Mint said it was so. The Archduke looked at her and said that in this case he was asking her in advance not for his actions. The young lady was shocked and did not understand what he wanted to do. A moment later, he took her in his arms. Mint was shocked by everything that was happening. She was shocked and asked him what he was doing. Mint said it was just a kidnapping. Julius, puzzled, said that he was kidnapping her. Julius looked at her and said that she owed him. Mint said, puzzled, that she would try to give everything to him. She looked at him and said with rage that she no longer wanted to be his ward. Yuli looked at her and said that in that case she would pay her debt where his eyes could see her. He said that he was just about to hire a personal maid. Julius looked at her and said with a grin that a worker had just appeared that she didn't need to pay. He said with a grin that everything worked out well. Mint was shocked by what she heard. She looked at him and asked what he was even talking about. Mint slowly knocked on the door. The Archduke said she could come in. Mint looked at him and said that lunch tea had been brewed for him. The Archduke looked at her, puzzled. Mint was furious. She didn't understand at all how it had come to this. Julius looked at the young lady and showed her the guardianship papers. She saw that the guardian can demand any form of compensation from the ward. She was very surprised and shocked. She looked at him and said angrily that this was an unfair agreement. He looked at her and said that in any case, this is the case. He looked at her and said with a smile that she herself had put her handprint with her great desire. Mint said that she was only 15 years old at the time. And not only did he not explain it to her, he didn't even give her time to read the contract. Julius looked at her and said with a grin that he was very sorry, and he hoped that this incident would serve as a lesson for her in the future. He looked at her and said that he had made a great contribution to her future, and he even thinks that in this life she will not be able to pay for everything that he gave her for the maid's salary. He looked at her and said that if she again wanted to become the lady of his family, then he would forgive her all the debt. Mint was furious. She didn't understand since when he had been acting like this towards her. She looked at him and asked what would happen if he was also accused of paganism. She asked him what would happen if his property was confiscated and he himself was executed. He looked at her and said that he would take care of protecting the family himself, and that was not her concern. He said he wouldn't do anything crazy without having a plan. Julius said that he could protect her and Elsidonia. Peppermint looked at him and said angrily that she didn't want to inconvenience him and be constantly in his debt. He looked at her and said that he understood everything, and she could atone for her debt by serving him. Mint was furious because she realized that it was simply impossible to talk to him. He looked at her and said that he knew very well that she wanted to stay in the estate. Mint looked at him in surprise. He looked at her and said that he understood very well that the past cannot be erased, but even if she runs away now, her past will remain with her forever. Julius looked at her and asked if she wanted to live a lie for the rest of her life. He told her to just accept her past. He said, "Boss, it would be very dangerous for her, and they will point fingers at her." Julius looked at her intently and softly said that this opens up a chance to find people who will accept her for who she really is. Everyone looked intently at the young lady. They did not understand at all what was happening and why she was walking around in this form. Mint was furious. She understood that this was just too much. Mint entered the kitchen and asked for forgiveness. She looked at everyone present and asked where she should put the cups. Mint was shocked as everyone was looking at her. She wanted to just sit down and cry. The maid looked at her and said that she would clean everything up now. Mint looked at her and thanked her. The maid looked at the young lady and asked if she was truly a pagan. Mint was shocked by the question. The maid looked at the young lady and, with tears in her eyes, said that her parents died in the war. She asked Mint why she was still alive. The maid was furious. She shouted that her parents could not be returned. Another maid ran up to her and shouted. The maid looked at the young lady and said that they would clean everything themselves, and also asked if she could leave the kitchen. Mint was shocked by everything that was happening. She, of course, understood that something similar would happen, but it was still hard for her. Mint walked slowly along the corridor. She heard more voices in her thoughts about the maids. Peppermint understood that this was a natural reaction, but for the protection of the Archduke, she did not really understand everything that was happening. Mint walked slowly along the corridor, lost in her thoughts. Unexpectedly, she ran into someone. She looked at her friend and asked for forgiveness. She said she was thinking a little. Mint was surprised because she saw that it was her friend. A moment later, Mint remembered the note she wrote to him. She felt very uneasy. Urian glanced sideways at the young lady. A moment later, he turned around and began to walk away. Mint was surprised. She gazed after him. A man approached her and asked if she was okay. Mint was surprised and frightened, as she did not expect to see a man. The man looked at her and greeted her. He looked at the young lady and said that this recipe was very popular. He said that there were already 2 on the estate, and she was the 3rd one he hit. Mint was surprised because she saw a new service. The man touched the mint. He said that the knight had similar vision problems since he pushed such a nice girl away. With the speed of lightning, the mint bounced off him. The man came closer to her and asked what she was pretending to be, since they were both servants here. Urian approached the man and with the speed of lightning pulled him away from Mint. The man looked at the knight in horror. Urian threw the man to the floor and told him to leave immediately. Mint looked at her friend in surprise, as she did not expect this. Mint wanted to talk to him. He looked at her and asked what she was doing here. Mint looked at him intently and did not know what to answer. The young man looked at the young lady and asked how she could tolerate this. He told her to tell the master everything and stop this theater. She looked at him and asked for forgiveness. Urian was surprised because he did not expect to hear something like this. He looked at her and asked why she was apologizing. Mint looked at him and said that he knew everything perfectly well. She said she was confused that day and didn't think about him. She looked at him and asked if he was angry. The young man looked at her intently. He did not know what to answer her. He turned his gaze away from the young lady and said that he was not angry and he would not dare. She looked at him and said that he could treat her informally. He looked at her and said that he couldn't do that. He said that when she became a mistress again, then she could speak to him. She looked at him and said that then in a dream, he addressed her as you. The young man was shocked by what he heard. He looked at her and said that there was no such thing. Mint realized that, apparently, that incident embarrassed him very much. She looked at him and said with a smile that, apparently, she had misheard. He looked at her and said that he had to go already. As he left, he told her not to try to be friends with him. Mint was shocked by what she heard. He said he remembered everything. A moment later, he said that he had to hurry about his business. Mint was shocked. She realized that her friend had changed, and very much. A moment later, Mint heard some kind of roar. She was shocked and thought it was most likely an earthquake. The Archduke looked at his butler and told him to calm down. The butler was beside himself with anger. Roel looked at his master and asked if he was really giving the Eternal Stone Mine into the hands of the Emperor and the sanctuary. Roel looked at Julius and asked with rage if he had gone crazy. The butler was very angry. He looked at the gentleman and asked who would allow him to do this. Julius looked at the butler and told him to listen carefully, since he intends to transfer only the mine to them. The butler looked at the gentleman and asked if he really wanted to deceive them. Julius looked at the butler and said that he was tactless. The Eternal Stone is different from ordinary spirit stones. This stone cannot be used with normal magical powers. Julius said that this truth was not known in the palace, much less in the sanctuary. Yuri said that while they fight each other, they will lose all their strength and time. Meanwhile, they will have finished all the preparations. Julius said that the emperor and the sanctuary would not get what they so desperately wanted in the end. The butler said that he understood everything, and he also asked why they had quarreled with the young lady. The butler asked how long she would wear servant clothes. The archduke said that he was not going to delay this. Julius said that there is no need to feel sorry for her, and let her do everything that others do. The heavier her responsibilities are, the faster she will return to her place. The butler looked at him and said that she should find out how cunning and treacherous a man he is. Mint woke up from the noise. She looked at the maid and asked what time it was. The maid looked at her and said that now is the time for all the servants to wake up. The maid looked at the young lady and said that the beta was getting up quickly as she needed to get ready for her morning duties. The maid said that her duty for today was to prepare a bath for the archduke. The maid looked at the young lady and told her to fill the bathtub and spray some fragrance. Prepared a change of clothes. She said that all preparations must be completed before the archduke awakens. Mint looked at her, and puzzled, she said that she understood everything. Another maid called Bess. The maid told Bess that the young lady was playing in the press meadow, by chance that she was a real servant. She said that she would get into trouble later because of the young lady. The servants began to whisper that the young lady was a pagan. The maid looked at everyone present and asked what was wrong with him. She said the young lady was very young when it all happened. The fact that a small child cannot judge whether it is correct or not. The servants whispered and discussed this topic for some time. But the Mint has already left them. Mint thought that when the estate found out about her past, everyone would avoid her. She remembered the words of the archduke, that if the chance opens up, she will find people who will accept her for who she is. Mint thought it would be better than she expected. Slowly, she entered the master's room. Mint knew that she needed to do everything right before the master woke up. Entering the bathroom, she suddenly saw the gentleman. Julius looked at the young lady in surprise. Mint froze in bewilderment. She didn't expect to see him. Mint got embarrassed and started screaming. Julius saw that it was already beginning to get light outside the window. He noticed that the young lady lasted longer than the others, and even longer than he expected. But he would be very glad if she returned to her place. He knew she had the opportunity to see the world, and meet different interesting people and gain experience. That it is her will, as she decides, so it will be. He didn't understand why he was trying to keep her close to him by any means. He knew that the decisive battle was just around the corner. Julius knew that he needed to put these thoughts aside for later. Mint looked at the gentleman in shock. She embarrassedly hid behind the door and asked for his forgiveness. She said she didn't know he was already awake. Closing her eyes, Mint looked for a towel. He looked at her and said that he didn't think she was suited to being a servant. He told her to quickly return to her original place. Mint went to the bathroom and started filling it with water. She looked at him and said with a grin that if that were the case, she would rub his back. Julius looked at her, puzzled. Mint understood that she got a little excited when she said these words. She was in shock, did not understand what was happening. She knew she didn't need to worry, since she had already received instructions from the head maid. She knew she could rub his back, just like her maid had done with soap. Julius looked at her and told her to start with her hands. Mint slowly began to complete the task. She washed his hands with care. Julius gazed at the young lady. Mint touched him tenderly. Julius was shocked. He looked at her confusedly and asked what she just did. Mint looked at him in confusion. A moment later, she asked him if everything was okay. She looked at the gentleman and asked if he was uncomfortable. Without looking at the young lady, he said that he had never. Mint was surprised. She didn't understand why he was so sensitive today. Mint slowly climbed into the bath and said that she would wash him from below. For a moment, an incomprehensible and awkward atmosphere reigned between them. Julius looked at her and asked who told her to do this. Mint looked at him in surprise. She said that the head maid told her so. Julius was in shock. He did not understand what kind of nonsense the young lady was talking about. He looked at her and said that he didn't need her help anymore. Mint was shocked. She looked at him and asked if she'd done something wrong. Julius embarrassedly told her to leave. Mint looked at him in surprise and agreed. Mint thought this whole situation was very strange, since she was told to massage his legs well. By the way, she was very surprised, because she did not know that the maid should do this. Mint was puzzled, because she knew that in his eyes she was still a little girl. Mint was very lost in her thoughts. A moment later, she heard some noise. Turning around, she saw the immortal knights. Mint realized that they had returned from an expedition to hunt monsters. Mint saw people who were wounded. She was stunned and did not understand why there were so many of them. In a war between those who have, people who have nothing always suffer. This is what happens on Earth where Tamara is worshipped. The man looked at the man who was shaking and said thanks to that. He was able to meet him. Shall a marigold track from fear? He asked the man to have mercy on him, and he also asked who he was. For a moment, the man wondered how best to introduce himself. He looked at him and said that he was Peppermint's loving father. Mint saw the knight Lucive and called him. She looked at him and asked what happened and why there were so many wounded. The knight looked at her puzzled and did not know what to answer. He said that the number of monsters has increased recently. He looked at her and said that there were losses in every corner of the empire. Mint was surprised by what she heard. She looked at him and asked if the Archduke had dealt with them that time. The knight said that they thought so too. He looked at her and with a smile told her not to worry, since the Archduke was with them, and they would definitely push the monsters away. He looked at her and asked why she was wearing servant clothes. Mint looked at him puzzled and didn't answer. Mint understood that the monsters were coming because of their fault. She remembered her friend who said that she envied her, since she can use her power as she wishes. Mint realized that if it was up to her how she would use her power, then she could certainly help them. The butler looked at the gentleman and said that someone was giving orders to the monsters. He said that otherwise they would not have been able to advance so harmoniously. He said that he killed their leader. Roel looked at him and asked if there was a descendant of the demonic dragon. Roel said that either the leader himself has been revived, or Miss Mint is leading a double life that they don't know about. The Archduke glared at us at his butler. Roel looked at him and said that this cannot be. He looked at the gentleman and asked if he thought that others would not think like that. He said that the pagans once picked her up, gave her powers, and she knows how to control monsters. He said that if you didn't know the details of her life, anyone would suspect her. The Archduke looked at the butler and said that the mint had nothing to do with it. He said that no matter who was there, he would rip everyone's throats out. Roel understood that the Archduke was very stupid. The butler said that now the entire empire is afraid of the start of a second war with monsters. Mint entered their office and said with a smile that she also wanted to participate in the monster expedition. The Archduke's butler looked at the young lady intently and in surprise. She looked at them and said that they knew that she had the power to control monsters. She said that if she was on the battlefield, no one would get hurt. Roel knew that if the young lady was on an expedition, the imperial family, not the sanctuary, would not be able to touch her due to her past. He was glad that she had grown up. The Archduke looked at her and asked who gave her permission to interfere in this matter. Mint was surprised. Roel, in turn, was very angry with the Archduke, since he was stupid. She looked at them and said that she saw people who had lost their families and hated the pagans. She said she has seen people suffer because of this. She said that from people will suspect Elkadonia for her powers. She said that her existence began to drag the family into the mud. She said that if she suddenly used this power to protect the empire, perhaps she could restore at least some of her lost dignity, which Elkadonia had. The Archduke looked at her and said that it was not her concern. He said that unpredictable circumstances always arise on the battlefield, and her monster control abilities are not yet reliable enough. He said he had no reason to involve her. She looked at him and asked how long she should stay at his house. Julius looked at her, puzzled, and asked what she was talking about. She said that she is now ballast around his neck. She looked at him and said with rage that she was like a time bomb, and no one knew when it would explode. She knew that this was the reason the princess was so desperate to separate her from her master. He said that no matter what the princess did or said, he doesn't have the same opinion as her, so she doesn't have to worry about it. She looked at him and said that she felt that way herself. That's the point. He looked at her and asked why there were such misconceptions all of a sudden. She looked at him and said angrily that this was not a delusion, but the truth. She asked him how she could not think about it. She looked at him and said with rage that to him, she probably still seemed like an absolutely useless person. The Archduke was shocked by the young lady's words. A moment later, Mint realized what she had said. She looked at him and apologized for raising her voice. He looked at her and said that he could not allow her to participate in the expedition. He said he didn't even want to hear about it anymore. Mint looked at him and told him to score. Mint shouted with rage that he was infuriating her. She slammed the door furiously and ran out into the corridor. The butler looked at the gentleman and said that it was all his fault. Roel looked at the gentleman and called him. Roel was shocked because he saw that his master was literally crumbling into pieces. He was in shock, did not understand what to do. The knight called roll. The knight said that when he came in the morning, the man was in such a state. Everyone present looked at the man with steel and surprise. Rael was in shock. He did not understand how a mercenary could cut through their barrier and enter the underground prison. The knight looked at Roll and said that he must have been a difficult mercenary. Roll saw that the man had a note. He was shocked by the contents. He shouted to the knights to call the Archduke immediately. The note wrote that he wanted to kill with his own hands the man who mocked his beloved daughter, Mint. The servants at the estate were slowly decorating the house. They rejoiced and did not believe that a year had already passed. Meanwhile, there was a tense atmosphere between the Archduke and the Mint. Julius looked at the Mint and called out to her. He looked at her and said that he had prepared a gift for her. He looked at her and said that in honor of the new year, he planned to give everyone gifts, and if she has any wishes, then she can say. She looked at him with an angry look and asked if he could see that she was busy. She looked at him and asked if it really seemed to him that all this was insignificant, and that's why he allowed himself to disturb her. She said it was all because she was just a useless creature to him. Mint said that she was grateful to him for the gift, but still would refuse. With the speed of lightning, she left the office. Mint left the office with rage and indignation. Urian looked at the gentleman. He said that Mr. Rowell said that there was a problem in the underground prison and he needed to go down there urgently. Julius looked at the young knight and said that he would come over now. Julius looked at the young knight and asked if Urian thought he was wrong. The young man looked at him puzzled, as he did not expect such a question. The young man looked at the gentleman and said that even if she hated him and could be protected, this was the only way he made the right choice. The Archduke was surprised. A moment later, he pulled a gun from the table. Peppermint sighed heavily. She was furious. She was furious. She didn't know what she was doing. She wondered if she really wasn't trustworthy. She was very angry because the Archduke tried to make up for the situation with a gift, as if he was comforting a child. She knew, of course, but now she realized that she felt the hard way that she was just a ward who always needed to be cleaned up for. The young lady walked up to the Mint and looked at it with admiration. She smiled and asked if she was really wearing a maid's outfit. Mint unexpectedly saw her friend. Kelsica looked at Peppermint and greeted her with a smile. Mint looked at her friend and asked what her fate was in the estate. The young lady looked at the Mint and said that that day they missed each other because of the monsters. She said that she heard out of the corner of her ear that she had returned and was very worried. The young lady saw that her friend was very upset about something. She looked at her and said with a smile that they should go for a drink. Mint said she didn't want to, because the master didn't like it when she drank. But a moment later, Mint changed her mind and said they could go. Mint knew that now she would do everything the way she wanted. The young friends were having fun. The young lady looked at Peppermint and asked why she became so sad. She said she had a very gloomy face. Mint didn't answer and simply turned the glass over. Mint said in a rage that it was all because he didn't listen to her at all. Mint said puzzled and said that she just wants to prove that she is useful. She sincerely wanted to prove her usefulness and show that she too could control her life. She also wanted to protect the Archduke as a princess. She didn't want anyone to point fingers at her. She didn't want to be called a pagan. She wanted to be confident in herself and her protective abilities. She looked at her friend and was puzzled, saying that she just wanted to stand next to him as an equal. Mint was shivering from the cold. She was a little puzzled because she had been too late. For a moment, she was very surprised. In the distance, she saw an incomprehensible silhouette. The young man looked at the young lady with a grin and asked who was there. Mint was shocked. Mint looked at the man and said that he was drunk. She said gloomily that she would now call for help. The man looked at her and asked with a grin who would come to her aid at such a time. He said that there was no one here who could protect her. He looked at her and told her not to be afraid, as he only wanted to talk to her. A moment later, the man was surprised. The Archduke looked at the young lady and said that he should have given this gift earlier. Mint was surprised. Julius put a pistol in her hand and told her to shoot. He looked at it and said that this was a gun from the Eastern continent. He told her to concentrate the magic on her hands and pull the trigger. He looked at her and said that in this case, the man would die. The man looked at the gentleman and said with rage that he had understood everything wrong. He said that this girl was the first to seduce him. A moment later, the Mint shot out. The man fell to the floor. The Archduke looked at us, Roll, and told him to take the man to the underground dungeon. Mint looked puzzled at the man who was already leaving. Mint asked the Archduke if he had been here from the very beginning. He looked at her and said that he was there from the very beginning. He said he had to see if she could handle it. He said that if she had been able to hold the trigger, he would not have been able to send her to the battlefield. Mint looked at him in surprise. He looked at her and told her to do whatever she wanted. But he has conditions. He said that first she must return to her place, but in a different way. A moment later, he placed the bracelet on her hand. Mint looked at him in surprise. He looked at her and said that he was not superstitious at all. But until the end of the war, he asked her to always wear this bracelet as a talisman. She looked at him and asked if he was going somewhere. Julius looked at her, puzzled. A moment later, he said he had business to take care of, and this is connected with the pagans. He looked at her and said that the situation was worse than he could imagine, and he was leaving tomorrow. Mint was shocked. Mint was puzzled as she had a bad feeling. She knew that if she let him go now, she would not see him for a long time. The Archduke asked her to come inside. With the speed of lightning, Mint ran up to him and grabbed his clothes. She looked at him, and in a trembling voice told him not to go anywhere. She asked him to leave this matter to other people. She asked him why he still had to go there, how he looked at her and wanted to calm her down. Mint looked at him and said that she loved him. Julius was shocked. She knew that he was her savior and light. She loved him like no one else. She looked at him and asked for forgiveness for all her whims. She said she wouldn't behave like that again. She said she was afraid of losing him more than anything else. She asked him not to leave. Julius looked at her and said that this feeling was probably her delusion. Mint looked at him in surprise. He looked at her and said that she was like a little bird who was impressed when he saw her for the first time. And in fact, she felt completely different feelings for the prince. Mint was very surprised. She looked at him and said with rage that she had never liked the prince. She said it was just a pact to save her friend. He looked at her and said that his answer remained the same anyway. He looked at her and said that in the future, when she meets many people and gains experience, she will understand his words. Julius gazed at her with a soft smile on his face. Julius hugged her tightly and asked for forgiveness. He looked at her and asked for forgiveness. He said that because of his thoughts of protection, he narrowed her world. Hugging him, Mint realized that this seemed to be her delusion. She thought that most likely such a spiritual feeling was hardly love. 2 years later, the knight looked at the lady and said that the time to leave had already come. Mint stood silently and did not answer. A moment later, she said they were leaving. The knights were very frightened as they met a large monster. The monster, in turn, attacked furiously. With the speed of lightning, Mint shouted to the monster to stop. That, in turn, instantly established itself. Everyone present was shocked. They couldn't believe that big monster had stopped. The knights were shocked. They could not believe that the rumors were true. They were surprised that the princess herself came to them. They knew that she had come to end this war. People were all triumphant and happy, since Mint ended the war. A couple of days ago, she returned home after the battle with monsters. There wasn't a single scratch on it, but still Roll scolded her. He looked at her and asked why she was dressed so lightly. He asked if she knew how cold the wind was in spring weather. The young lady looked at him and said with a smile that she missed him too. He was furious and shouted at her, but she in turn quickly ran away from him. Mint looked at her friend in surprise. She looked at him and was very pleasantly surprised. She looked at him and asked how he was. Mint said with a smile that it seemed to her that during all this time he had become taller. He looked at her and said he was glad she was okay. Mint looked at him in surprise. He looked at her and said that in that case he would go. Mint was shocked. She didn't understand why he was acting this way. She didn't understand why there was some awkwardness between them after the events of her escape. Mint really wanted to talk to him, as was the days. She wondered when they would be able to talk like before. Julius stood on the edge of the cliff and read the letter that Mint wrote to him. She wrote that she missed him very much. A knight approached him and said that they had searched all the areas and no remains had been found. Julius said that was good. The knight looked at him in surprise. They were wondering if the one they killed this time was the real descendant of the dragon demon. Yuri said that it doesn't matter to him whether he is real or not. He will destroy anyone who is even supposedly a descendant of the demon. Julius looked at those present and told them to slowly get ready to return. The knight looked at his master and said with a smile that he had received a letter from Mint. The knights noticed how the Archduke smiled. Kelsica sat and waited for Peppermint. The young lady came out and her friend was very surprised. Mint was in a dazzling outfit. Mint came out and looked at her friend. She asked with a smile if she liked the dress. She said that she had not worn a dress for a long time and felt awkward. Her friend smiled and said that she would shine the brightest at the banquet. Mint smiled and told her to stop saying things like that. The butler and maid supported the young lady's words. Mint looked at them and told them to stop the way they were embarrassing her. Mint knew that she had to make sure that no one felt the absence of the head of the family. The young man gazed at the young lady. The young man came closer to the Mint and tenderly kissed her hand. He looked at her and said with a smile that she looked great today. I wrote letters to the Archduke all the time about this. She wrote to him about everything every time. And this time she wrote that she had a boyfriend. Kelsika sighed heavily and said with a smile that this zone was also over. She looked at the Mint and said with a smile that they had done a good job. Mint was surprised. Since the young lady called her a hero, the young lady smiled and said that thanks to the Mint, the tide of the war had changed. She looked at her and asked with a smile that when the war ended, could it be that her status would skyrocket? Young children ran up to Mint. They rejoiced and thanked her for saving the village. They looked at them and asked if they were hurt. Mint sat down and thanked the young lady for the flowers. For a moment, Mint thought about the Archduke. She hoped he was okay and not hurt. The young people entered the banquet hall and were introduced. Cedric looked at his young companion, and he said that the points are very inconvenient. When she first saw Cedric, he introduced himself as Count Theord. He was Lord Cayman's older brother, when she first moved to the estate. He then came to convince his brother to return to the family. And then he fell in love with her at first sight. At first she didn't want to meet him, but then he just overwhelmed her with care. He looked at her and said that if the ballroom was too stuffy for her, they could go outside. Mint looked at him in surprise and said that she was fine. She looked at him and asked if he should say hello to his family. She looked at him and said that the Lord seemed to be looking at him very passionately. He looked at her and said that now he would calm him down and return to her. Everyone started discussing Mint. Some admired her. Others said very strange things. Mint thought that the overall atmosphere wasn't that bad. A moment later, she saw her old friend. She looked at her and said with a grin that they had not seen each other for a long time. About a year ago, a mine with a huge amount of spiritual stones was discovered in the territory of Devillion B, and it turned the continent upside down. Their family became the second wealthiest in the empire, and thanks to this, Acela S. could successfully return to social life. The young lady looked at the Mint and said that it smelled surprisingly good. She said she heard that the smell of monster blood was disgusting. She looked at her and asked if among the forbidden magic there is one that removes the stench. Mint looked at them intently and did not answer. Such a tax seemed very nice to Mint. Mint calmly sipped champagne. Acela P. looked at the Mint and said that she still saw close to the Count. She looked at her and asked if, after she forcibly took away her man, she was trying to become happy with someone else. She said that she had no shame or conscience. Mint realized that she was talking about her friend again. Every time Mint met her, she talked about her friend. Mint is tired of all this. Mint calmly looked at the young lady and asked her to calm down. Mint said that it was Lord Urion's free will to stay in El Sidonia. She looked at the young lady and asked what she had to do with it. Mint said threateningly that they were no longer 15 years old. Acela froze in shock. Mint looked at her companion and asked for forgiveness for leaving now. Acela, in turn, was very angry. Mint walked leisurely around the neighborhood. She sighed heavily. She herself said at the banquet that they were no longer 15 years old. She did not know to whom these words were addressed. She remembered how she was rejected when she confessed her feelings. Now it was funny for her to watch how he rejected her then. Most of all, she was offended that he did not believe in her feelings, calling them a delusion. She was puzzled, as she was again filling her head with unnecessary thoughts. She realized that this was already a long time ago. Mint looked into the distance in surprise as she noticed something. As she came closer, she saw the Archduke, the Empress, and the Princess. She came closer and saw the Archduke. Mint called him. He looked at her as if he was very surprised. Mint was shocked. His beauty blinded her. The princess, in turn, looked angrily at the young lady. Mint was shocked and didn't understand why she was looking at her like that. Mint looked at everyone present and greeted them according to all the rules of etiquette. The Empress and Princess gazed at the young lady. The Empress looked at the Archduke and said that the two of them had not seen each other for a long time, so she would leave them. The princess gave the young lady an angry look. Mint looked at the princess in surprise. She didn't understand why she looked at her like that. The Archduke looked at her and called. A moment later, she ran up to him. She looked at him and said that he always comes back without any warning. He looked at her with a smile and said that it happened so. Julius asked if she had wished well all this time. She looked at him and said with a smile that she was very happy that he had returned safely. Mint smiled and wanted to hug him. Julius looked at her in surprise. He hugged her tightly and whispered softly, "Thank God she is healthy." Mint was surprised. She didn't understand why he was so embarrassed. Mint realized that this was their first meeting after she confessed her feelings to him. She looked at him and asked if he wanted to take a break. They sat in silence for some time. She looked at him and asked if he remembered that day 2 years ago. Julius looked at her in surprise. She said she yelled at him that day and said he treated her like a child. She said that now she finds it very awkward. She looked at him and asked for forgiveness. Julia said that she did not need to apologize. She said she would really like to apologize, because now she thought it over very well and realized that his words were correct. She said she was thinking about everything, the harsh words she had said to him about her childish behavior. She looked at him and said with a smile that she was sorry about everything. She looked at him and said that she was very small at that time. She looked at him and said that if he was uncomfortable with her past actions, then it would be good if he didn't worry about it. She said she wanted to be on good terms with him. Her escort approached them. He looked at her and said with a smile that he had finally found her. He looked at the Archduke in surprise and said that he had heard that he had returned. The Archduke looked at the young man and asked who it was. Mint said that she wrote to him about him. She looked at the young man and said that they had been seeing each other often lately. Mint looked at him and said that he was Common's brother from the Immortal Knights. Mint said that compared to his younger brother, he is quite a suspect. The young man looked at the Archduke and congratulated him on his safe return. He said he was a little embarrassed, but was looking forward to the day when he could officially greet him. The Archduke looked at them in surprise. A moment later, he said that was good. The young man was surprised. Cedric smiled and said he was honored. Julius shook the young man's hand very strongly. Everyone present was shocked. Julius said that he had urgent business to attend to, so he needed to leave. Cedric looked at the young lady and asked if he had done something to make her so angry. Mint looked at him and said that maybe it was. Cedric looked at the young lady and said that he didn't want the people important to Mint to hate him. Mint was surprised. She looked closely at the young man. She felt comfortable with him and felt that he loved her. She knew that was enough, and it was different from the pain that seemed to cut into her bones. She thought that maybe this was love. She looked at the young man and told him not to worry. She asked him to find a place where they could talk. Cedric looked at her and said that it was very good. Common looked at Roel and called him. The butler was surprised. He looked at the knight and asked what happened at such a late time. The knight looked at Mr. Roel and said that this was very important. He looked at the butler and asked if he could have stopped Mint from dating Cedric. The butlers looked at the knight and said that no matter what, it was unpleasant for him that his brother was dating a girl. He could not get involved in their relationship. Common was furious. He shouted that this was not the point. He shouted that his brother was not suitable for this girl at all. Common was very angry. He couldn't allow Peppermint to date his brother. Common knew that the real Cedric was different from the one who was introduced into society. Cedric looked at him and said that he would go where all his friends were hanging out. Common looked at her brother and asked if he was having fun with the Baron's daughter. He said the two of them had agreed to marry. He looked at his brother and told him to go and ask for forgiveness properly. Cedric looked at him in surprise. He looked at his brother and said with a smile that he only had a one-night stand with the Baroness. He said it was stupid to think about marriage. He said that marriage should be with someone of the right level. Common was furious. He couldn't believe that his brother fell in love with the girl at first sight. Cedric P. looked at his brother and said he was serious. Common was furious and shouted that his lady was not a person to be touched. Common said he was just hungry for power. Cedric looked at his brother and said he didn't care. He said that no matter who said anything, the little princess had already fallen for him. He said he also plans to love her long and faithfully. Wealth, fame, and everything else is like a little medal for a man. Common was furious. He furiously attacked his brother. Common looked at the butler and, puzzled, said that he did not want the princess to get burned because of his brother. Common said it was better to tell everything honestly. The butler was puzzled, since the young lady trusted the count greatly. The butler said it would be obvious if she was hurt. They didn't know if anything could be done. The butler looked at the gentleman and asked what they should do. Mint looked at the Archduke and noticed that even when he lives, he does not chew. He looks at her intently. He looked at her and asked why she was looking at him like that. Mint asked for forgiveness. She smiled and said that she was very glad that they were having breakfast together. She said with a smile that this was the first time they had met during the war. She looked at him and said with a smile that she missed him very much. The Archduke looked at her and asked what she planned to do today. Mint said that she was going to go out this afternoon. Mint said that Cedric would follow her. Mint said that she would really like to tell him. She also asked how the young man was. Julius looked at her and asked why she was asking his opinion about that guy. Mint looked at him in surprise. Peppermint looked at the Archduke and said that she meant whether he liked Cedric. Mint looked at him and asked if it could be that he didn't like the young man. He looked at her and asked if there was a reason why he should fall in love with the person he was hearing about for the first time. Mint looked at him and said that she liked the young man. Therefore, she hoped that he would treat him favorably. For a moment, an incomprehensible atmosphere reigned between them. Mint, in turn, was surprised and puzzled by the whole situation. Since this was a situation that she encountered for the first time in her life, she certainly didn't expect him to be happy, but it seemed to her that he would support her. She didn't know why he was disappointed. She noticed that he didn't pay any attention to what she was doing. He looked at her and said that if she was finished, she could go. Mint did not have time to reach the door when the Archduke called her. Julius looked at her and wanted to tell her something about Cedric. Mint looked at him in surprise and said that she was listening to him. Julius looked at her and smiled and told her to have a good time. Mint walked around the estate. She thought that most likely Yuli did not like her new friend. The young man called the young lady. He looked at her and asked what she was thinking so hard about. Mint looked at him and asked for forgiveness. She said she was flying in the clouds all the time. He smiled and said that he thought that she had taken time for him. This is already a huge gift. He looked at her and said that he was still thinking about when to give it to her. Cedric looked at her and asked her to turn around for a minute. A moment later, he was fastening the chain around her neck. As he fastened the chain, he softly told her that he loved her. Mint looked at him intently. She was very surprised. The Archduke watched them silently through the window. The butler looked at the gentleman and asked if he was really going to leave everything as it was. Julius, in turn, did not answer. A moment later, he said they needed to watch a little longer. The young lady looked at Peppermint and asked if she was really getting engaged to the Count. Mint smiled and said that it was so. Mint didn't understand her friend's reaction. The young lady was furious. She shouted that the young man was a complete freak. The young lady looked at her friend and said that she always spoke sincerely. She looked at the Mint and asked what a good goal and the Count had in common. She asked the young lady how she could fall for the Count when she grew up next to the Archduke. Mint looked at her friend and said that, of course, the gentleman is as handsome as God. Mint was a little embarrassed, but she knew that she must definitely talk to the gentleman. She knocked on the door, but no one answered, and he didn't answer. She said she was coming in. She was very uncomfortable, and she knew that if she went in, she would complicate things. Mint was about to leave when suddenly Yuli called her. She turned around in surprise and looked at him. He looked at her and asked what happened. He said that she came to him. Julius looked at her and asked why she had come. She said he didn't answer, and she was going to come tomorrow. He looked at her and said that she had entered without permission before. Mint suddenly remembered that she once told him that she loved him. He looked at her and said that she was mistaken. She looked at him and said that things are different now. Mint noticed that he was drinking. He looked at her and asked if she had come because of the Count. She looked at him and said that she really wanted to see him, but since she had the chance, she would like to talk about the Count. She looked at him and said that she would like the two of them to have a proper talk. She said that she could not tell all the letters, but the young man was a very good and pleasant person. She said that if they talked, he would like him too. Julius looked at her and called her. Julius asked if she really liked him. Mint looked at him closely and said with a smile that it was so. Mint looked at him and said that, of course, he initially confused her, but everything changed. She looked at Julius and said that Cedric really loved her very much. She said with a smile on her face that if she was with such a person, she would also be happy. She looked at Julius and said with a smile that even if he didn't like him now, she hoped for his blessing. The Archduke did not answer her. A moment later, he said with a smile that, of course, he wished her happiness. He looked at her and said that no matter what she did or who she chose, he wished her happiness. She looked at him and thanked him. She said that he is the only one who cares about her. Mint looked at him in surprise and puzzlement. She came closer to him and took the glass. A moment later, she turned the contents of the glass over. She looked at him and asked if he was awkward with her. She said he doesn't even look at her. He looked at her and asked why she couldn't stop drinking when something was wrong. Quietly sipping alcohol, Mint said that she liked it. The Archduke was shocked, as he did not expect to hear such a thing. A moment later, she said that she didn't like him as a man. She said she wouldn't be mistaken again. That's right. She said she always thinks of him with respect and gratitude. She said that, to be honest, she wished things could be the same between them. He looked at her and asked if she really wanted this. Mint smiled and said that she wanted it. He looked at her intently. A moment later, he said he would. Walking down the corridor, Mint thought that his reaction was strange. She hoped everything would be fine. The knight looked at the young lady and wished her good night. She thanked the knight. The knight looked at her and said that today she received an invitation. Mint was surprised. The knight hesitated. He said that something was wrong with the sender. The servants were shocked by everything that was happening. Acela was furious. She shouted that this time she would definitely return him. Mint was walking on a beautiful day. She was very happy because her friend had returned. She wanted to meet and talk with him. While walking around the estate, she noticed something. She saw her friend, and next to her was a beautiful maid. Mint was very happy and called her friend. A moment later, she saw the maid kissing Urian. Mint was very surprised, as she did not expect to see something like this. With the speed of lightning, the maid ran away. Urian looked at Mint in surprise. Mint looked at him and said with a smile that she heard that he had returned. She looked at him and asked who the maid was. The young man answered evasively. He said she burst in very suddenly. He looked at her and asked for forgiveness, saying that it was not nice. Mint was shocked as she realized that the rumors were true. He looked at her and asked if she really had anything to do with him. Mint said that she would like to just see him and talk to him like before. He looked at her and said that if she allowed it, he would go. Mint was shocked and didn't understand why he was behaving this way. For a moment, he remembered Peppermint's conversation with her friend. She said that Cedric is very kind. Julius sat and remembered this. Roll said he was entering the office. A moment later, he entered and looked at the gentleman in surprise. Roll looked at the gentleman and asked why he was not in the mood. Julius said he didn't need to know. The butler looked at him and said that he had brought a report, but unfortunately, it would not improve his mood. He said that he brought additional investigation on the count. He said that in addition to his brother's testimony, there was something else. Talkative was angry. He looked at the butler and told him to bring Cedric to him. He said that he would make him confess to the young lady himself. Roel looked at the gentleman and said that the young lady said that she was going to go somewhere today. Julius looked at his subordinate and asked where she had gone. Mint sat waiting. She received a letter from Acela. Mint was puzzled and did not understand why Urian was accompanying her. Mint looked at the young man and asked for forgiveness. Urian looked at her and asked what she was saying. She said that because of her business, he had to accompany her to the mansion. He looked at her and told her that she didn't need to worry about it. Mint looked in surprise. She felt awkward at him. She didn't know what to do, but all she knew was that her friend should do what he wanted. Acela burst into the room like a whirlwind. She said she was honored to meet them. Mint looked at the young lady and said that she was glad to meet you. The young lady looked at the Mint and asked for forgiveness. She said that it was rude to invite a guest and keep her waiting. She said she would start with the main thing. She said that she had actually heard a very unpleasant rumor. She said that this rumor concerns the Count, which Mint is found with. Mint looked at the young lady and asked in surprise if this time she was really planning to quarrel between her and the Count. Mint said that she trusts the Count. The young lady looked at the Mint and laughed. She asked for forgiveness and said that it sounded too funny. She looked at her servant and told him to give her something. Mint saw the photographs. She was at a loss. The young lady looked at the photo and said, "What a cute baby." She said that this photo was taken using magic devices. Acela looked at the Mint and asked if this photo reminded her of anyone. She said this child's name is Eldon de Gia. Mint suddenly remembered her lover. Acela said that this is Cedric's illegitimate child. The young lady looked at the Mint and smiled. Mint looked at the young lady and asked what she just said. The young lady provided Mint with the documents and told her to look if she didn't believe her. She said that the maid who served him was Eldon's biological mother. In addition, numerous ladies had romantic relationships with the Count, but they were betrayed and abandoned by him. The young lady looked at us and even said with a grin that he had chosen her for marriage. Acela said with a grin that he was indeed resourceful. Mint was shocked and did not understand what she was talking about. She remembered how he confessed his love to her. Mint jumped up sharply and said that she would go. A moment later, she fell. Urian caught her. The young man looked at his mistress and said that it was time to return. Acela looked closely at the young man. Urian, I heard Acela calling him. She ran up to him, out of breath. She ran closer to him and asked him to wait, because she wanted to talk to him. She looked at him and told him to return to their family. She looked at him and said that if the question was about money, then she would give him as much as he wanted. She said that the location of the spirits had been discovered on their territory, and now their family is very rich. She said she could give him whatever he wanted. She said that she was a complete fool then, and she didn't realize how much he meant to her. She looked at him and tenderly told him that she loved him. He came closer to her and quietly said that she did not have what he wanted. The young lady was shocked. She stared after him.